have a 7-2 or better record going into this. We'll have some of those games coming up shortly, but there's going to be a few things that Shada and I are going to be discussing. So the first thing we're going to look at is the placements. What happens? What are these trainers fighting for at the end of the day?
Yeah, as you just said, every player that is competing today went 7-2 or better, or you have to get 6-2 first to be able to compete in round 9, which we already had yesterday, and we're continuing with round 10 today. So going to be taking a look at some of those players and placements in just a moment here. But yeah, I think yesterday's games already were so intense, so awesome, and it's only going to get more intense now. And yeah, let's look at have a look at the placement and the championship point structure here. 500 points for first place, which of course automatically qualifies you for the World Championship in San Francisco later this year, as does second place. But even, third, fourth place, anything below that, or, really even top 64 with 180 points, that is still a lot for, the competition in qualifying for Worlds. In US and Canada, it's top 80 that in the Masters division that qualify. Latin America, top 60. That's a very fierce competition there, since we do have so many players competing for a spot in that tournament. So, any amount of points you want to collect, EUIC is the largest tournament to get the most amount of points, and it is the tournament where you want to do really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the championship points that is up for grabs as well. There's also prize money that each of our trainers can walk away with after this absolutely stacked and large event here. So for coming first, not only do you get that world invitation, not only do you get that 500 championship points that can go towards your travel awards for attending other major events throughout the year, you also get 15,000 USD, which is quite a substantial amount of money to take for running away with first place. Second as well, nothing too shabby about that for Masters. It's still 10 grand alongside all of the other championship points as well. And each of the payouts still rolling back a little bit by bit. But even getting as high as top 32 is a $2,000 payout. So quite a substantial amount of there that I don't think any of these trainers will be complaining about if they do reach those milestones at the end of the tournament here, Shauna.
Oh, absolutely. Like a top 32 with 2,000 US dollars, that probably you already got your money for your trip to London back, and a little bit more as well will probably go towards your travels to San Francisco as well. And even in the juniors and seniors division, at first place with $5,000, that's, as a junior and a senior, definitely quite a bit of money there. So yeah, not only competing for the championship points, not only competing for the title of EUIC champion, but that prize money as well. And let's take a look at some of the players in the Masters division that have made it to this phase 2. We see some really, really big names up there. We have Wolfie Glick, we have Francesco Pioperlo, Paul Chua, Christopher Hahn, just to name a few, but all of these players very well known, very accomplished, and they've all made it this far, which, there are a lot of really big names that have not made it into phase 2, because EUIC is just that fierce of a competition. But just goes to show you that these players really are just some of the strongest out there, that even in a tournament like EUIC, they have made it all the way to phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Some absolutely giant names, not on the screen, but there are several more as well. We're going to be running through and showcasing a bunch of those throughout the phase 2, throughout the day, and looking to eventually claw our way to see which one of these trainers looks to get those top spots going into the championship Sunday. But it's not just the trainers that we have to look at as well throughout this phase 2. There's also the Pokemon that have worked alongside them to get into the spot as well. So surely we'll have a look at some of the Pokemon that is going to be having a lot of focus here in that phase 2. Just the top 12 Pokemon as we see. Now, when we compare it to yesterday, you'll notice that the 12 Pokemon are still the same. However, some placement and percentages on teams have been slightly different.
Yeah, and we are almost ready to head into our first round for the day, so we can take a look at the team sheets of these trainers to see if maybe, do they have some of these Pokemon that we saw on that list right there or not? Nope, not at all. We have a mirror match here today. Between these two players who I'm pretty sure they actually prepared for this tournament together, so might have really absolutely identical teams, not just in the Pokemon and the movesets and the items, but they could very well also be trained the exact same way, meaning that we might see quite a bit of speed ties. We have Gouging Fire, Chien-Pao, Dragonite, Urshifu, the Thundurus, and the Tinglu. So Gouging Fire, we did see a little bit on stream yesterday. Chien-Pao and Urshifu, of course, as well. Dragonite, I believe we have not had one, or if we did, I don't remember seeing one yet. And Thundurus and Tinglu as well, not two Pokemon we got to showcase yet. And yeah, what do you think about this team, I guess, Paul?
It's quite an interesting team. I have seen some local players, local to my region, run very similar compositions with that Clear Amulet Tinglu, with the Gouging Fire, with the Howl support, normally backed by a different supporting character in Sinister, with that Hospitality keeping Tinglu quite healthy, but opted for Thundurus here for that damage control with the Eerie Impulse and the Thunderwave speed control as well. So there's only one difference between the two of them, and it is the terrestrialization type each trainer has elected for their Chien-Pao. Flavio has gone for the Stellar Terrestrialization for a bit more damage output on their Chien-Pao, while Francesco has gone for the Ghost Terrestrialization. So if it stares down something like a Fake Out, it does get to keep its Focus Sash intact, looking at making those calls. But it's always interesting to see how a mirror match is played, and this is as very close to a mirror match as you can get. And not to mention that both of these trainers are 9-0 as well, so they are undefeated up to this point. And now, at the start of Phase 2, going into the round 10 here, they are locking horns against each other. So if they have been working together, it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top and who's going to be making the right calls as we dive into it.
Oh, absolutely. And that difference in the Chien-Pao is something that we talked a little bit about yesterday, I believe, off the stream, where, do you want to go for the Terra Ghost? Do you want to go for Terra Stellar? And both are very, very fair options, and it might really just be a preference kind of thing, where you decide that, okay, you can cover certain things with one Terra, certain things with the other, and then you, for yourself, just make a call based on what you decide might be more useful to you, or maybe even what you just prefer to play with. And I'm curious to see if we will see the Thundurus come into play here, because you're not going to be using the Eerie Impulse on any of these Pokemon here, but I wonder if something like the Thunder Wave to maybe, even out these speed ties that could be happening, could be something the players want to think about, or maybe you even want to go for a taunt so you don't let this Gouging Fire set up a Howl, because there is, aside from the Thundurus, the rest of the team is physical attackers that are all going to appreciate a Howl boost.
Yeah, a lot of them working quite well together as well. Thundurus probably might be seeing a little bit of bench sitting in here. I believe for these teams, the Thundurus is built for some of those more specific matchups, and I'm having a feeling that 5 physical attackers and an opposing Thundurus isn't going to be Thundurus's cup of tea going into this. So I reckon we'll see a lot of gradual setup with the Gouging Fires, with the Howls and Breaking Swipes respectively. Howl boosting your team's offense while Breaking Swipe being that spread move that both teams have open to, allowing it to not only deal a little bit of damage, but also dropping the opposing attack as well. So definitely something to keep in mind. The only Fairy Terrestrializations on their team are on each Gouging Fire respectively. So the Gouging Fires can make themselves immune to those Breaking Swipes. But fast spread moves to break a multi-scale on Dragonite or a Focus Sash from Chien-Pao can be the make or break in matchups like this. Not to also mention the Clear Amulet on the Tinglus as well. So Breaking Swipes won't be slowing down the Tinglus in terms of its damage, because it's not naturally as strong as your Dragonites and your Urshifus, but with a couple of Howls, it can start doing some pretty nasty damage, especially with those Throat Chops and Earthquakes that it can throw out. And alongside the Terra Blast as well, could be a very solid option, especially if they call out a Gouging Fire Terrestrializing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I see Breaking Swipe being a really, really good move here. meaning that maybe going for a Terra Fairy on one side could be good, but then again, if you manage to bait out that Terra Fairy and then you keep your own Terror and you go on it on the Tinglu and you get a Terra Poison Terra Blast off, that is of course a situation that could be happening. But in a mirror match like this, it's like I wonder if they've ever played this specific mirror match before, or if they've thought about how they would approach it. Could be very well that this is the first time they really are playing against each other, and they haven't quite figured out, okay, how do we play this mirror match? And that is what game one might be for, to figure that out a little bit. But perhaps they have already played against each other at maybe a local tournament or who knows where, and have already, you know, thought about these things, and they might bring very similar Pokemon, and then we see how that will play out. Either way, I wouldn't be surprised if both players bring that Gouging Fire and just begin using Howl and then try to get... I do think that they probably want to get the speed advantage either with the Scale Shot on the Dragonite, or who knows how these Pokemon really are trained. Maybe there is a difference in speed training between these two teams.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because there's a lot of variability between something like Gouging Fire, having it being fast, but it also can look to be very bulky as well, allowing it to take multiple hits. Same for the Dragonite as well, especially with access to the multi-scale. With a 1 or 2 scale shots, you do have enough to outspeed a lot of the unboosted metagame. So you do have the wiggle room there to run a little bit extra bulk as well. Same for the Urshifus that we've seen, especially with that steel terrestrialization as well. A lot of them have been solely built around to looking at taking moves like the Thunderclap from the ever-prevalent Raging Bolt. Not too key in this specific matchup, as the teams are mirrored, so there's no Raging Bolt on either side. But it will be interesting to see if Urshifu can look to shrug off any of those physical moves as well. The steel terrestrialization seems pretty handy for something like an extreme speed that can come out from that Dragonite. With that being faster than its Aqua Jet, can look at potentially taking a hit or two from those while looking to throw off any chip damage onto anything else. It's going to be wild. Mirror matches are always pretty interesting, and it's also kind of a little bit of like a player versus player mentality, because when you play someone you know, you do play the matchup, but you can also play the player. You can get into your opponent's head, especially if it's someone you know, and make a play that they might not necessarily make you to expect you to make, and potentially throw some game off a bit there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that all unfolds once our trainers are ready to kick off.
Yeah, again, I fully agree with you that if you've played someone a few times already and you know them very well, you almost develop like your own little metagame. Especially if you've like played the same team for a while and then you play against each other, as soon as the 7th best of 3 or whatever happens, then it's already very different than the first. And I'm really curious to see what these players are going to be picking in the leads, especially. Like, I can really see this Tinglu shining bright next to the Gouging Fire. Also, because it has the clear amulet, so it doesn't even care too much about taking a breaking swipe. The Urshifu as well. Like, this is 2 Pokemon that don't really mind having their attack lowered by the breaking swipe. Tinglu has the clear amulet, and Urshifu does have just the options of going for surging strikes. So, but breaking swipe still not a bad move here, because at +1, that can still do a good amount of damage and can even just break something like the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao, deal super effective damage to this Dragonite. So, despite the Urshifu, having surging strikes, the Tinglu having the clear amulet, very much so not a bad move at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of 3 spread moves that are on the team. The spread moves allowing it to hit both opposing Pokemon. Another one that we do see that we might see come up in this matchup is the Earthquake from Tinglu. It's got the option to click Earthquake beside the Dragonite, but we're going to get in it, and lo and behold, the leads are mirrored as it is Thundurus and Urshifu versus Thundurus and Urshifu. So right out the gate, I think we were caught off guard. I'm not sure about you, Shada, but I wasn't expecting Thundurus to be brought, but we see it here in game 1.
Oh yeah, I figured, I wasn't 100% sure, but like I said, the thing with Thundurus in this matchup is that if you know your opponent probably has the same speed tiers as you, then a Thundurus going for just Thunder Waves on everything that is not a Ting Lu or a Thunderous itself can really help, you know, swing the speed control in your favor. It's just going to be a Wildstorm Ball, though, off the bat here from both sides, hitting both their targets as well, dealing about the same amount of damage to both of these Pokemon, as a Surging Strikes first comes out from Flavio's side into the opposing Thunderous. Will that be enough to knock it out? It is barely not enough to take out the Thunderous, and I'm wondering if we'll see another Surging Strikes here. Yes, it is from Francesco into the Thunderous on Flavio's side. Is that going to be enough to take it out? It's just as close, but might survive as well. No, that Thunderous does not survive, so could have been damage rolls there, of course, could have been a little bit of a difference in training. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it was probably damage rolls, just based on how close also the survival on Francesco's Thunderous was.
Yeah, with the multi-hit in the form of the Surging Strikes, there is a lot of damage ranges, because each time you're throwing out one of those Surging Strikes hits, it's going to be running through a range of rolls that it can hit, and you've got to do that up to 3 times. So if you get 3 lower rolls, it's going to be outputting a much different number when you compare it to 3 of the higher rolls here. But we do see both of the trainers making the exact same game 1 play, so they might potentially have a line into this. We do see the option of the Gouging Fire or the Dragonite from Flavio's backline here. We might even see the same backline there from Francesco as well, but we see the Thunderous not on too much HP remaining, so potentially in the range of an Extreme Speed. We did see the Flavio's Urshifu move before the Urshifu on Francesco's side. There might be a potential for Flavio's just to be trained in a bit more speed, allowing it to be faster than the other Urshifu, or potentially even a speed tie as well. Sean, it's going to be pretty tough to say until we see that income in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, we might see it in the next turn now if both Urshifus decide to stay in and go for an attack, but they very well could switch out as well. And I think if you're Flavio here, you probably definitely want to take out this Thunderous before it can go for a Thunder Wave and swing those speed tides in your favor. And that is exactly what is going to be happening. Extreme Speed from the Dragonite is going to take out the opposing Thunderous. But that is 1 turn more that Flavio needed to take out the Thunderous, so Francesco is probably going to make the most of that. And we see Flavio's Urshifu go first as again. So again, until we see that happening a few times, we can't know for sure, because it is still, in case of a speed tie, just a 50-50, and very well possible that Flavio won that 50-50 twice. But also, there is now the possibility for us, I guess, as casters to know that Flavio's Urshifu might be the faster one of the two. So with that double KO, Francesco is now going to bring in his last 2 Pokemon, his own Dragonite and the Gouging Fire, which I believe we saw Flavio have the Gouging Fire in the back as well, so they did opt to go for the same 4 Pokemon here.
Yeah, so from the looks of things, it definitely looked like both of these trainers have prepared into the matchup where they've got the same 6 Pokemon against each other, both of them running through the same 4 Pokemon brought with the same turn 1 being thrown out as well. But due to the damage variations, we do see a different endgame coming out here, with Francesco being left with those 2 and Flavio being left with 3. But we do have the booster energy on the Gouging Fire, allowing it to potentially look at getting some speed up, so it does have the ability to go for those breaking swipes before the Dragonite attacks. But what we're going to see here is a quick Terrestrialization come out here. It's going to be on the Gouging Fire, becoming that very Terrestrialized type here, so a bit more of a defensive play coming out here from Francesco at the moment, Shauna.
Yes, that is, but it makes a lot of sense here to not want to take a scale shot. This Dragonite on Francesco's side is going to go for a Protect, as a Breaking Swipe comes out from the Gouging Fire, going to break the multi-scale on the Dragonite and barely miss the KO on this Urshifu, but lower the attack of both Pokemon. Dragonite is going to try to attack the opposing Dragonite, but goes into that Protect with what I'm assuming is going to be a scale shot, as Urshifu goes for the Surging Strikes into the Gouging Fire, and that Gouging Fire is just such a tanky Pokemon. Look how well it takes those Surging Strikes. Like, that is a neutral Surging Strikes, and we know how much damage that move can do into so many Pokemon, but Gouging Fire does not even take half from that. And remember, Surging Strikes always gets critical hits, so it's not even like the attack drop really changed anything about it. But now this Urshifu here is in range of another breaking swipe from this Gouging Fire, and that would give Francesco the opportunity to then also maybe attack with his own Dragonite into the opposing Dragonite. But again, we don't know yet which one of these Dragonites are faster or if they are once again speed tying.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see coming out here on the later turns here. We did see the Scale Shot come out previously from Flavio's Dragonite. It was going into the other Dragonite knowing that if the Dragonite does look to Terrestrialize, it can still be damaged by the Scale Shot. But with that, we do see the Extreme Speed come out here from Francesco's side, and we see the Breaking Swipe come out doing a lot more damage there now, as it being single target and with the multi-scale gone there. And we see the Scale Shot come out, so that'll go through with the loaded dice. It'll be guaranteed to hit at minimum 4 times and at maximum 5 times, while getting a speed increase at the cost of defense. We do see the 5 hits coming out there as well. Maybe the opposing Dragonite from Francesco's side is now in extreme speed range from the other Dragonite. It'll be pretty tough to say, but we do have the Gouging Fire coming out here as well, with its own booster energy to activate as well, going into the last steps of Game 1.
And I'm guessing that Flavio would probably also want to opt to go for a Terra Fairy on his Gouging Fire here. Otherwise, you will be really struggling against the Gouging Fire on Francesco's side. But, so yeah, although both of these Dragonite here are in extreme speed range, right? So they probably either want to go for a Protect here to scout out maybe an opposing Protect, not go down to a Breaking Swipe, or they maybe just go for it. But if you go for an extreme speed here and the opposing Dragonite protects and then your Dragonite goes down to a Breaking Swipe, then that is going to push you back by a lot. And both of these Dragonite also, they have Iron Head, so technically they can hit a Terra Fairy Gouging Fire, though in the range that they are, they probably will go down to a Breaking Swipe before that happens. But who knows, maybe one of these Gouging Fires doesn't even go for a Breaking Swipe because they want to hit the opposing Gouging Fire. So much can happen here. We are going to see the Terra Fairy come out here on Flavio's side as well. What are these Dragonites going to do? It is going to be a Protect on Francesco's side. Did Flavio go for a Protect as well here? No, it's an Extreme Speed into the Gouging Fire. Going to do a little bit of damage here as a a Howl actually comes out here from Francesco's Gouging Fire. Going to boost the attack of both of his Pokemon there. And yeah, that is definitely going to power up the extreme speeds on the Dragonite if they decide to go for that. And Flavio is going to try and go for a Breaking Swipe, I believe, which of course is going to hit into the Protect and not affect the opposing Terra Fairy Gouging Fire.
So we've got an interesting line here now. So we have seen the Dragonite and Francesco's and Protect still potentially in that extreme speed range as well. So it does have to keep in mind, does it need to go for a second Protect to have a look at dealing with the Dragonite there. We saw the Howl as well, so maybe potentially calling out the Protect from Flavio's end as well on the opposing Dragonite. It's going to come down to making those last call rights over these next couple of turns here. We do see the Protect here now from Flavio's Dragonite here. Just having a look to see if it can get an Extreme Speed out, but Extreme Speed going into the Gouging Fire instead, doing quite a bit of damage with that boost. The double into the Gouging Fire, but unfortunately, Gouging Fire being quite a heavy Pokemon, not really doing too much in that regard there. And we see the Breaking Swipe come out and knocking out the Dragonite on Francesco's end. So now it is 2-1 in favor of Flavio coming into the end of Game 1.
Yeah, I would have expected that this would have been the perfect turn for Flavio's Dragonite to just go for an Extreme Speed, because Francesco's Dragonite just protected and you do have +1 speed thanks to the Scale Shot you got off earlier, but decides to go for that Protect here, now goes for an Extreme Speed into the Gouging Fire and goes for a Howl as well here to boost the attack of both of these Pokemon. And yeah, the opposing Gouging Fire can really only hit one of these Pokemon at a time and is going to go for that Breaking Swipe to take out the Dragonite. Now both of these Gouging Fire here are at +1, and I believe these two Pokemon do speed tie, because if I remember correctly, before it was Francesco who went first, and now it was Flavio who went first, and it's going to be Flavio going first again, barely missing the KO with that Heat Crash, as it is going to be an opposing Heat Crash coming in. So yeah, Francesco's Gouging Fire is in range here to be knocked out. Yeah, is it going to win the speed tie this time though? Is it a crit? It's not a crit, so Flavio is going to barely survive that and knock out Francesco's Gouging Fire with a Heat Crash, and that is Game 1 going to Flavio, but my god, was that close.
Yeah, absolutely. Really close there. Anything small like a critical hit can just sort of turn the tables there between both of these two there. Just showing how key it is to getting those calls right in a mirror match as well. You know, calling out the protects there from the Dragonite, respecting those plays as well, but also being aggressive into them as well. It's really interesting to see. It was also very interesting to see the Thunderous as well. Most of them kind of just went for the Wild Bolt Storms just to get damage on the opposing Urshifus early, while both of them being taken out relatively early. So it'll be interesting to see, is there an adjustment for the mirror matchup that can be made from either of these two trainers, or are we going to see the same for run it back again through the game too?
There's a lot of things that can happen if they decide to play back this mirror the exact same way. Like a Wildstorm Bolt can miss a target. The Surging Strikes we saw was most likely a damage roll, so that can go either way for both players. And like Francesco just had a little bit less HP in the end there than Flavio did with his gouging fire. That was really just like one heat crash away from also being knocked out. So it was very, very close. And in a way, like Flavio losing his Thunderous earlier actually maybe gave him the opportunity to get that little bit of damage off that he needed in order to finish up that game 1. So I don't know if there's really a lot of adjustments that can be made here. I mean, there probably are, but I wouldn't be too surprised if these players just decide to play game 2 the exact same way and kind of just hope that they hit their Wildstorm Bolt, they get the damage rolls that they want, they win the speed ties that are necessary, and, all of that.
Yeah, there's also the possibility we do see the secondary effects come out from Bleakwood Storm quite a bit. The Wild Bolt Storm secondary effect is a paralysis as well, so in a mirror match where there's a lot of speed ties that can happen between something like we saw it from the Gouging Fire, we saw it potentially from the Urshifu as well. Getting a paralysis on one of those after a Wild Bolt Storm can definitely turn the tide into the favor of the Pokemon not being paralyzed, just due to the fact that it would be slower, but also could lose the turn, and losing turns in a mirror match doesn't seem like the best thing to go through and win it. But as we see here, Shauna, same leads again, just the Thunderous and the Urshifus coming out here.
Yeah, at this point I really wouldn't be too surprised if these players have played this matchup before, at least once, if not more often, and kind of figured out how it needs to play out, or how they need to play it in order to have the best chance against each other. And so same leads here. Once again, we also saw that Flavio's Urshifu went first twice in that first game. I'm curious to see if that is going to happen again, or if we'll see something else. It is going to be Wildstorm Bolt, but it misses one target. It missed the Thunderous there, so that is going to be able to survive a Surging Strikes, and the Wildstorm Bolt from Flavio hits both of its targets. No paralysis though on either side, and now Francesco going for the Surging Strikes into the Thunderous again, but this time is not going to be able to knock it out because of course the Wildstorm Bolt did not hit, and even if it did, we saw most likely a damage roll there, and a Surging Strikes here coming out from Flavio. This time though, Francesco's Urshifu went first, so that is also a speed tie between these two Pokemon. And the Thunderous on Francesco's side barely surviving once again after those 3 hits.
Yeah, so pretty interesting turn of events there, revealing that the Urshifus are indeed speed tie. They've got the exact same amount of speed training there. The miss on the Thunderous definitely can be pretty crucial, because we did see in the previous game that the Wild Bolt Storm plus the Surging Strikes was enough to take it out. But we did also see with the Thunderous going down early, it allowed Dragonite to come in and look at getting that double knockout in the turn 2 of game 1. But we see here now that it's just going to be the same 2 out here for the turn 2. We do see a Detach coming out here from the Urshifu, and a Taunt coming out here from the Thunderous as well, forcing it into only clicking Wild Bolt Storms. Going for the Aqua Jet now, General, just to send off the Thunderous there, and we're going to see an attack from Flavio. It did not go before the Urshifu's Aqua Jet, so it is going to be that Wild Bolt Storm into the Protect on the Urshifu side there as well. So Flavio going up in Pokemon in 4-3, but still plenty of game to be played here from Francesco as well.
I actually really liked the taunt there from Francesco, because he probably expected his Thunderous to go down here from an Aqua Jet, being in the HP range that it is. And now when he brings in something like a Dragonite or even the Gouging Fire, now Flavio's Thundurus cannot go for a Thunder Wave in its turn to get that paralysis off, which I think would have been like really detrimental to Francesco's side. Like, you do not want the opposing Thundurus to get a Thunder Wave off onto any of your Pokemon. So I actually really like the taunt play that he went for before it went down to the Aqua Jet. And is he going to bring in the Dragonite this time? It is going to be the Gouging Fire coming in, and honestly I think the position for it here is quite nice, especially since it cannot be paralyzed by a Thunder Wave. Of course, there is still the possible side effect of the Wildstorm Bolt, but it's a lot less likely to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. A very good call out there for the taunt running through, that it can shut down those Thunder Waves that can come out on something like the Gouging Fire that should just come in there. Something that does appreciate its speed, being able to howl before its partners, those physical attackers like the Urshifu and the Dragonite, even potentially the Shen Power as well. Tough to say what's in the back, but from what we've seen at the moment, it could potentially be the same. We do see the Heat Crash come out just enough to run through and take out the Thundurus there. So we're going to see which Urshifu wins this speed tie here, because neither of them have gone for the Aqua Jet. But we do see it's the Flavio's Urshifu there, going for the Surging Strikes on that Gouging Fire, and it's just absolutely incredible just how bulky Gouging Fire is, being able to take those hits like it is nothing. And we see the close combat air coming out, so there's going to be a double knockout in favor of Francesco, moving Pokemon favor 3-2 in their favor. A little bit different from what we saw here in this game 1, so it'll be interesting to see how Flavio's backline does deal with this. It is the Dragonite and the Gouging Fire to come out as well, so potentially we've just seen the same 4 Pokemon, the same game plans going into this game too here, Shauna.
Winning that speed tie there with the Urshifu could actually be really, really important in the end game. Like, getting off that damage on the Gouging Fire and having your own Gouging Fire still be at full HP could be the reason as to why this game still is a lot closer. That, you know, Francesco still has a third Pokemon in the back, most likely that Dragonite, and I'm guessing both of these Gouging Fire are probably gonna opt for Terra Fairy once more. But the fact that the Surging Strikes there was able to come out for Flavio before his Urshifu went down means that you got a good amount of chip damage on this Gouging Fire and might be able to take it out 1 or even 2 turns earlier now with your Dragonite and your own Gouging Fire coming in here. And remember, like, even though the Terra Fairy is a very good option here for both Gouging Fires, the Dragonite does have the option to go for Iron Head, and right now the multi-scale is still intact and you're at full HP, and you can easily take a Breaking Swipe and also anything this Urshifu throws at you and survive a turn. Urshifu is actually going to switch out here for Francesco, going to bring in his own Dragonite here, so we have a mirror on the field once more. I guess the only difference being that one Dragonite is green, and we are going to see a Terra here on what I'm gonna guess the Gouging Fire. Yes, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see the exact same thing happening on the other side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the Gouging Fire is going for the Fairy Terrestrialization there. Not only is it doing to deal with the scale shots as well, preventing Dragonite getting any speed boosts, it's also blocking itself from being hit by the Breaking Swipe, allowing it to maintain the attack that it has. Looking at these Gouging Fires, being able to see how well they're taking hits. Maybe they're not the most trained in attack and do rely on those Howl buffs to get up and running. But we do see an Extreme Speed come out there. It is breaking the opposing Dragonite multi-scale there, as we see the Breaking Swipe come out from Francesco's Gouging Fire first. But it's going to offset the attack buff there with a Howl from the Gouging Fire there as well. So Dragonite, all that happened to there was both multi-scales have been chipped, and we've seen Terrestrialization come out here from both of the Gouging Fires. So it'll be interesting to see what play is made potentially if a Dragonite is going to throw a Scale Shot into one another. It'll be curious to see if the Dragonites are also similar to the Urshifu and the Gouging Fire, if they are trained the exact same in speed as well, to see which one may get the jump over the other.
And actually, now the more that I think about it, I also really like the switch on Francesco's side, because now they're kind of in a mirrored position, with the only difference being that, okay, Francesco's Gouging Fire is already chipped, so Francesco might like just barely lose that mirror, but you can later bring in your Urshifu and then maybe, you know, win the late game with that. if you survive just one move from the Gouging Fire. There's going to be a Howl here on Francesco's side to boost up the attack of both of these Pokemon. And Dragonite going to go for that Iron Head and just take out the Gouging Fire on Flavio's side. You know, it could have very well gone for a Protect or a Burning Bulwark on it, but it did not. But or actually, both of these Gouging Fire are running Protect instead of Burning Bulwark, and it is also going to be an Iron Head here from the opposing Dragonite. So, taking out both of the Gouging Fire here, it is both of these Dragonite now facing off against each other. But Francesco now has the advantage that he still has the Urshifu with him, so it's a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough 2v1 for Flavio to deal with here as well, because it can't look at going for any kind of protects. The Urshifu with its Unseen Fist allows it to attack through the protect, so it'll be able to get off damage regardless. It'll be up to Flavio to have a look at and seeing what is the threat here that I do need to take out. Do I need to win a potential speed tie and take out the Dragonite? Do I need to respect the Dragonite's protect and go for the Urshifu? Is there going to be a double in? Which Pokemon am I going to want to take multiple attacks from? You would think it would be from the opposing Urshifu, just due to the water and the fighting type moves, both being not very effective into Dragonite, while also the Dragonite is threatening each other with the Scale Shot. But we do see an Extreme Speed coming here, so just big damage coming out there, probably looking to go for that to secure it. We do see the Scale Shot come out from Flavio's Dragonite, but with a defense drop, the Urshifu still gets to throw out an attack, so either a Close Combat or a Surging Strikes may be enough to knock out the Dragonite here and take us into a Game 3. We're going to find out momentarily after the stat changes have been made for the Dragonite. And we do see the Surging Strikes, that's one hit. A second hit is going to be more than enough there. So we are going into a Game 3. No Pokemon were changed in regards to lineup, but a different result nonetheless there, Shona.
Yeah, I really like the adjustment that Francesco made, not like in terms of what Pokemon he picked, but in that middle game where he decided to switch out that Urshifu. I think that was a really, really important turn to get in your Dragonite to also be able to go for an Iron Head into the opposing Gouging Fire that went for Terra Fairy to, you know, kind of have that mirror situation, but the difference is you still have a Pokemon in the back and your opponent does not. So that is also something that Flavio will now have to keep in mind going into Game 3, that you know, the adjustments may not be made in the leads or the Pokemon you bring or the early game even, but you see how that first turn plays out, you know, whether a Wildstorm Bolt misses or connects or you get a KO on the Thundurus, and then depending on what happens there, you adjust later in the middle game.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen in both of these games, the Thundurus that actually goes down early generally leads pretty good for the end game for each of them as well, with Flavio's happening early in the Game 1 and then Francesco's there in the Game 2. It's a pretty interesting dynamic that the Pokemon going down first allows them to get the better board positioning for them for the middle to late game going into there as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out into Game 3. If we do get the Thunduruses knocked out in a staggered motion, one after the other, or if they end up being knocked out at the same time. It'll be interesting to see as well. And even if there is a potential cheeky mix-up for the Game 3, but from what we've seen, it looks like these four are the four Pokemon that each of these trainers are looking to bring into the effective mirror matchup, so to speak. They just all look like they perform their roles and do what they need to do. And we've seen one game go to each of these trainers, so it's going to be a very tough Game 3. You definitely would love to continue into this tournament being 10-0.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, it is insane for both of these players to have gone 9-0, and now the only thing that is ending one person's win streak is the exact same team that you went 9-0 with. And this time we are actually going to see an adjustment here on Francesco's side, bringing the Urshifu Chien-Pao mode. So either left the Dragonite or the Gouging Fire at home this time, but Flavio deciding to go with the exact same lead. This could have, however, maybe caught him off guard, because Chien-Pao is a really nice Pokemon to lead into Thundurus here. You're a Dark type, so you know you cannot get attacked by a Prankster Thunder Wave or anything of that sort, and you're most likely faster than the Thundurus, and you can hit it with a super effective Ice type move.
Yeah, absolutely. So very smart adjustment there from Francesco. Looking at it going, the Thunderous has been led twice. We've done the same thing twice. Do you know what's good into that lead? It is the Shen Pao. Being immune to any of those priority Thunder Waves from the Prankster, thanks to Bit being a Dark type. Doing itself quite nicely there. But we do see a Thunder Wave come out onto the opposing Urshifu as we do see the Ice Spinner take the big one-hit knockout there. So Thunderous is going down there, but did leave a parting gift in the form of a paralysis on the Urshifu there. We see the Surging Strikes come out here as well onto the Xian Pao. Xian Pao looking to, despite being Focus Sash, you still like that Pokemon to live the multi-hit attacks from the Urshifu there. And we see a close combat doing quite big damage here, so quite the explosive start coming out here from Francesco with that Shen Pao and Urshifu lead.
Yeah, I think if you're Francesco here, you are very happy about this position where you just got rid of the Thunderous. And sure, your Urshifu is paralyzed, but I think that is not too bad of a situation. You know, you anyway already are playing for speed types against this opposing Urshifu. The Gouging Fire is going to be faster than you anyway after the booster energy speed boost. And I suppose the Dragonite might be the only thing where that really makes a difference. But I think you're still very happy if you're Francesco, especially since your Urshifu is still at full HP. And not only did you get a KO, but you also got some really, really good damage onto this opposing Urshifu. And your Qian Pao is also still around here, and is definitely a target now that Flavio needs to get rid of. But if the Qian Pao here goes for a Protect, and then manages to buy this Urshifu some time, that could put Francesco ahead just even more.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be quite a decision for both of these trainers to make here. It's the game 3. It's always going to be a pretty big decision to be made here. We see the Urshifu from Flavio's side look to take a backseat momentarily as the Dragonite is going to be coming in now. From the Gouging Fire, do we see a Howl? Do we have a look at seeing an attack there? We see the Shen Pao very likely going for that Sucker Punch, being unsuccessful there. As we see the Breaking Swipe go in there, knocking out the Shen Pao. So the Shen Pao is no longer here. The Urshifu paralyzed and chipped a little bit, but if it's going for that Surging Strikes, it's not going to worry too much about the attack drop, which is exactly what we see here, and it's going into the Gouging Fire there. And as we can see, just Gouging Fire, just loving to take those Surging Strikes. It's, yeah, still in that green, still very healthy here as well. So, a very nice switch in there for Dragonite, not being able to get it in safely with multi-scale still intact. Flavio's going to be feeling relatively pleased about that turn.
Yeah, I feel like the momentum definitely swung in his favor in that turn particularly. And now both of these Gouging Fire are back on the field. And, you know, Terra Fairy, still a really good option here for both players in order to prevent being hit by that Breaking Swipe. But also, of course, in the case of Francesco's side, that, you know, you don't get hit by the Dragonite Scale Shot. But once again, you know, the Iron Head is still an option here. So if you're Flavio, you know, who knows, maybe you go for a Breaking Swipe and also for an Iron Head into the Gouging Fire to kind of cover for that Terra Fairy. Because right now, with the Dragonite being at full HP and the multi-scale being intact, you're not really too worried about being knocked out this turn quite yet. And so, suppose that is an option, but still very tough turn here, because then again, you know, Gouging Fire could maybe go for a Protect on Francesco's side, and the multi-scale could be broken by the Urshifu, and then things become a little closer as well. But it's going to be Terra Fairy once again on the Gouging Fire here on Francesco's side, as the same thing most likely now happening on Flavio's side. Yes, it is going to be the Gouging Fire going for that Terra Fairy as well. So both players deciding that that is the Terra to use in this matchup for sure, 100%.
Yeah, the defensive fairy type terrestrialization options there is nice. The Aqua Jet going out there, breaking the multi-scale from the Dragonite there will be nice, because it means it will allow Gouging Fire to get some strong breaking swipes into that at a later point in time. But we do see both Gouging Fires go for Howl as well, just getting a bit of power onto both of these, and we see the Dragonite go through with a Scale Shot as well. So looking to take out that Urshifu there, while also looking to gain some speed as well. Now, not 100% sure on the speed of the Dragonite here. It may potentially need a second Scale Shot to have a look at running through and out and getting a speed advantage over the Gouging Fire. But we do see on Francesco's side, their fourth is also that Dragonite as well. The Dragonite's multi-scale is still intact, but we do have to keep in mind that Flavio's Dragonite does have a boosted speed at the moment, so it will have the jump on the Dragonite if they do both look to go for something like a Scale Shot.
Yeah, Francesco definitely has to watch out for the potential Breaking Swipe plus Scale Shot this turn into his Dragonite. So, but just as well, you know, Flavio does need to be careful that if Francesco decides to go for a Protect on the Dragonite and you let the opposing Gouging Fire get off another Breaking Swipe on your Dragonite, probably not going to be too happy about that either. So, gonna have to be something he watches out for, and it is gonna be Francesco going for the Protect here on this Dragonite, realizing that it is, you know, threatened to be KO'd this turn. Breaking Swipe coming out from Francesco's Flavio's barely not enough to get the KO on this Dragonite, as the Dragonite is going to block the opposing move here with the Protect. That I believe was the Breaking Swipe from the Gouging Fire, as now Dragonite, the Iron Head, doing a lot less damage now that it is not at +1 or 2 attack, but it is just at neutral attack, thanks to, or that -1 maybe even because of the Breaking Swipe. So the Howl boost and also the defense drop from Scale Shot really, you know, showing just the difference in Breaking Swipe damage, how much more it can do. But still, you know, surviving there with 9 HP could very well help out Flavio a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It allows Dragonite to come out here and potentially look at using a second attack here. It could even be something quite like that Extreme Speed, whether it's going to have a look at breaking the opposing Dragonite multi-scale, or if it's going to play a little bit risky and go for a potential Iron Head there. But we see an Extreme Speed come out from Francesco's Dragonite into Flavio's Dragonite. Because it was speed boosted, maybe it didn't look like it went for an Extreme Speed there. But we do see a Breaking Swipe come out now. It's going to lower the attack on Francesco's Dragonite there, while also breaking the multi-scale. But we are going to see a Howl come out here as well, so these opposing Gouging Fire and the Dragonite on Francesco's side is looking quite nasty. There is a Pokemon in the back for Flavio. It is the Urshifu that we have seen earlier. It is quite weakened, and it is very likely in that Extreme Speed range as well. So Francesco can make a call of going for the Extreme Speed there, or just have a look at respecting that Detect and having a look at potentially seeing if it can take out the Gouging Fire. Big turns to be made here going into this game 3 here.
That Extreme Speed that went into the Dragonite was an Extreme Speed that could have technically, if, you know, the KO had happened, could have already gone into the Gouging Fire or the Urshifu. But I think Francesco navigated through that situation of the Dragonite being threatened to just be KO'd by Breaking Swipe plus Scale Shot, navigated through that so wonderfully, and now is in a great position to finish off this game 3 here in his favor. The Urshifu is going to go for a Protect this turn, possibly to block something like an Extreme Speed from the Dragonite, but the Extreme Speed is going to just go into the Gouging Fire here, and it is going to be a Breaking Swipe from the Gouging Fire on Flavio's side, barely missing the KO on the Dragonite there as well. You know, it did not go for Scale Shot, so did not get any defense boosts, and now the Breaking Swipe here from the Gouging Fire on Francesco's side is going to go into the Protect, and of course not affect the Fairy type Gouging Fire.
Yeah, so now we've got a pretty interesting endgame here now. Francesco making the call out there to just go in and get as much damage off on that Gouging Fire as possible. With the Urshifu both in Extreme Speed range and also in the range of the Breaking Swipe as well. Especially with 2 Howl boosts, those Breaking Swipes do definitely hit hard. So we might potentially see the same string of attacks come out here from Francesco. It's going to be interesting to see how Flavio looks to pivot around this. Is there going to be a potential double Protect? Are we going to see an Aqua Jet look to come out here? But we see an Extreme Speed go into the Gouging Fire, and an Aqua Jet coming out there as well, just both looking to do as much damage to the Gouging Fire here as possible. We do see the Breaking Swipe come out here. It is enough to knock out the Urshifu, and we are going to see the Gouging Fire from Flavio's side make the final move of the turn here, and it's a Heat Crash into that Gouging Fire there. So with the Dragonite and the Gouging Fire coming out here, You do have the option to go for a spread move, but the spread move doesn't hit both the Pokemon on the opposing side thanks to the Fairy Terastallization on Francesco's Galpin Fire. So it's going to be a tough call for Flavio to make to see if there is a possibility that they can look at running through and getting the game and the set win here. Or Francesco just looks to double in with the Heat Crash and a potential extreme speed as well. We'll find out in a moment of time here, Shauna, but it's been a very strong game between both of these two.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Flavio only has one Pokemon left, and it's at low HP, and Francesco still has, well, more than one. So, yeah, that the speed tie there won by Francesco's Gouging Fire, but wouldn't have really mattered that much because, as you said, the Gouging Fire can only really hit one target. So, really, Francesco could either go for either move there on both of his Pokemon and get that knockout. But I think that was a really, really nice set to also just look over and analyze. Because, you know, with these mirror matches, it can sometimes become a bit redundant and difficult, but first of all, this is a mirror match we've never really seen before, and I do think the adjustments that Francesco made in Game 2 and Game 3 were really, really fantastic, and he played that so well, and it was definitely a deserved win, and not just because he hit his moves or got the damage rolls that he wanted. I feel like he really did play that absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I do like the mix-up in that Game 3 as well, having that Sheer Power brought out in exchange for that Thundurus. Knowing that the Thundurus had been led in the first two games, potentially not seeing a change there, that was able to get some very early momentum there. So all the Thundurus really could do is put a Thunder Wave out onto the opposing Urshifu, which did manage to slow it down, but without any full paralysis, Urshifu was still able to get off all the attacks that it needed to. The key one being on the last turn where it did go for the Aqua Jet onto the Dragonite, breaking its multi-scale, almost getting that knockout with the Breaking Swipe as well, as we saw, living on 9 HP. So that potentially could have been another damage range. It's very, very tough to say. A lot of Pokemon are trained to deal a lot of damage, take a lot of hits. It's truly wonderful. But congratulations to Francesco there for going through with a 10-0 record now. Must be feeling really happy about that. Flavio, definitely not out of it yet. Still 9-1. Still got many games to play going into this. Dream is still very much alive for going out and turning the tables a bit and coming back to win the EUIC. So yeah, a lot more game to be played this weekend, Shah.
Oh, absolutely. And really, in my opinion, Francesco really showcased why he is 10-0 right now in this competition. Because even, you know, when you think about it, in Game 2, like, he was the one to miss a Wildstorm Bolt, and he really was in a tough situation at a few points and navigated out of them just so well. It's really, really respectable. So hopefully, you know, maybe we'll get to see him on stream again, because right now he's playing absolutely insane. So wouldn't be surprised if he makes it very far in this competition. With that, we will be taking a very short break and we'll be right back with round 11 of EUIC 2016.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here with the next round, round 11 of phase 2 here. My name is Paul. I'm here with Shauna. Shauna, how are we feeling after that last game, watching a very high skill level mirror match?
Oh, I was so impressed of that last game by both players, really, but gotta give props to Francesco once more for just how well he played that. Not surprised that he's 10-0 right now, if that's also how he was playing yesterday. And if he continues to play that well, he's gonna make it very, very far. But we are now ready to head into round 11. As you said, we will be having Justin Karras versus Niels Dunlop here on stream with us. And we're gonna be taking a look at the teams that both of these players have brought to EUIC this year. Justin Karras, I believe he had like a kind of looks like a standard bolt balance kind of team, but if you look a little bit closer, then you see that, oh, the Incineroar has the Shucka Berry, the Raging Bolt is like Terra Bug, it's Life Orb, the Fluttermane also has like Pain Split and Taunt on it, so bit of a like mix-up in the typical bolt balance kind of team. With, the Raging Bolt, it can sometimes have the Assault Vest instead, or, Shucka Berry on Incineroar is also something we don't see too often. So looking forward to see that in action, and I'm also really excited for Niels' team.
Yeah, absolutely. Nils has a variant on what we've seen, the Tail Room with the Trick Room and the Tailwind there. So we do see the Tailwind setter in Thunderous running a bit of a unorthodox move in its slot 3. It's got access to the move Substitute. So Substitute is one of those moves where if you get a free turn, you can get a Substitute up, and any damage thrown into the Tornado slot doesn't hit Tornadoes directly, it'll hit the Substitute. It also keeps it protected from any kind of statuses as well. As we saw in the previous rounds, there was Thunder Wave coming out there from Thunderous, so it does give a little bit of protection to that. The Trick Room setter as well, something I'm not too sure if we showcased during phase 1, but it is the Sinister as well. So Sinister having that option to potentially reverse Trick Rooms in some unfavorable matchups, but also has the ability to heal partners up with its Hospitality ability and has the ability to redirect attacks as it learns Rage Powder as well. Supported by Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, the Fluttermane, and the Ursaluna as well. Nils, definitely not a stranger to using Ursaluna. We've seen Nils have very high levels of success with Ursaluna, so it's back once again for Nils, taking them up to the current record that they are at the moment. I do believe that both of these players have that 8-2 record, so at the time being, if they want to proceed further, both of these trainers do need to win their future games to stay alive in this tournament. So it's quite a high stakes game that we have here, Shauna. It's going to be very exciting to call.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious about this Ursaluna in terms of how it is trained in its speed, because some of this team reminds me very much of a team from Regulation H that was running around a little bit, where you had a Tailroom team with an Ursaluna as well, but it was like a very speedy Ursaluna, and had the Sinister as well, also with the Trick Room, but it was more there to like reverse opposing Trick Rooms and less to really use it yourself, or in case the opponent went for a Tailwind as well, then you go for the Trick Room, because like if both sides are going to go for Tailwind, your Ursaluna is most likely going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field, and so in order to counter that a bit, you have the Trick Room on the Sinister as well, but otherwise the Sinister really just there to help out with the Rage Powder support and the Hospitality as well. And you mentioned the Substitute here on the Tornadoes. We were talking a little bit about this before, how Substitute potentially a very strong move on Tornadoes if, timed correctly, and can help swing the momentum in your favor by quite a bit if you, manage to position the Tornadoes really nicely in, give it the opportunity to go for very crucial Bleak Wind Storms. And also looking forward to, the Fluttermane here on Justin's side. It has both the Pain Split and the Taunt. I believe Pain Split we did see one time on stream yesterday, but usually not a move we get to see too much on Fluttermane.
Yeah, generally not the most common support move that Flutter Mane does look to run. A lot of them do like to have the protect option. A lot of them like that Thunderwave option as well. We see even on Nils's Flutter Mane, it does have the Shadow Ball as the more of a special attacking option there. But we do see Pain Split there. Flutter Mane does have quite a low natural HP stat. So having the ability to throw off a Pain Split into something with a much higher HP stat, even something like that Ursaluna, even if you are at full HP, you are going to be taking quite a little bit out. When your Flutter Mane is at low HP as well, because some of these Flutter Manes we see are quite trained to be able to take hits. If it's able to take a hit and be at very low HP and go for that Pain Split, it's going to be very likely that it's going to be healing quite a lot of HP back. So there's a lot of good versatility there in the Pain Split there as well. Even something like your partner Raging Bolt, for example. Like if Raging Bolt's not looking amazing in a matchup for any reason, but the Flutter Mane still feels very valuable, you do have the option to go for the side Pain Split here. But enough about that. We're going to get straight into the game now. We're going to see the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom led from Justin. And from Nils, we've got the Tornadus and the Flutter Mane as well. We see the booster energy come out here from the Flutter Mane as well. It's going to be boosting the special attack, something that Nils generally opts to go for when using Flutter Mane.
Yeah, and the Tornadus here next to it going, or having the option to go for a Tailwind, means that it can help that Flutter Mane get the speed boost that, usually when we see a booster energy on the Flutter Mane, it's expected to be a speed boosting Flutter Mane. Here in this case, the special attack means that you need to get that speed boost in a different way. So that is where the Tornadus could come and help you out. Although, versus Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt, you're probably already faster anyway. What you might want to watch out for, though, is that you do not take a powerful Wood Hammer from this Rillaboom in this turn 1 right away. Tornadus is going to switch out here, and the Incineroar is going to come in, lower the attack on this Rillaboom. Makes a lot of sense here in order to help this Flutter Mane maybe survive a little bit better, although could very well also just be going for a Protect in this first turn. But we also see the Raging Bolt switch out here in exchange for the Ogerpon, which did not get off did not get the Intimidate from the Incineroar fired off. Rillaboom is actually just going to go for a Fake Out here in this turn 1, and Flutter Mane is going to go in the offense with a Moonblast into that slot that was the Raging Bolt, is now the Ogerpon. And yeah, so a bit of a board position change here. The Incineroar now does have the option to support the Flutter Mane with a Fake Out, but the Flutter Mane here could deal some damage, but also could take a lot of damage from whatever is not hit by the Fake Out.
Yeah, we did see the Moonblast come out there doing quite a lot of damage to that Ogerpon on a resisted hit. You've got to think if you're Justin, is the Shadow Ball enough to take out the Ogerpon there, or do I have enough HP and special defense to be able to take that hit there? The Fake Out from the Incineroar is live as well. We do see it pivot out, so Neil's not opting to go for a Fake Out play here. We are going to see the Ursaluna come in, so we've seen all 4 of Nils' pieces here in this game 1, with the Flutter Mane, Incineroar, the Tornadus, and the Ursaluna as well. Justin is going to make a defensive switch as well from the Rillaboom into the Incineroar, getting that crucial Intimidate onto the Ursaluna. Even though it will be activating Guts at the end of the turn, any Intimidate drops are very welcomed against something as powerful as that Ursaluna. We do see the Protect coming out here from the Flutter Mane, and the Ogerpon going for a defensive play as well in that Spiky Shield. The key thing to note, at least for the Ogerpon, if it does need to go for a Spiky Shield again, because it was a move that failed, it does have the option to go for it as well. But I think with the Incineroar freshly coming in and having Fake Out live, and with Nils' Ursaluna being Dragon Terrestrialization type instead of the common Ghost that we see, it is prone to Fake Out here, so it'll be interesting to see what option Justin wants to go for here, Shauna.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane not being locked into a Moonblast here with a Choice Specs, but instead having that booster energy, gives it the option to switch its moves around, meaning that it can go for a Shadow Ball into this Ogerpon, meaning the Ogerpon is also not in a great position to just, set up a Swords Dance or just go for an attack. It doesn't want to take too much damage here. Incineroar is going to go for a Fake Out into the Incineroar that just switched in, and Flutter Mane is going to go for that Shadow Ball. After the Grassy Turn recovery, I'm going to say, yeah, that's okay. Either way would have not been enough to knock it out, but brings it very, very low. A Swords Dance coming out here now is going to boost that attack from -1 back up to +1. So you have the grassy terrain on the field, and this Ogerpon is running Grassy Glide, so you have priority there. But at only +1, it, is definitely, it's not going to be doing anything to this Incineroar, and it probably is not going to be able to knock out this Flutter Mane. And definitely not with a Grassy Glide. With an Ivy Cudgel, could do a lot more damage, but, do you even get the chance to go for that? You do have to respect the fake out here as well, of course, and so the Ogerpon is going to go for a Spiky Shield.
Yeah, good Spiky Shield there, respecting the fake out as well, also respecting a potential parting shot that could come out from Nils. No, incorrect. Nils is Assault Vest, so it does protect itself from a potential U-turn, and also from the fake out, so we do see the double attack going into the Ogerpon there, so very good Spiky Shield there from Justin. And we see a parting shot come out here as well onto Nils' Incineroar. So the Incineroar is going to be coming back out now. We do have the option to have either the Rillaboom or the Raging Bolt. Depending on the amount of grassy terrain turns are left, there may be a possibility that the Rillaboom doesn't come in quite yet. Maybe looking to see if the grassy terrain ends, potentially a switch back in to go from there. The Raging Bolt still probably not in the most favorable position, being weak to that Moonblast and being a Light Orb variant as opposed to an Assault Vest variant. Doesn't really want to take those Flutter Mane Moonblasts, but we are going to see the option from Justin coming out here being the Rillaboom. So we're going to see some grassy terrain healing here, and we still have at least one more turn of it. Yeah, exactly one more turn of it, so there is an option for the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon to both go for Grassy Glide into the Flutter Mane. With Nils, it does have the option to go for Protect, so there may be a possibility that that does happen to stall out that last turn of grassy terrain there. Rillaboom does have Fake Out Life, so yeah, a lot could be played here, Shorter.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like even though Niels went for a double target into the Spiky Shield last turn, that was still a very safe play for him to do. But now, not as safe to go for the same thing again. It's going to switch out the Incineroar here, bring in the Tornadus. That is going to be a great Pokemon against both of these grass types, but not going to be grass types for long if one of them decides to Terra here. Is going to be the Ogerpon going for that Terra Fire to get one more attack boost. And, now at +2 attack, you might be able to maybe knock out this Flutter Mane with a Grassy Glide, depending on how it is trained. We won't find out because it is going to go for a Protect here first and foremost. Rillaboom gonna go for a Fake Out into what was the Flutter Mane, so maybe predicting a potential Terra there on the, which is Terra Grass, so, in order to cover for the fact that Flutter Mane could go for Terra Grass and then live the Grassy Glide, went for that Fake Out there. Really like that play by Justin, but yeah, now the Flutter Mane here does have to respect the Grassy Glide here, but the Tornadus looking really good to go for a Bleakwind Storm, or maybe set up a substitute first.
Yeah, there is a lot of possibilities on Nils' end here. The Protect on the Flutter Mane, it did end up stalling out that last turn of grassy terrain, so if we are going to see some priority grassy glides come back out, the Rillaboom is going to need to pivot out and re-pivot back in, which looks like is exactly what's happening. At least part one, we do see the Incineroar coming in, so a lot of defensive switches in place just to have board position in each of these trainers' favors as much as possible. We see the Spiky Shield coming out from the Ogerpon, looking to keep itself healthy for as long as possible. We see the Shadow Ball coming out here from the Flutter Mane, and we don't see another move coming out from the Tornadus before the Flutter Mane, so it is going to be that Bleakwind Storm. Ogerpon is protecting itself from any damage, and the Incineroar, ducking and weaving around that Bleakwind Storm, not taking any damage either, getting itself in safely there, allowing it to provide some fake-out pressure onto the Tornadus, potentially looking at breaking a potential Focus Sash if it was the case, but it is indeed Sharp Beak as well, so potentially a crucial dodge from the Incineroar, looking at how much that Bleakwind Storm could have done with the Sharp Beak there.
Yeah, a very offensive Thunderous or a Tornadus build here with the Sharp Beak instead of, something like a Covered Cloak or a Focus Sash, as you just mentioned. And, also with the substitute here, lets me to believe that this Tornadus, although it does have the supporting move in Tailwind, is a little bit more offensive than the sets that we usually see. It's gonna switch out here, you know, great Pokemon to keep for later when the Rillaboom comes back in, and the own Incineroar is gonna come out to try and weaken this Ogerpon and Incineroar a little bit. You know, the Ogerpon already did get a Swords Dance up, so you have to be careful that it does not deal too much damage, and you probably want to protect your Fluttermane here for a little while longer as the Rillaboom comes back in, sets up the grassy terrain again, and gives the Grassy Glide the potential +1 priority if that is the move that Justin has decided to go for. Now the Fluttermane is safe to go for that Terra Grass here in order to resist said Grassy Glide, but does also mean it's no longer a Ghost type and no longer immune to Fake Outs. Grassy Glide is going to come out, Fluttermane going to take just under half damage from that and fire back with a Shadow Ball. That should be enough to knock out this Ogerpon here, and it is.
Yeah, so it's taken us quite a while to get to the first knockout of this game, but it's going in favor of Niels currently. The defensive terrestrialization plus all the Intimidate and parting shots and U-turns and all the pivoting that has been going in and out, just being able to look at offsetting the attack stats on those key damage dealers like that Ursaluna. And on for Justin's side, it is the Ogerpon Half-Flame. But we see two Fake Out Pokemon live on the field here now. With the Fluttermane terrestrialized into the Grass type, there is no way of dodging the Fake Out here in terms of an immunity. You would have to look at going for a Protect if that is the case. Niels does have the Assault Vest Incineroar, so there may be a possibility that that is a slot that is prioritized to get Faked Out, because I do believe that the Fake Out is also live from Niels' end as well. But we're going to see a switch from Niels, and in exchange, Shauna, we are going to see the Tornadus come back in here.
The Tornadus is going to come back in here now. The Fluttermane is going to go for a Protect. And so the Tornadus still looking very nice here in the next turn, in my opinion. Fake Out going to go into that Pokemon and deal a little bit of damage as the Flare Blitz comes out and goes into that protecting Fluttermane.
Yeah, so Fluttermane getting a little bit of health back from the grassy terrain there. Tornadus not gaining any healing due to its flying typing. It's not touching the grass. So it's going to be an interesting spot to here for Justin to see what is made. We see a Moonblast coming here from the Fluttermane doing very big damage to the Rillaboom. Rillaboom holding the Assault Vest, so being able to take that hit. Incineroar, not only that ducking weaving, Rillaboom as well. So it's a double miss there. Very brutal to see that there. We do see the high horsepower come out there, potentially looking at calling a switch, but a safe double target there with the Flare Blitz there, taking out the Fluttermane, knocking that out. Niels does not have access to the Fluttermane anymore. What a big turn for Justin.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I really like the double target there with the high horsepower and the Flare Blitz. You know, the Fluttermane had just gone for a Protect. It would have been very fair for an Incineroar to come into that slot and fire off an Intimidate. So, to cover for both the Fluttermane staying in, as well as the Incineroar switching in, I think that was a really nice turn. Now this Ursaluna is coming in here now for Niels Dunlop for free, which means that there is a potential here to go for a Tailwind and then fire off a very, very powerful Facade into either of these Pokemon. Terra has been used, so you probably want to get rid of the Rillaboom as well, but it is actually just going to be a Bleakwood Storm. Niels banking on the fact that he is going to hit the Rillaboom this time and just take it out after that double miss last turn. And so that Pokemon is going to be no more, and the Ursaluna is going to be faster than this Incineroar and just go for a headlong rush and take it out as well. So looking real good for Niels to take this game 1 home.
Yeah, excellent response there with the double miss, a bit of the unfortunate turns of events there for Niels. Maybe potentially a blessing in disguise, allowing that Raging Bolt to not get a free switch in on a turn that a Bleakwind Storm and a Headlong Rush can follow up and get a double knockout. So Raging Bolt does have quite the mountain to climb there, staring down this Ursaluna and this Tornadus. The Tailwind coming up now, allowing Ursaluna almost to guarantee be able to be faster than Raging Bolt, and not too often you see this, but a Raging Bolt is one hit KO there. It is knocked out there from the Ursaluna. Niels taking the game 1 in a very well controlled and balanced game from the both of them. A lot of them just focusing a lot on that board positioning in the early game, just looking to try and get themselves set up for that late game. For Nils, they were the one who was advantageous to get into that board position to run home and take the game 1. So now we got to be thinking shorter. What adjustments can be made from each of these trainers? Were they happy with their game plans, or is there something else that they will be looking to pull out into game 2?
I actually think the Tornadoes put in a lot of work there, especially in the end game, but also in the early game. Was a threat the entire time and just came out at the right moment and had just a fantastic position to help out its partner Pokemon in taking down the opposing team. And, you know, the Raging Ball came in quite late there, so perhaps that is a Pokemon you want to try and position into, like, scaring off the Thundurus a little bit, or, you know, getting it in a bit earlier in the late game so that you can, you know, maybe take out that Pokemon. But next to the Ursaluna, that's just looking so threatening. And, you know, you're a Terra Bug Raging Ball, which means you're either weak to the Ursaluna or you're weak to a Bleak Windstorm, which again makes it a lot trickier. So then the question is, do you even bring the Raging Bolt? Do you just try to knock out the Tornadoes even with that Ogerpon? I think the angle with the Ogerpon on Justin's side was the correct one, but it just took so much damage also earlier. There was that one turn where the first time he went for Swords Dance, he took so much damage from the Fluttermane, and that then, you know, allowed it to be knocked out a little later. If you manage to save the resources on that HP, maybe just a little bit better, Ogerpon can be a huge component here in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were able to see that as well. The Raging Bolt, I can understand the reason why you would want to bring that into the game. It's got the Urshifu Rapid Strike there alongside the Tornadoes as well. Both options that you can have a look at firing off those Life Orb Thunderclaps, making it feel like you almost need to bring it because you may not necessarily have the best or most useful tools in regards to that there. But maybe there is a potential drop there in regards to Nils. Nils felt pretty comfortable with executing their game plan, so maybe we might potentially see that same game plan come out there as well. But we do see, it does look like a lead change here. There is the Rapid Strike Urshifu and the Incineroar coming out from Justin's side and from Nils. We do have the Incineroar and the Fluttermane.
Yeah, the Fluttermane coming out here next to the Incineroar and staring down this Urshifu, which is also in return staring down the Incineroar. I mean, first and foremost, it's the fake out that we need to worry about if you, or I suppose if you are Justin. You know, Fluttermane being immune here to the fake out means that it potentially has a chance to just go for a Moonblast into the Urshifu, though that has the Terra Steel option, so could potentially just take that and then fire off a Surging Strike in return. But, you know, either way, who knows if you really want to commit to a Terra this early? Especially, you know, you're staring down an Incineroar, so do you really want to go for the Terra Steel and become weak to fire moves? Then again, you know, you could very well take out the Incineroar with a Surging Strikes as well. A lot of options that can happen here, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some switches. The Incineroar actually switching out here for Niels and bringing in his own Urshifu. So, yeah, evening out the playing field a little bit as the Urshifu on Justin's side decides to go for a Detect and block that Moonblast coming out from the Fluttermane. But we saw no Protect from the Incineroar. It's just going to go for a Parting Shot. That is a really good Parting Shot to get off onto this Fluttermane.
Yeah, very solid call out there from Justin as well. It's not too often that you're going to see an Incineroar look to stay in front of an Urshifu, potentially on the verge of getting knocked out, but staring it down is going, it's not going to be happening there. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't. It was the Incineroar that was initially led there, so yeah. Getting a little bit flustered there, but it was a very strong Parting Shot as well, playing around the options that Niels has there. The Justin Karas, we do see the Fluttermane come out here as well. Something that we didn't see in that game one as well. It is a speed boosting Fluttermane as well. So at the current point, it is the Pokemon with the speed advantage. And we are seeing mirroring Urshifus and Fluttermanes into each other. You got to be thinking, is it an option for Justin to go for an Icy Wind and for a big attack into the Fluttermane? Or the same can be said to the Urshifu. Niels doesn't have an option to protect in front of these two, making things a little bit problematic. There's also an option, do we see any Steel Terrestrializations? Both Justin and Niels do have the Steel Terrestrialization, and maybe an option that they are used to help withstand potential Moonblast coming out from the Fluttermane system, Michelle.
Yeah, but I think the Fluttermane could also potentially go for a Terra here if you want to live a Surging Strikes, but, you know, also makes you weak to an Icy Wind. But it is going to be one Urshifu going for a Terra Steel here to resist any potential Moonblast on the side of Justin, but it's going to be a Detect there on Niels' side of the field as Justin goes for a Moonblast into that slot. Niels blocking that perfectly, as now his Fluttermane is going to go for an Icy Wind and lower the speed of both of these Pokemon, which is really, really good for him now in this next turn. Both of these Fluttermane, you know, they have their booster items, so they don't really want to switch out. And now the Surging Strikes here for Justin gonna go into that Fluttermane and take it out. But perhaps that speed drop is all you needed now, or all you really could get out of that Fluttermane, and now you have to deal with this Urshifu in a different way. Seeing as it is Terra Steel now, you're not gonna hit it with Moonblast anyway. Question is, what else does Niels have in the back aside from Incineroar? Is gonna be that Ursaluna. So, does not have the Guts boost here yet, but does have the necessary speed control on the field, at least, you know, in regards to this Urshifu. The Fluttermane being speed boost is probably still gonna be faster.
Yeah, only offsetting the speed booster there. With Fluttermane, with that being its highest stat being boosted, you'd have to think when you're looking at the board, say at the moment, it's still going to be the Pokemon with the most speed there. In regards to the Ursaluna coming in here, we can see that there is no Tornadus on Niels' end in the game 1. Despite it putting in the high level of effort that it did, Niels has elected for game 2 to leave it behind and see what option could have been used with the Fluttermane instead. We do see the Incineroar come in here in exchange for the Urshifu, probably looking to offset a maybe potentially taking that Moonblast that can come out there. We do see the Urshifu from Justin's side also swap into an Incineroar, getting an Intimidate onto the Ursaluna and Intimidate onto the Incineroar as well. Definitely not a bad option. We see the Moonblast coming there, Incineroar being able to take that as well as possible, and we do see with that Intimidate, the Fluttermane is able to take the Headlong Rush.
With the Intimidate and also the fact that Ursaluna does not have its Guts boost yet, that does make a huge difference, of course, in the amount of damage it can deal. You know, Intimidate is something you always want on an Ursaluna, you definitely appreciate it, but it is also the kind of Pokemon where even at -1, it can do so much damage. But without that Guts boost, it is just, you saw that even the Fluttermane was able to take a hit from it. So it really, really needs that boost, and now it is at -1 attack, at -1 special defense, and defense as well. So you have to wonder if it really wants to stay in here right now, or switch out and reset those stats. Fluttermane on Justin's side is going to switch out here, so gonna bring in the Rillaboom instead and save that Fluttermane for later. And I'm curious to see if the Ursaluna here is just going to stay in and try to go for an attack. No, it is going to go for a Protect.
Yeah, so Protect there, just looking to potentially save it from any kind of fake out that might come out. We do see Niels' Incineroar going for that U-turn before Justin's Incineroar. Maybe potentially hinted that that Incineroar might be trained slightly more in speed when you compare the pair. The Urshifu is coming back in here now. We do see the Parting Shot going into that Protect, so the Incineroar is still going to be on the field here, not being able to pivot out like Niels' Incineroar was. But we do see an Urshifu looking great staring down that Incineroar, but not so much when it's looking over at the Rillaboom. I do believe Niels still has access to their Terrestrialization, so maybe this could be the turn that Niels is looking for to have the Terrestrialization done on the Urshifu to look at taking those Grass-type attacks while being able to threaten immediate damage onto the Incineroar with that Surging Strikes. We are going to see the Ursaluna swap out here now. Shauna, back into that Incineroar.
Yeah, it's going to fire off an Intimidate onto both of these physical attackers, as we get to see Niels going for his Terra of the game is also going to be that Terra Steel Urshifu to resist any Grass-type moves from the Rillaboom, but become weak to any Flare Blitzes from this Incineroar, though that is of course Pokemon that you are able to take out with a Surging Strikes, but not here. You're gonna get Fake Outed and you're gonna flinch, and now the Incineroar is gonna go for a Parting Shot into what was the Ursaluna is now the Incineroar, and so you are able to bring back in either your Fluttermane, or I believe his Ursaluna is, or his Urshifu is also still alive and well, still has a good amount of HP with it, and now is going to bring that in and can threaten both of these Pokemon on Niels' side really, as well as the Ursaluna in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is threatening that. It is also Steel Terrestrialized. We saw that earlier in this game. So it is not a resistant to the Surging Strikes. The Niels' Incineroar does have Fake Out pressure available to it this turn, as it was freshly brought in the previous turn over the Ursaluna. So we do have a potential to see a double into the Urshifu here. The Rillaboom, having a look at this position, it can have a look at throwing out a high horsepower, but while it's been intimidated, maybe it might be looking at potentially swapping out and offsetting those debuffs, while also getting itself back in, potentially to reset grassy terrain and have Fake Out pressure here as well. But from what we're seeing, that I believe Justin has gone for a double switch here, looking to pivot out both of these Pokemon into the Incineroar and the Fluttermane respectively, Shana.
Right now, this is looking to me like Justin is going to be able to win this game too, if I had to guess. I think he's played himself into a really nice position here, where, okay, the Fluttermane on Niels' side is down. In the back is an Ursaluna, which does not want to take either a close combat or a Surging Strikes. So there's not really a great option for Niels to switch. It's just going to go for that close combat into the Incineroar that switched in. But I don't think that's too big of a deal to, you know, take that KO in that turn right there. And now the Incineroar on Niels' side could potentially go for a parting shot, but I think that is a little bit risky. So yeah, the Flare Blitz is going to come out instead and take out the Fluttermane here. So Justin losing 2 of his Pokemon in this turn. But honestly, I don't think that is too big of a deal, because now you bring in your Fake Out pressure again, you bring in your Urshifu that can, you know, hit through Protect, and Niels does not have a great switch in the back for a Surging Strikes.
Yeah, this between these two and Ursaluna, nothing really wants to take a Surging Strikes. There may be a possibility that Niels does look to preserve the Ursaluna here, the Urshifu here, sorry, and going into the Ursaluna, potentially looking to sacrificing it, but calling out a no Fake Out here, winning what could have been a potential speed tie, getting the knockout on the Urshifu with that close combat. So all of a sudden, maybe things aren't looking too terrible for Niels, with just the Rillaboom staring down there as well. It does have the option to go for the high horsepower, but we see the Incineroar managing to jump before the Rillaboom there, going back, and it's going to be the Ursaluna that comes in. So are we going to see the call out there? Is there going to be a Woodhammer that comes out, or is it going to be the high horsepower just looking to deal as much damage to that Incineroar? We see a Woodhammer, but it was into the Urshifu. Oh, even at -2, Urshifu barely hanging on there, so it's going to be sticking around for a little bit longer. It may potentially force the Rillaboom to have a look at going for a Grassy Glide if it doesn't want to take close combat. But if you're staring down this Urshifu and this Ursaluna, 2 very strong attackers, all of a sudden, a game that was looking very solid for Justin is now out of reach. And
no, absolutely. That survive on the Urshifu was the reason why he lost that game. Had he gotten that KO, he could have just gone for a Woodhammer into the Ursaluna, and that would have been game right there. But the Urshifu surviving there now suddenly means you have 2 targets on the field, and the Urshifu is going to be faster than you. So even if you go for a Grassy Glide into the Urshifu, you take a Facade from the Ursaluna, and if you go for an attack into the Ursaluna, then the Urshifu still gets to attack you, and you go for a close combat, and you also take a lot of recoil from the Woodhammer as well, and if that doesn't KO you already, then you're just in Aqua Jet range for sure. So a huge survive there from that Urshifu, which absolutely still won Niels that endgame.
yeah, absolutely big survival there. It was at -2 defense as well, just showing you that the natural physical bulk of Urshifu as well is definitely not something that can be ignored. It can look at taking those hits, even just with that defensive terrestrialization. There was that point of time in the game when Niels was holding off on terrestrializing, waiting for that right moment to strike. And then it did have the moment to strike and managed to work themselves around into the game-winning position there by hanging on that slither of HP, being able to basically force itself into a position where I've got the Urshifu and I've got the Ursaluna. The Rillaboom, you can take 1 knockout, but you're definitely not taking 2. And with that, Niels moving on. The dream is still alive. Justin Karras, unfortunately, falling with a loss there now, taking them out of the top cut contention there. However, there's still plenty more rounds to be played. There's always the potential to play for a good amount of championship points. Definitely can have a look at winning out there to still get as much mileage as possible in the position that Justin is in. And Nils, maybe potentially we see back for some more games heading forward, Shauna.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm like both of these players still, have a few games to play, I believe. And congratulations to Niels for that victory there. Really cool team, really well played, and what a close end game that second game was. Like, I was already bracing myself for a game 3, but that Urshifu just barely surviving still managed to win that game. So with that, we will be going into a short break, and we'll be right back with even more EUIC matches. And we are back here on the EUIC side stream. I am Shona, I am here with Paul. We've already witnessed 2 matches today. We're about to witness our third, but before we do that, we'll take a look at something we have not been able to take a look at the beginning of today's stream, which is our caster predictions for EUIC 2026. And yeah, we already talked about this a little bit yesterday, but let's take a look at it once more. We do have like 15 different Pokemon here. Like the only double candidate is the Incineroar for me and for Andrew. And I guess, Paul, let me hear about your predictions a little bit first.
Yeah, no problem. So I have gone on a limb and have picked 4 dragons. I found that we've been finding a lot of dragons having quite a lot of success on teams in this Regulation F. So 3 of them have definitely come to mind is the Raging Bolt, which we've seen quite a lot of with those Bolt Balance archetypes with the Carmine sets, the Light Bulb sets, and the Assault Vest sets. A lot of them have been appearing quite frequent. The Roaring Moon, we've seen as a Dragon Dance attacker with the Flying Terrestrialization with that Acrobatics, alongside the support options with the Breaking Swipe and the Knockoff with Tailwind as well, feeling quite useful roles in the form of one Pokemon. Regidrago just coming in, mainly clicking the Dragon Energy and Big Dragon type damage, but it can really run through a lot of teams that aren't prepared, or if Regidrago catches them in a bit of an awkward position, it can run through and get a lot of knockouts. And Latias, much more of an unconventional pick, but I find that into a lot of the metagame, it's got a really nice defensive profile, especially with the addition of Terrestrialization as a supporting Pokemon, where you've sort of been able to deal with your Rillabooms, your Urshifus, especially the Rapid Strike, 2 very common Pokemon there. And with a defensive Terrestrialization like Steel, you've completely shut off and walled the Landorus Incarnates alongside other Pokemon you'd be able to deal with a little better, like the Ursalunas as well. So that's the pretty much the call behind the 4 dragons there. We'll run through the rest of them, Shana. So we'll start with yours.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I do think that people are picking up Regidrago more and more, so I think that is a great prediction on your end. I went with like more standard stuff, like the Incineroar and Urshifu Rapid Strike, as well as the Heartflame Ogerpon, all just really good Pokemon. I think especially the Heartflame Ogerpon might pick up in usage, or I predicted might pick up in usage specifically at EUIC. And then I have the Iron Crown pick here, mainly because it's not like a Pokemon I expected to be around a lot, but I felt like there is always that 1 or 2 players out there that do really well with these Psy-Spam kind of teams. And so I predicted that there might be 1 player out there that just does really, really well with it in this tournament. So that is why I decided to go with that as my prediction as well.
Yeah, we can have a look at our other 2 casters as well, Cedric and Andrew. Andrew has gone for more of a dark type approach there with 3 very strong dark types. The Urshifu Single Strike we've seen over the Phase 1, doing quite a lot of work on some of those Tail Room and even the Hard Trick Room team that we saw earlier with on Brian with the Farigiraf, the Hatterene, and with the Iron Hands as well. Just another way to help those Psychic Spam Trick Room teams deal with second dark type, Incineroar. On a very high amount of trainers teams, Incineroar is one of those Pokemon that can do so much in just 1 slot, which is generally what you want in a supporting Pokemon. Grimmsnarl, something that I think should be used a lot more often. Screens are absolutely incredible, and its utility and move pool is very strong there as well. Alongside, I believe the last was the Torkoal, and we've seen the Torkoal come through with very strong gameplay coming out on those Hard Trick Room teams as well. But I think from what we're going to be looking at now, we're going to look slowly into the match that we do have. We have Paul Chua versus Francesco Piopiero. That might look and sound familiar because that is a trainer that we have seen already back once again in the spotlight here on the Victory Road side stream here at the European International Championships. So we'll quickly run over that team once again. It's the Gouging Fire, Shenpao, Dragonite, Urshifu, Thundurus, and the Ting Lu. Paul Chua, we haven't showcased too much there. Shauna, I'm happy to give you the realms of that one. Give us a run through of Paul's team.
Yeah, Paul, once again, is also running more of a, again, the standard Bolt Balance kind of team. And we saw Francesco Piovero play against Flavio earlier, and it was a perfect mirror match. So I'm actually curious to see how well does this team do into something like Paul Chua's team, who is running like the standard bold balance kind of team that we see so much of. We saw a mirror match of it yesterday as well, because this is the kind of team that you have to prepare for when you're building a team of your own. So I'm really curious to see how Francesco Piopero's team does into this specific matchup, and but also just how well it does against a player like Paul Chua, who is just a really, really strong and really accomplished player out there who can, maybe adapt to anything that Francesco throws his way. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We might see a bit more utility come out of the Thunderous. In the mirror match, we only really got it to see click the Wild Bolt Storm with the off taunt and Thunderwave as well. There is a Raging Bolt on the side there, a Calm Mind Raging Bolt. So one of those Raging Bolts that does like to set up and slowly run away with some games if given the chance to. Thunderous's fourth move in that Eerie Impulse does slow down the Raging Bolt quite a lot, allowing it to not get off those Calm Minds to boost. If it's spamming Eerie Impulse over and over again into that slot, it's going to be losing more and more special attack as well. Also with the option to run through and get a quick paralysis on something like that Flutter Mane, because the Flutter Mane is also carrying Thunderwave, and if it's a speed boosting Flutter Mane like a lot of these Icy Wind Thunderwave Flutter Manes are, a prankster paralysis on that is very welcomed. So it'll be interesting to see if we see more of that Thunderous as well. And interesting to see if we see the Terra Poison Ting Lu come into play. Because looking at face value, Ting Lu seems like it's got a lot of strong versatility in the matchup here. Having good defensive typing into the Raging Bolt, while also being able to change it on a whim and threaten a lot of damage onto the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom. Rillaboom, one of those Pokemon slowing down its Earthquake damage as well with its Grassy Surge ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Rillaboom is going to be a Pokemon that Francesco Piopello will have to keep in mind. You do have the Chi and Paw that can not only hit it with an Ice Spinner super effectively, but also get rid of the terrain. We're going to jump right into the leads of this game one. It's going to be Urshifu and Incineroar on Paul's side, up against the Tinglu and the Tornadus here for Francesco Piopello. So immediately, okay, there's fake out pressure on the field, there's Intimidate being fired up against the Tinglu, and there is the potential for the Thunderous to just go for a Wildstorm Bolt, or even just for a Thunder Wave into the Urshifu. There are a lot of options here. We're gonna see what these players decide to go for, lock in very, very quickly, and it is gonna be the Urshifu switching out here for the Rillaboom. So yeah, does not want the Urshifu to take either a Wildstorm Bolt or even just a Thunder Wave, and switches it out. It is also gonna immediately be a Terra here in round one. Is gonna be that Tinglu terrestrializing into the Poison type, so most likely to avoid any Surging Strikes from that Urshifu that was just on the field still. And now a Wildstorm Bolt is going to come out and not hit both targets, is going to only hit that Rillaboom. Is there going to be a paralysis? No paralysis. Going to knock off the covered cloak here on the Thunderous, as Tinglu decides to go for a Earthquake, but that is going to be weakened through the grassy terrain. So the Incineroar actually takes that very well with the terrain and the Intimidate.
Yeah, excellent defensive pivot there from Paul going into the Rillaboom there. The Wild Bolt Storm actually doing less damage, actually nerfed by its partner Tinglu's Vessel of Ruin, lowering all of the special offense from allies and opponents. So Thunderous feeling a bit of a burden in that regard. Missing the hit on the Incineroar definitely does hurt, because that's extra little bit of chip that it can put, despite Paul's Incineroar being that Citrus Berry, so if it falls below that 50% can regain that HP back up there. Rillaboom is live with Fake Out, and now with the Covert Cloak knocked off from the Thunderous, it is susceptible to being flinched here. The Tinglu with the Poison Terrestrialization can look at threatening the Rillaboom here, but we are seeing a switch out here from the Thunderous going into that Gouging Fire. Gouging Fire getting that speed boost. We see the Fake Out just stopping the Tinglu from doing anything at the moment, and knocking off that Clear Amulet, so opening up that Tinglu to be able to be hit by those parting shots and Intimidates coming in through the remainder of the game. So quite a big turn there, getting rid of that Clear Amulet there on the Tinglu going forward, I believe, Shauna.
Yeah, the Clear Amulet is definitely a nice item to get rid of on that Tinglu, so you can now go for parting shots as well as, go for just intimidates onto this Tinglu, because especially with the gouging fire next to it that can just go for howls and boost his attack, you do want to maybe slow it down a little bit. So Raging Bolt gonna come in here now instead of the Rillaboom, as a howl does come out here from the gouging fire to boost the attack of both of these Pokemon. And Incineroar, yeah, can go for Parting Shot, is gonna go for Parting Shot, but can also always only slow down one of these Pokemon with that move. And Intimidate, of course, is gonna fire off an attack drop on both Pokemon, so really now the options are much greater in reducing the amount of pressure the Howl can put on you. It's going to bring in the Urshifu here now, as a Terra Blast. Terra Poison is going to come out here into what was the Rillaboom, is now the Raging Bolt, and takes a little bit of damage from that.
Yeah, still very, very solid damage, all things considered there. A good Howl there offsetting the attack drops, so to allow it to still be at neutral as opposed to the -1, allowing Raging Bolt to take that as well as possible. So we're going to have a look. There may be a possibility that the Gouging Fire, while taking advantage of the boost from its own Howl, can look at providing some pretty nice offensive pressure with that Breaking Swipe. It's going to deal good damage to the Urshifu, looking at potentially breaking the Focus Sash on Pulchua's side as well. Alongside getting big damage onto the Raging Bolt, unless the Raging Bolt does look to go for a Terrestrialization. It is a Fairy-type Terrestrialization as well, but we do see that Francesco has an alternative motive, has gone for the Howl to boost those offenses even further, as we do see the Urshifu come in, just going for that Surging Strike onto the Gouging Fire, and as we've seen several times in the earlier rounds of this Phase 2, Gouging Fire, so welcome to take them, takes them like an absolute champ. But a Dragon Pulse is going to come in. It's not going to take that one so nicely, and the Gouging Fire gets knocked out.
Yeah, I would say that the Gouging Fire has at least gotten off a Howl, but, you know, with the clear Amulet gone, that means the Incineroar in the back can still come in and get an Intimidate off, and it already got a Parting Shot off as well. So Paul really doing a good job at not letting Francesco get away with what it is he wants to do in boosting up that Tinglu and then just going full offense. The Dragonite is going to come in here now for Francesco to support this Tinglu a little bit against this Raging Bolt, which of course is weak to Earthquake, but with the grassy terrain on the field, that is not going to do too much damage here. But Dragonite also a great Pokemon into the Urshifu here as well, which is, yeah, in a position to deal some damage with Surging Strikes, but it's not a Raging Bolt right now, which can go for like a Dragon Pulse into the Dragonite. Though the multi-scale is up and also Tinglu on the field means that your special attack is going to be lowered. So yeah, Francesco also really kind of reducing the amount of damage that Paul can output at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, it is multi-scale Dragonite, so it does take less damage while at full HP. However, due to it not being in a focus, with an Incineroar coming in here, it is opened up to getting attack drops from the Intimidate. So Tinglu dropping back down to, I believe, back to a neutral attack stat, while the Dragonite going down to -1 attack, not being able to hit as hard as it would like. Getting the Scale Shot going into the Urshifu slot as opposed to the Raging Bolt slot there to guarantee just get some damage off and boost that speed as well, potentially looking at throwing out some other attacks later on. It does get the guaranteed 4 hit thanks to the loaded dice, allowing the Scale Shot to hit either 4 times or 5 times. And we see an Earthquake coming out here. It's not going to do too much thanks to the grassy terrain, halving the damage of Earthquake. We see Incineroar take that quite well, and we do see a Citrus Berry right behind Raging Bolt's face there, healing it back up to above 50% here. So Paul is playing his pieces very well, getting good positioning right, pivoting the Incineroar in nicely to be able to take as minimal damage as possible, while still being able to utilize key turns to get knockouts here. So Francesco's still definitely not out of it yet. There is like Thunderous in the back, but we've got to have a look at seeing how well we can deal with the Incineroar, because with the clear Amulet knocked off, Intimidates and Parting Shots are definitely something that can be cycled to really mitigate any damage output from those physical attackers.
Yeah, but like Francesco is slowly running out of resources here. Like both players are doing a good job at kind of reducing the amount of damage the other one can output. But Francesco is already down a Pokemon, and the grassy terrain option is still open on Pulchua's side. So yeah, the Ironhead there not doing too much. as the Dragon Pulse here, also not too much with the Multiscale and also the Tinglu on the field, and now another parting shot coming out here for the Incineroar, and it's going to give Paul a chance to reposition himself here. And I suppose the Raging Bolt could have gone for like a Terra Fairy, which is why you would try to cover with the Iron Head, but does not go for that here. So, you know, blocking that scale shot potentially very fair, but does not work out for Francesco in that case, and actually goes for a Terra Poison as well. So really double targeting, going for that call there that the Raging Bolt is probably going to go for Terra Fairy, but does not get it there. And it actually ends up taking so little damage, recovers a lot of that lost health again through the leftovers and the grassy terrain. And it just continues to look like Paul Chua is not really running out of resources as fast as Francesco is.
Yeah, Paul doing a very stellar job at keeping their resources alive and utilizing them as well as possible. He's starting to even as simply as taking out the Gouging Fire. The Gouging Fire is one of those Pokemon that allows the offensive pressure to be maintained and supported throughout. We are seeing the Tinglu switching out, probably having too many attack drops at this point. Going back into the Thunderous, we see the Protect coming out here from the Dragonite, potentially looking to save itself for a turn or two. It does also allow it to take the Fake out there, no problem at all. And a Dragon Pulse, looking like there was a double up into a Dragonite there, so good Protect there from Francesco, keeping the Dragonite alive and getting that Thunderous in as safely as possible, potentially having a look to either throw off a Thunder Wave if necessary, also has that Eerie Impulse, and also that Taunt option as well, so a couple of options here for Francesco. I'm just going to see what they would like to do. Paul has locked in this turn pretty quickly, so I think Paul has a plan of attack here.
Oh yeah, I think so too, and it's really tough for Francesco right now to get rid of either of these Pokemon. You'd want to get rid of the Rillaboom so it cannot set up the grassy terrain again, and then your Tinglu can come in. But the Raging Bolt really is threatening his Pokemon as well. The Thunder Wave is now going to go out into the Rillaboom, a very welcoming paralysis here for Francesco to get onto that Pokemon. The Dragon Pulse is going to go into this Thunderous though, and going to deal a little bit of damage, as a Wood Hammer follow-up is going to be enough to take out that Thunderous actually. And yeah, this is the thing, that Thunderous and Dragonite, you know, they don't benefit from the grassy terrain coverage due to being flying types. So really, Paul Chua is just keeping his Pokemon alive so well, and Francesco, just the HP bars are slowly withering down as now the Dragonite comes out next to this Tinglu. But once again, the grassy terrain on the field is really, really making it tough for this Tinglu.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've seen Raging Bolt take multiple attacks throughout this game as well, and after the last couple of turns, it's back at full HP as if it hasn't taken any damage at all. Just really showing off the power of the combination of the grassy terrain and the leftovers there. But we are going to see an Incineroar come in now, getting an Intimidate off on these two without any backline Pokemon for Francesco to switch in. Those Intimidate drops are here to stay. We do see the Dragonite go for the Scale Shot there, getting a critical hit on the fourth one. But not getting a fifth one out there, so it is going to get a defense drop and a speed gain. But for the course of what, there is going to be a Dragon Pulse coming out here. It is enough to pick up the Dragonite there, so now it is the -1 attack Tinglu versus a whole team of 4. Definitely a mountain to climb for Francesco here. It may be a potential case of, can we run through and get a lot of crits here? Do they look at taking their time to plan out a potential game plan for that game too? We do see the option here for Paul to go for some setups, some fake outs, guaranteed. But we are going to see Francesco just with the early concede going, I've lost this game, there's no way for me to get back into it. We're going to take a quick bit of time to run through a different strategy for game 2 to see if that one can pay off. Looking to try and deal with that Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, and Incineroar. Just 3 of those very strong Pokemon that are commonly on those Bolt Balance cores, doing phenomenal work in that game 1 for Paul.
Yes, absolutely, and Paul really playing that matchup well, because even though the Rillaboom is being a real problem there, it's not like Francesco doesn't have the tools to deal with it, right? Like, he has the Terra Poison on the Tinglu, he has the Terra Blast on it, and even if the Rillaboom would have decided to go for like a Terra Fire, he has a lot of things that could hit a Terra Fire Rillaboom in theory. But the grassy terrain was really all he needed in that matchup. Just get the grassy terrain out and then make sure the Rillaboom does not go down. Keep it alive in the back in order to always reset that grassy terrain again and again. So maybe one adjustment that Francesco could try and make is to maybe try an angle with this Chien Pao and the Ice Spinner, where you can just get rid of that grassy terrain. But it is also tricky with the amount of Pokemon on Paul's team that can still, hit a Chien Pao rather okay, since it is a rather frail Pokemon. You wouldn't have it around for that long. But we are going to get into game 2 here. Is going to be the Tinglu and the Thundurus once again for Francesco, and the Urshifu and Incineroar for Paul.
Yeah, so it does look like the same leads have been made from both of these trainers, unless if I'm mistaken. The Incineroar going through, getting the Intimidate out there, and unfortunately not doing too much to the Tinglu. Tinglu does have its Clear Amulet back at the start of the game too, so Intimidate not having too much effect at the moment, but the Incineroar does look to put on some fake out pressure and also some knockoff pressure as well, as we saw knocking off those key items in the game 1 did go a long way for it. We see the Tinglu switch out for the Gouging Fire right off the bat. So instead of burning the Terrestrialization turn 1, it's gone for a defensive switch for a potential Surging Strike, which didn't end up happening. The Urshifu just goes for a Protect there, probably looking to protect itself from that Thunder Wave, which is exactly what ends up happening there. And the Incineroar coming out, going for that knockoff, looking to knock off the Clear Amulet, but the Gouging Fire, because it's able to use that booster energy on switch in, doesn't take much damage there. So Francesco with a pretty nice pivot there, but also got to pay Paul credit for protecting the Urshifu there from that Thunder Wave.
That is another thing that Francesco can watch out for in this game too, is to not lose that Clear Amulet too early and have this Incineroar be able to cycle Intimidates and Parting Shot on it. You want to get the Tinglu on the field, give it some Howl boosts, and then just get it into a position where it can be a real threat to Paul's team. But Paul did a really good job in the first game to really reduce that pressure by, knocking off the Clear Amulet, getting those Intimidates off, not having the Rillaboom be on the field all the time. And so now Francesco really needs to be careful that he does not lose that Clear Amulet. So switches in that Gouging Fire here in order to take that knockoff. And now the Raging Bolt is going to come in here for Paul instead of the Urshifu. Thundurus is going to switch out as well here for Francesco, is going to bring back that Tinglu, so the knockoff potential is on the field once again, but this Incineroar could potentially be going for just maybe a Parting Shot, but actually the Gouging Fire goes for a Protect here, and the knockoff does come out, does go into that Tinglu, and does knock off that Clear Amulet, but now you are in a position where you have Gouging Fire and Tinglu on the field, and you could technically go for a Howl and then try to get some damage off on both of these Pokemon before the grassy terrain comes back in. But really, the Rillaboom switch in here does look rather easy to, get up the grassy terrain, prevent the Earthquake from doing too much damage, but also, then you only have Throat Chop left on Tinglu, and that is not going to do too much to Incin.
Yeah, so we do have the Poison Terrestrialization there, so as we've seen multiple times throughout the game 1, Paul Chua liking to go for that Parting Shot to get the Incineroar out. We know it's been faster than the Tinglu multiple times to get that Rillaboom in, to get that grassy terrain up, to weaken that Earthquake. So if Francesco has gone for the Poison Terrestrialization plus a Terra Blast into the Incineroar, expecting a potential Parting Shot to come out here, it could be a really big move here if it goes into the Rillaboom, if that read is made correctly, to allow just getting as much damage onto that Rillaboom as possible through this incoming turn. And we will see momentarily if that does end up being the case, or if it's the Urshifu that does end up coming in. So looking to call out that an Earthquake's not being made with the Gouging Fire, not going for the Protect, and goes through the Urshifu. There is the Terra Blast, and it was going into that slot, so Paul understanding that one, keeping the Rillaboom as safe as possible, having the Urshifu come in to take that Poison Terra Blast. So if that was a Rillaboom that went out there, Shauna, that could have been pretty nasty stuff for Paul.
Oh, absolutely, and I think he recognized that the Terra Poison, Terra Blast was coming, and so decides to bring in the Urshifu instead. And now you could technically bring the Incineroar right back in as well. to get off another Intimidate here and to slow down this Tinglu even more. And then at that point, like, you can also just bring in the Rillaboom again. It should be able to survive an attack okay at that point. And then you have the Grassy Terrain up. That's going to help your Raging Bolt with its recovery, and then help it reduce damage even more and more. Potentially you could also start setting up Calm Minds with your own Raging Bolt at that point, but for now, Francesco's just going to continue to go for Howl and boost the attack here. Urshifu actually just going to go for Surging Strikes into this Tinglu. Paul really wants that Pokemon gone as soon as possible, as, you know, you can't let it stay on the field for too long either. So, but Tinglu, you know, tanking that very well. A Dragon Pulse now coming out into the Gouging Fire is gonna just take it out here. So no more Howls there for Francesco. And also no more Clear Amulet. And the Earthquake now actually comes out and does so much damage to both of these Pokemon, but not enough to knock out either of them. So I think things are still looking really good for Paul right now.
Yeah, Paul looking like he's currently in the middle of the driver's seat, but Francesco we can't count out at the moment there. We do have the Dragonite coming back in there, so these two on the field looking to provide a lot of damage pressure to come out here. Tinglu's got to have a look at the position going. I've got my Flying type partner with me. I can look at going for that Earthquake. We do know that Incineroar is in the back, and there's no Rillaboom that's being revealed at the moment, but going for that Terra Blast as Francesco did in the previous turn, they've got to have their suspicions that Rillaboom is lurking in the back somewhere, just waiting for that opportunity to come out and bring it in as safely as possible, knowing that Rillaboom was a really big key piece in that game one. We are seeing the Urshifu switch out here now. It is going into what looks like the Incineroar, just getting an Intimidate off on both of these two here. The Dragonite, being multi-scale, is prone to that Intimidate, and the Tinglu with that Clear Amulet knocked off, also prone to that Intimidate as well. So we do see a Protect coming out there. Dragonite going for the Scale Shot into the partner, probably looking to removing the Urshifu off the field and getting an opportunity to just get a little bit of damage off while also buffing its stats. We are going to see the 5-hit come out here from that Scale Shot as well. So if Francesco has made this call right and goes for an Earthquake, this could be some pretty big moves here. But it does look like it's called the Rillaboom to come in yet again and has Terra Blasted the Incineroar. Incineroar taking that relatively fine, and that Citrus Berry coming out there again. Incineroar back up at half health. So I'd say Paul is probably still a little bit in the driver's seat at the moment, really in Francesco's head on when the Rillaboom is going to be coming in, and constantly baiting out those Terra Blasts into Pokemon that aren't ended up being Rillaboom.
Yeah, Paul's position still looking very, very nice here. The Incineroar took that really well. I mean, that was a Scale Shot, 5 hits, and also a move from the Tinglu, and this Incineroar is still at such a good health pool. So Paul really, once again, doing such a great job at getting rid of the threat of the Gouging Fire and the Clear Amulet, and now just really reducing the damage that Francesco can output onto both of both Pokemon on the field, and also has all of this recovery as well. So once again, the resources on Francesco's side are just dropping so much faster than they are on Paul's side. It's going to be a Terra here now on Paul's side, and it's going to be the Raging Bolt going for the Terra Fairy, so it's going to make it weak to Terra Blast, Terra Poison, but now no longer weak to Earthquake, which, you know, could very well be the move that comes out here. A Fake Out goes into Tinglu to prevent it from doing any damage this turn, and Dragonite actually goes into that Terra Fairy, and it's not able to do any damage with that. Now a Dragon Pulse doing about half damage onto that Dragonite there. So also, again, another really, really good turn there for Paul.
Yeah, the Fairy Terastallization there, being able to take most of the Tinglu hits, with the Fake Out pressure alive there as well, allowing that Terastallization to come out as safely as possible, with Tinglu being forced to take the turn to flinch and not being able to move, and getting in there to be able to break the multi-scale as well with the Dragon Pulse. Does put the Dragonite in range for a second one as well. There is still the looming Rillaboom in the back there as well that can come in. Incineroar can still definitely stay in and look at doing some work, but while these two are on the field without any Clear Amulets or anything to offset the Intimidate drops, Incineroar can just come in and just be that nuisance and run through, do some Intimidate cycling there. But we are going to see from Francesco's end, the Dragonite is not something that wants to stay in at this current point in time, and going back in to the Thunder is still at full health with its Covert Cloak. The Raging Bolt going for the Protect, just looking to scout out to see if it's a Terra Blast is going to be coming out from the Ting Lu. Ting Lu opting for Protect as well, so a bit more of a slower turn here. And we see the Parting Shot going into what looks like the Ting Lu. So the Ting Lu protecting there from the Parting Shot. Incineroar still on the field here. Very kind of neutral turn there. However, Francesco was able to get the Thunderous in unpunished there, Shana.
Yeah, and technically now you could go for a Thunder Wave into this Raging Bolt. You could also, you know, try and lower its special attack maybe with an Eerie Impulse. Or maybe just fire off some Wildstorm Bolts to finally try and get some damage here. It's going to, however, be the Thunder Wave here into the Raging Bolt. No longer an electric type, can now be hit by that paralysis. And the Parting Shot is going to come out into the Ting Lu, which is now going to be dealing even less damage. And I think at this point it's even okay to bring in that Rillaboom, so you at least have that grassy terrain set up. But, you know, the Urshifu is at very low HP, so if you do bring that in here, it's probably going to go down. But maybe you prefer that over bringing in the Rillaboom here. The Terra Blast will come out here, but is going to go into that Raging Bolt, so Urshifu actually staying on the field, and Raging Bolt just barely surviving that turn. Goes for a Dragon Pulse into the Ting Lu, does so much damage into that, but barely hangs on with just a little bit of HP.
Yeah, a little bit more damage out there from the Ting Lu, and that Thunder Wave and Terra Blast would have been a fantastic way for Francesco to remove the Raging Bolt from the field of play without it being able to put that damage onto the Ting Lu there. Paul still has that Rillaboom, still very healthy. Urshifu potentially looking to be sacrificed to a potential Terra Blast read going into that slot to allow Rillaboom to get in as safely as possible. But even though the Raging Bolt is paralyzed, there is a move that is on that moveset that hasn't been clicked too much in this set. In Thunderclap, that priority move that can be hit onto the Ting Lu, because Ting Lu, using its Terrestrialization, is no longer a ground type, so it is susceptible to it. Does Paul make that play? We're going to find out momentarily, as we are going to see the Urshifu come out. And here is the Rillaboom, so potentially looking to pin that Ting Lu to not go for the Terra Blast, allowing Rillaboom to get in as safely as possible, which is exactly what we see. So the Ting Lu has gone down now. So Pokemon position-wise, unless if a Thundurus takes a knockout here, will be 2 to 4 in favor of Paul. However, a lot of Paul's Pokemon are on the weaker side. We do see a dodge there from the Rillaboom, but the Raging Bolt, just with those boosts, just being able to hang in there, it's incredible. Incredible performance from Raging Bolt here, Shoulder.
Yeah, really is incredible what it can live with just a few boosts. And now it is only Dragonite and Thundurus left for Francesco. Both of these Pokemon are not going to benefit from grassy terrain recovery. So, the Rillaboom is still at full HP here on the field. You know, that is the threat that I think Francesco was trying to get rid of. Made so many calls to try and catch it off guard, but Paul, once again, just recognizing how important it is to keep it alive here, and has done such a good job with that. Dragonite is going to go for a Protect here now to block any potential Dragon Pulses. A Fake Out going out into that slot as well, and is going to be blocked. And now the Thundurus would be open after this Thunderclap to go for a Wildstorm Bolt, and is going to take out that Raging Bolt finally. Are we going to see a paralysis on the Rillaboom, I wonder? But that was still a lot of damage onto that Thundurus, and yeah, Francesco Piopado's HP bars just once again slowly but surely losing more and more.
Yeah, so with the Raging Bolt finally down in the set, we have the Incineroar coming in. The Dragonite was able to protect the first time a Fake Out was thrown out here, but guess what? There's another Fake Out Pokemon that's here, so Dragonite's going to be looking at, can I protect again, or I think I might need to go a little bit more on the offense. So the Pokemon in the back there, the Urshifu, is susceptible to both of the Dragonite and the Thundurus moves, being that Wild Bolt Storm and Extreme Speed, respectively. But we do see a Fake Out come out. We finally see a paralysis from a Wild Bolt Storm onto the Incineroar here. Dragonite flinching from said Fake Out, not being able to move. We're going to see Woodhammer come out. Is it enough? It is enough to take out the Thundurus, so it is Dragonite going up against the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, and the Urshifu. The Rillaboom does not have a fantastic option of hitting the Dragonite, the Incineroar being paralyzed, also a little bit weakened as well, is it potentially in range of those scale shots? It is intimidated, but Francesco says, I don't think I've got it left in me, and has conceded the game. So Paul has taken that set 2-0. Congratulations to Paul. A very well played set, utilizing those tools to absolute perfection. Really in Francesco's mind a little bit with calling out the Terra Blast, being able to get Rillaboom in as safely as possible just to do what it needed to do in that endgame.
Yeah, I think Paul really recognized what Francesco's game plan was in that matchup and just did such a good job at not letting him get the snipes that he would have liked to have probably. And just absolutely fantastic play there from Paul. But also on Francesco's side, you know, had a game plan, had an idea, but Paul just did not let him have it. But, you know, Francesco is still at 10-2 right now, so still very much so, or very much not out of the competition yet. Neither players are. And yeah, we still have so many matches to get to here this weekend, today, and of course there is Championship Sunday tomorrow. So, really looking forward to even more matches that will come up today. And yeah, right now, unless you have any final words, Paul, we will be taking a little bit of a short break, and we as casters are also going to be taking a break and hand it over to Cedric and Andrew, but we will be coming back later.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the European International Championship of Pokemon VGC. We are the side stream cast hosted by the lovely folks at Victory Road. My name is Cedric Bernier, and I'm joined today by my co-caster Andrew. How you doing today, Andrew?
It's an early morning for us, Cedric, but it has been an awesome tournament so far. Day 2 has been an incredible fest. We saw so many world champions and also other regional winners trying to fight their way into this top cut of the bracket. But before we get into our round 13 match, let's look at the top 12 usage of Pokemon that we've been seeing recently and look at how some of these Pokemon usages are. We have 2 Pokemon above 50%. You have that Incineroar and the Rapid Strike Urshifu respectively, but also a ton of Pokemon, even just grasping over 25% usage, even upwards of 44. Fluttermane, Tornadus Incarnate, Raging Voldamungus, Landorus Incarnate, Ogerpon, all seeing widespread usage throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these Pokemon, I think, are mainstays everyone was expecting to do well, but comparing to Phase 1 and Phase 2, there's definitely some that have performed a bit better, or rather translated more consistently to the Phase 2. I want to look specifically at Amoonguss. I believe that was closer to 22% last time. It's gotten up to 28. And most particularly, the Ursaluna, I think, was 12th overall in Phase 1, but has converted excellently. I think it was at 18%, now at 25%. Just extremely well represented in this Phase 2. A lot of the players featuring it on either Trick Room teams or, mixed with Tailwind teams. We see the Tornadus at a very high usage. I wouldn't have expected coming into this tournament that Tornadus would be 4th in usage. Europe tend to be known for a bit more of a balanced style than these more aggressive Tailwind teams that we've been seeing, but people have been finding a way to combine that more aggressive Tailwind option with the Amoonguss, the Incineroar, and the Porygon 2 on a lot of these Ursaluna cores. So yeah, just really excellent team building, but kind of a surprise to see the Tornadus that high, but makes sense in the broader trends of the metagame.
And now we have our team sheets ready so we can get into our round 13 pairings. We've got Oscar Gilly from the UK versus Ko Sukide from Japan. And we're going to be seeing some amazing gameplay here. We have a Porygon 2 Amoonguss Ursaluna Trick Room with a Tailwind option on the Tornadus, where Oscar Gilly has this hyper offense spread between going for Torkoal and Trick Room and Fluttermane with Choice Specs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a team that's been popping up a fair bit. I think in the first rendition of Regulation F, it was actually this Porygon 2 Ursaluna core that was actually able to win the European International Championships. But the faster mode on that team was really just the Fluttermane in the Tornadus slot and a Choice Scarf Urshifu. Opting for the Tornadus to allow the Ursaluna to function in or out of Trick Room a little bit better, be a little more flexible. Not needing to have to go for Trick Room to enable the Ursaluna, which really lets you pair the Ursaluna and the Urshifu modes a whole lot better. And then on Oscar's side, we have a lot more aggressive of a Trick Room composition, no additional speed control outside of that Trick Room, which is going to benefit the Torkoal immensely, the Ursaluna as well. Probably going to be trained slower than the Ursaluna on Ko's side, something the players will have to feel out. And then on the faster side, we have the Ogerpon and the Fluttermane that can function outside of the Trick Room to once you've cleared a lot of your opponent's team with the spread damage from the eruptions from the Torkoal or the Ursaluna single target damage, you can bring in the Fluttermane and start going for very strong Choice Specs, Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleams. Whether that speed or special attack is going to affect how well Ko can actually weather that storm a fair bit, so something to be looking out for in Game 1.
Yeah, and there's always a couple of unique picks here, something that you don't typically see. We look at this Tornadus from Ko's side. It's running that Sharpie item, which has popped up in usage, especially at more recent tournaments in Regulation F, where people are realizing that if you can get Bleak Wind Storm to hit, whether you have Rain up or not, to get the guaranteed accuracy check, it just does so much damage into both Pokemon, especially when a lot of people are running the Urshifu and Rillaboom. Getting that 2-time super effective weakness is super valuable. On top of having Icy Wind, to just have an additional attack to drop your opponent's speed, even if you already have Tailwind up. So if you were to try to match Tailwind, you could try to gain a little bit more speed advantage on top of just getting a little bit extra damage, especially into any Ice Weak Pokemon. You also have the Urshifu on Ko's side running that Life Orb. So not trying to run a lower base power increasing move, something like a Mystic Water or a Splash Plate, trying to really maximize the value that you can get while still having the ability to use a protecting move in that Detect. So these Surging Strikes in close combat is going to do so much damage into most of Oscar's team.
Yeah, I think the real value on that Life Orb is, while the Mystic Water sets Do, of course, boost your Surging Strikes. This is a matchup in particular where you do not want to be going for Surging Strikes as often, given that the Torkoal can easily offset your Water-type damage with the Drought setting up the Sun. Being able to close combat the Incineroar in Sun with the Life Orb, even while intimidated, probably netting a KO. Similarly, getting a whole lot of damage into the Farigiraf, although there is, of course, some counterplay with the Terra Flying. Interesting choice on the Farigiraf there, as well as the Ursaluna, just forcing that into a Fairy Terrestrialization, whereas otherwise it might be able to take a -1 close combat when it's in the Sun, not having to worry about that. Surging Strikes could force a lot of defensive options out from Oscar, and it's really pressuring that Torkoal to come when otherwise it might not really be that functional outside of the Trick Room. Now it really just also has to be brought as a defensive piece, which it can function as. Of course, it's fourth move flex slot, while sometimes we see an Earth Power or a Weather Ball. This time it is a Helping Hand, which functions really well with that choice specs, Terra Fairy Fluttermane. Late game, even if your Torkoal is at such low HP, if Trick Room ends and Torkoal and Fluttermane on the field, you're in for a world of hurt from those Helping Hand Dazzling Gleams.
Yeah, especially if you have that Sun up, giving that photosynthesis boost. Sometimes you want to have that extra special attack, but sometimes these Fluttermanes also want to have that additional speed because you already have that choice specs boosted damage. And if you get the Helping Hand on top of it, and you also go for a Terra Fairy, you're going to be doing so much damage even on resisted targets like Hard Flame Ogerpon, for example. You could potentially just be picking up one-hit KOs just because of how strong Fluttermane is.
Mm-hmm. I do want to give a bit of a lay of the land of the players that we're going to be featuring. Oscar Gilly has, I believe, a top 16 at the Stockholm Regionals in 2025. And then Kosukide is actually the 2019 Seniors World Champion, so has aged up excellently to the Masters Division. Also has a top 16 in 2022 Worlds and a top 8 at Worlds 2025. So has absolutely been, scaling the mountaintop both in the, reached the top in the Seniors Division and is slowly climbing up, getting better and better in the Masters Division. Potentially looking to join his countrymen in Kinugawa in actually achieving an international championship at the international level. Both of them, of course, primarily compete in the Japanese national circuit, where it's really difficult to qualify, but getting into the top 4 of this tournament would grant an automatic qualification for the World Championship, but I don't think that's where they want to stop. As we see, we get into the battle with an Incineroar and Amoonguss lead on Ko's side, very defensive, as we see Incineroar and the Choice Specs Fluttermane on Oscar's side.
And first, starting to see in this team matchup, Kosukide's Incineroar is going to be the first to move in comparison to Oscar's, so that's going to be a little bit of piecing information that we're going to have to try to get throughout the battle. Could it be a speed tie, or is it just going to be guaranteed that Ko's Incineroar is going to be faster? It's also going to be important to note that if Ursaluna is going to come for either player, which one is going to be faster, but it looks like we're not going to be seeing Ursaluna, at least on Oscar's side. Fluttermane going to be retreating into the back, not trying to deal with the potential Spore or redirection. Ogerpon going to be switching in for the Fluttermane, trying to take any hit, but it looks like the Incineroar just trying to make sure that Spore does not get on the field this turn.
Yeah, good call. I believe you said that Ko's Incineroar was faster, so opting out of that fake out that they potentially had into the Incineroar on Oscar's side, just goes for the U-turn. It's a little bit predictable. You could easily just go for fake out in the Incineroar and Spore onto that Fluttermane slot to really neutralize a big offensive threat. Ko reading a step further and goes for the U-turn into that slot. There's only one Spore immunity on Oscar's team, so is able to tag that with a lot of damage and importantly break both the Sturdy and bring the Ursaluna in safely to get its Guts Flame Orb combination active.
Yeah, now we have a great situation where you have a full health Amoonguss sitting next to an already burned Ursaluna, so now you could start going for attacks like the Earthquake. Potentially you could go for a Headlong Rush or a Facade to start hitting into an already broken Sturdy Ogerpon or an Incineroar respectively. You have to worry about a Terra from Incineroar. You don't want to go for a Headlong Rush into an Incineroar and then have it be resisted. Right now, the Ogerpon also, if it were to not Terra, could potentially go for a Power Whip into this Ursaluna, bypassing that Rage Power because it is immune to Powder type moves. Let's see what happens in this turn.
Yeah, I think you could potentially find an Incineroar switch in on Ko's side to limit the damage potential of the Ogerpon. If you have the Intimidate on it, you likely live a Power Whip and you don't have to go for Terastallization to survive that hit. Nope, it's going to be in the Tornadus, and we are going to see a Terastallization. I believe that's coming out, I think, on the Ursaluna slot, and we might have also seen one on the Incineroar slot. Something that I wanted to check in on is actually the speed interactions between this Incineroar and the Incineroar, because it plays a big factor on this turn. Yeah, we are going to see the Terastallization. It should be the Incineroar on Oscar Gilly's side, so a bit of a preview of what we might see this turn. the Ursalunas on these teams with the Tailwind tend to be trained a little bit faster, and the Incineroars tend to be trained a little bit slower on Oscar's side, as we see the Power Whip coming out. No critical hit, so able to tank that really well. And we do see the Facade coming out, perfectly reading the Terastallization, covering for that option. Was a little susceptible to the Flutter Mane coming in, but reads the defensive Terra and knocks out the Incineroar there. So really powerful turn. And Ko is able to take out the main Intimidate threat to his Ursaluna, although had to reveal the final Pokemon in the Battle of the Tornadus, but really well set up to set up a Tailwind and potentially start Earthquaking through Oscar's team if he has a fast enough Ursaluna to outspeed this Flutter Mane.
Yeah, definitely good to know that the Ogerpon on Oscar's side can at least do 50% with the Power Whip, so a 2-hit KO almost guaranteed as long as you can get those hits in. And also that the fact that Ko decided to just go for the Facade was a really good call. It doesn't really matter if you go for Headlong Rush. Facade should be able to get the KO. You have to sometimes worry about the Flutter Mane switching, but not going to worry about it there. Like you said, Tailwind going to be activated, just trying to get that additional speed control onto the forward state. It looks like the Ursaluna is going to be fast enough to outspeed the opposing Flutter Mane, and it's going to be a double KO onto the Flutter Mane and the Ogerpon. Oscar is now down to one Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, that's really good information for both of the players to know, but obviously comes out in Ko's favor in this game one. The fact that this Ursaluna is able to outspeed a Flutter Mane. Typically, you'll see these Ursalunas being trained to outspeed at least a max speed Ogerpon. Flutter Manes tend to be even trained on these Trick Room teams to be 180 speed, even outspeeding that. But if Ursaluna is trained even faster than that, of course you can knock out the Flutter Mane in one go with that Earthquake, as we saw. There is some ambiguity still. Ko may know just from someone else playing Oscar whether the Flutter Mane is the speed booster or the special attack boosting on the photosynthesis boost. But if it is the special attacking boost, there was absolutely no recourse there. The Ursaluna was just going to, you couldn't switch into the Torkoal to allow your Flutter Mane to outspeed there. That was just a locked up position for Ko. So was able to take a really aggressive stance with the Ursaluna and absolutely sweep through that game, taking all 3 KOs and easily would have taken the KO on that Torkoal on the next turn. Something that Oscar absolutely has to be adjusting for in this next game. But interesting that Ko ultimately went with the Tailwind. That matchup obviously wouldn't fare especially well against the Trick Room mode, so that's something that Oscar may be leaning towards in this game too.
Yeah, and just recognizing that Ko has 2 different modes. You have the Trick Room mode with the Porygon 2. We ultimately didn't see it, but also decided to not play Tailwind immediately into what Oscar was trying to play. Had a setup with Amoonguss and Incineroar, one of the strongest cores in VGC, because you can threaten a Fake Out and Spore, especially what was on the board. A lot of the Incineroars now are dropping the safety goggles in favor of other items like Citrus Berry or Assault Vest against other matchups. So like you mentioned, Amoonguss has a lot more presence in this tournament because Spore is just such a valuable move. And then ultimately did end up getting the Ursaluna in on the turn that it needed to. And also, it wasn't intimidated at all. The Incineroar on Oscar's side of the field was already on the field at the beginning of the turn, so was not able to drop a Parting Shot or an Intimidate onto the field to try to slow down this Ursaluna. The Ursaluna also being just faster than most of what Oscar was running just helped it so that it was able to sweep out the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely. If Oscar is able to apply that Intimidate to the Ursaluna, it's going to allow the Flutter Mane to allow that Earthquake and the rest of his Pokemon to take hits a little bit better. I believe after the Intimidate, you should be able to live up Facade, but we're going to see what Oscar adjusts for in this game too, as Ko sticks to their guns in this game. 2, the Incineroar and the Ogerpon are actually led, so that Intimidate on Ko's side proving to be really effective, and once again activating before the Incineroar on Oscar's side. Not confirmed, but starting to look like that Incineroar on Ko's side going to be faster. These Incineroars on Oscar's teams tend to be a little bit slower, so you can U-turn into your Ursaluna when led with Trick Room a little more consistently. But I believe we did see the back 2 Pokemon didn't quite catch it, but definitely saw the Ursaluna on their side.
Yeah, for Oscar, you have the Ogerpon. It's now going to be threatening the opposing Incineroar on Kosuke's side with that really strong Ivy Cudgel now that is a rock type, and also being immune naturally to Spore and Rage Powder, so you can always try to get an attack off into this Incineroar. You do have to worry about if you want to let your Sturdy be broken by something like a Fake Out from the Incineroar, but let's see how the turn plays out. No Fake Outs from either Pokemon, and Ivy Cudgel is just going to be used. No critical hit, so that Intimidate does matter here. Probably not going to be able to get a guaranteed hit, or guaranteed one-hit KO into Ko's Incineroar, at least this turn. U-turn going to be used, moving first. Going back into the Pokeball, trying to bring out another Pokemon. Could we see the Ursaluna again? It did so much damage in game number 1, and it could be a free switch in here Oscar's Incineroar is not running Parting Shot because it is holding onto that Assault Vest. So you could potentially just start getting your offense rolling with an Ursaluna switch in here. It looks like it's actually going to be Tornadus instead.
Yes, the Tornadus as the Flare Blitz. Yeah, we're seeing the value of the Intimidate. If it hadn't been present, of course, would have taken a double knockout that turn. But the Tornadus is able to get on the field pretty early here as we see a Spore go off into Oscar's Incineroar. Critically, it is the Sharp Beak on the Tornadus. If it is a max speed Tornadus, naturally it does outspeed Ogerpon by 1 point and could start going for really massive Bleak Wind Storms. If Oscar doesn't want to immediately risk that speed interaction, could go for the Terra Rock to lose that Grass type weakness and for Grass type neutrality and get to a resistance and be able to knock out the Tornadus in return. But yeah, lots of damage onto Ko's side that first turn. Can't heal any of it on the Incineroar due to no Pollen Puff on the Amoonguss, but the Amoonguss should readily be able to switch out and remove that damage that it received this turn. Tornadus, it does seem like is threatening a lot of damage. It's really going to see once again in this game too the speed interactions between these Pokemon mattering a fair bit. There's a lot of ambiguity, but if Ko knows that they are the max speed Tornadus, then this turn gets a whole lot simpler.
And let's see what happens here. The Incineroar going to be treating into the back for Oscar, going into that Farigiraf. It had already been spored, so you're not going to be threatened by a potential spore unless Ko wanted to read it. But it looks like Amoonguss is also going to be switching into that Ursaluna. And a Power Up call out on the Amoonguss slot is going to be taking so much damage. Super effective Power Up into that Ursaluna, doing almost 75% HP. And a Bleak Wind Connect is going to hit the Farigiraf, but it looks like it missed onto the Ogerpon, so not able to take that additional damage potentially for a knockout. We won't know that until potentially the next turn. The Ursaluna has now been switched in, but not safely. It's taken so much damage. It is burned. You do have the potential here to go for a Tailwind and another Earthquake. Depending on how this Ursaluna is trained and how low HP, relatively speaking, Oscar's Pokemon are, you could potentially see a double KO here, but it's important to note that this Farigiraf is Terra Flying, so any ground type move is going to be immune for the Farigiraf spot, and that could let you set up Trick Room.
Yeah, we're seeing what could be a really clever play on Oscar's side with the Terra Flying and the Follow Me. We'll see if it, Ko has some counters to that, but I want to point out last turn that the Power Whip was just obviously not going to knock out the Amoonguss. It was 4 times resisted, so really smart read on Oscar's call. Oscar's side to predict the Ursaluna to come in, but also the Tornadus easily could have gone for a Terra Steel that turn. I think Oscar trying to hedge for that a little bit, didn't want to Ivy Cudgel into that option, as we do see that Terra Flying is going to come out on the Farigiraf, as we see the priority Ogerpon acting first with the Follow Me. What that accomplished is actually no matter what had happened that turn, given that you resist and are able to live the Bleak Wind Storm, no matter what happens, you can't get followed up by an Earthquake to knock out your Farigiraf from the Ursaluna. Basically, it has to redirect its attack single target into the Ogerpon, guaranteeing a Trick Room. However, Ko not biting doesn't take the knockout on the Ogerpon, which otherwise would have given a free switch in into a Trick Room sweeper on Oscar's side. And that was in a pretty solid spot to utilize Amoonguss as a Trick Room sweeper. Sludge Bomb can easily knock out the Ogerpon at low HP, and then could also just read No Follow Me or Protect on the Ogerpon side and spore their Farigiraf, even in spite of the speed drop, probably still outspeeding that.
Yeah, I love that play from Ko, not realizing or not anticipating that Trick Room was probably going to be set up, baiting Oscar into the Terra, so now the Terra is going to be gone. Flying Terra, not really going to be a major help here unless the Ursaluna comes back into this match. The Farigiraf going to be switching back out, realize it's in a troublesome position, does not want to get hit by another attack. The Ursaluna going to be switching in onto the field for the first time for Oscar. Protect on the Tornadus, just trying to make sure that it survives another turn in this Trick Room mode, but it looks like it's a double protect from Ko. So very defensive turn, realizing you don't want to take a KO relentlessly here, as the Ogerpon on Oscar's side just decides to go for that Follow Me, trying to make sure that any spores going into what was the Farigiraf spot, now the Ursaluna, does not drop a sleep status condition before the burn activates.
Yeah, good call once again on Oscar's side. Just protecting the pieces he has to with the Ogerpon and acknowledging it's totally fine if this goes down. It actually sets me up for stronger future turns. Actually catches Ko on the defensive there entirely, gets the Ursaluna in for free, and is wasting as little turns of Trick Room as possible, which is really solid. Now with the Tornadus in, you could knock it out with a Facade. Might have a chance to do so even without the Intimidate, but we're going to see no Incineroar switch in, Rage Powder from Amoonguss going to redirect any attack from that Ursaluna. We did see that the Ogre Pawn is on the field. Yeah, of course, the Facade going to knock out that lower HP Amoonguss. The Bleak Windstorm should outspeed from the Tornadus, but we're going to see that accuracy check if it's able to miss 2 attacks into the Ogre Pawn in this match. It does not. It does double connect this turn, bringing the Ursaluna to about 50% HP. Definitely solid overall. And now, yeah, the Ursaluna slowly chipping away at itself with the burn, but most likely going to see an Incineroar bring. We saw the speed interactions of that Ursaluna being really slow in the previous battle, so between the two in the Trick Room, Oscar is likely to be the slower of the two and move first in this Trick Room. But it's really important that this Incineroar is asleep. It would otherwise be a solid switch in here to limit the damage of the Incineroar on Koz, which is otherwise a pretty safe switch in. But if you do that, you just introduce such a passive board where you may not even have a knockout into the Tornadus with the Facade at -1, and then you're just susceptible to a Bleak Windstorm. Probably going to be the Ferrograph here to both block Fake Out from Koz Incineroar, as well as be threatening a Hyper Voice to both hit basically chip the Tornadus into range, as well as block the priority. But interesting switch. We see the Ursaluna was actually the bring on this turn from Ko.
I do love the Ferrograph here for Oscar, because now you're threatening Trick Room based thread Hyper Voices, which you could just start racking up the damage. Even if it doesn't KO, maybe potentially a burn chip on the Ursaluna could get rid of the Ursaluna for the game. We have a very important turn interaction here. How fast is Oscar's Ursaluna? We did see how fast Ko's Ursaluna was in the game number 1. It was outspeeding a Fluttermane in Trick Room, but it looks like we're just going to go for another defensive turn, a double protect here, trying to keep both Pokemon healthy. You still have the Incineroar in the back trying to drop some Intimidates potentially onto the Incineroar and the Ursaluna on Oscar's side of the field, but we just have to have another turn of Trick Room be wasted. It looks like the Ferrograph is actually going to be slightly faster than this Ursaluna in Trick Room, so that's going to be important to note.
Yeah, a little bit of tipping Oscar's hand there by going for the Earthquake and the Hyper Voice. Of course, the defensive resource of the Terra Steel on the Tornadus is still available. But talking about that turn from Ko's side, I really actually like, in retrospect, the Ursaluna coming in. Even though it doesn't immediately progress your board forward, you do get to go for the double protect, install an additional turn of Trick Room, which, if you're trying to sweep late game, yeah, with that Incineroar and Ursaluna in the back, it really opts out of having to even make the read correctly on the Terra Steel or not on the Tornadus. Even if Torn goes down, as long as you have either Tornadus and Incineroar plus Ursaluna, you have the speed advantage for the rest of the battle, and you could probably close off of that, given that the Incineroar in the back is asleep and less of a threat, and both of these Pokemon are at such low HP. If you have the speed advantage with really both of your Pokemon, you should be able to close this out. So really smart strategic decision to, instead of try and get a strong advantage on that last turn, just go for the double protect and try and set yourself up for the late game as we proceed with that Incineroar switch, which we were expecting a couple turns back.
Yeah, the Incineroar is going to be very low HP on the switch in, but it's more crucially going to be dropping that Intimidate onto this field, and it looks like the last Terastallization we're going to be seeing for this battle, at least for now. Kosuke is going to be going for the Terra Steel, like you mentioned, trying to add that normal resistance or potentially a Hyper Voice resistance as well. Could be resisting the Facade. Going to go for the double protect, just trying to make sure that if you get it, you get the double protect, or if not, you do resist the Facade. It's going to have to take the Facade pretty well. It only does 50%, and the Psychic from Ferrograph is going to try to take down the Ursaluna, but because the Incineroar switched in, that it is immune to that Psychic type as a Dark type Pokemon. As Trick Room now ends during the battle, we could start seeing a swing of momentum here for Ko. Trick Room has ended. You could potentially go for something like a Tailwind, try to set up your Ursaluna in the back, but you still have to be careful about this Ferrograph. It has gone to Terra Flying, and Knockoff might not be able to do enough damage, and do you want to risk going for Bleak Windstorm here?
Yeah, pretty bold play on Ko's side to actually go for the Terra Steel and switch in the Incineroar there, given if an Earthquake comes out, you'd probably just get double knocked out. You might just lose the game right there. But now, having said that, the game is definitely not over, given that the Bleak Wind Storm can miss on the Ferrograph. You're bringing in your Incineroar just to make sure that if the Bleak Wind does miss, Flare Blitz will not knock out your Ferrograph on its own. But the Bleak Wind does connect. That is going to bring the Ferrograph down, definitely in range of an attack from the Incineroar. Does it attack with the Flare Blitz? It does knock out the Ferrograph. That's going to be huge. The Incineroar, I believe, has not taken a turn of sleep left. And with the speed advantage on Ko's side, the sleeping Incineroar and the low HP Ursaluna, yeah, it's really just looking like a tailwind should be set up from the Tornadus on Ko's side, and at that point, there's really nothing stopping an Earthquake Ursaluna from ripping through the rest of Oscar's team to bring Kotsukide to an 11-2 record and a top cut at the European International Championships.
Yeah, because the Incineroar has to take a mandatory turn of sleep, it is going to be not able to move in this turn. You can pretty much just go for Flare Blitz or Icy Wind into this Ursaluna to just do enough damage. Icy Wind just barely not picking up the KO it needs to, dropping that speed on both targets. But one would have to imagine that the Incineroar is also going to be targeting into that Ursaluna. That is going to be picking up one of the final KOs it needs for Kosukide to make sure that they are guaranteed into this top cut portion of the European International Championships.
Yeah, at this point, really just a formality playing out. I like the Icy Wind call. You really do. You should know for the most part that your Ursaluna should be outspeeding, as we see the Bleak Wind does connect, knocking out this Incineroar as the final attack of the battle. And as we said, Kosukide progressing to the next stage into the top cut of the European International Championships, defeating Oscar Gailey in a really close bout. Yeah, I really do want to highlight the Terra Steel double protect turn on the Tornadus. If that goes wrong, if there is an Earthquake, which Oscar had projected in the previous turn into the double protect, I think the game more or less just ends and we progress to the game 3. Of course, there is some chance for probably, and yeah, I think given the Terra Flying, actually, you can't even go for an Earthquake crit on the Fergraph. You should probably just lose that game regardless. But ultimately, perfect call from Ko's side. Shows why they have been able to win the World Championship in the Seniors Division and reach a top 8 at this most recent World Championship. Excellent play to them, making them in the top cut. But Oscar, absolutely one of their, probably one of the accomplishments they're most proud of, getting this 9-3, or rather 10-3 record at the EUIC. Nothing to sniff your nose at. An incredible performance for them as well.
I mean, we've seen how many people are in this day 2 already for VGC and how many people are currently playing for that top cut. That was a win-in situation. So congrats to Oscar for being able to become one of the highest placing players in the UK at the European International Championships. And that's a really good, mark on Oscar's career in VGC.
Yeah, but on Ko's side, this is a huge opportunity for them. As we mentioned at the start of the battle, the Japanese national circuit, extremely difficult to qualify for the World Championship with. Even some of their best players struggle to do so on a consistent year-to-year basis. So I'm not sure if a top 8 automatically grants them qualification. They might have needed that top 4 at the World Championship here. But if they're able to progress a couple more rounds in the top cut of the EUIC, they do get an automatic Worlds qualification invite. Going to be an absolute boon to them. Take a lot of pressure off in the upcoming season, which, there's a lot of uncertainty around the season for the Japanese circuit, whether they're going to be playing on Scarlet and Violet or if it is going to be on the Champion. So any volatility they can remove from that will actually absolutely be of huge benefit. And they also get the chance to compete for the title. I'm sure they were looking up in Pride and Envy, trying to match the same international title that their countryman Yuma Kinagawa was able to reach at the Latin American International Championships just a few months ago. So one of the strongest young players in the game, Kosukide, looking to add another accolade to their resume.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see if we can get some updates to see who else is going to be guaranteed moving on in this tournament. I know that if you at least have, if you're undefeated or you only have 1 loss, you're almost certainly going to be guaranteed moving on in the tournament. If you have 2 losses, I would also assume that you're going to be moving on. This tournament has a pretty good way to get yourself into that top cut. And we obviously will be seeing throughout the rest of today, we'll be seeing a single elimination top cut format. So once you're making it into that top cut, you're going to have to play single elimination rounds until we see the 2 finalists who will be playing tomorrow in the VG Masters division. But we'll also get to see the seniors and juniors play it out for their respective tournament championships.
Absolutely. That is what we're going to see tomorrow. But what we might have the chance to see pretty shortly is a game with Alex Gomez. I believe that's off of the Spanish side stream. But yeah, Alex Gomez, one of the strongest Spanish players and one of the strongest players ever, has, I think, several national titles, most recently the 2023 NAIC champion, has a world's top 8 in 2019. Just one of the game's most storied veterans, and has been continuing his streak of really success in the Scarlet and Violet era. Well, yeah, someone I'm always excited to see play, comes up with some usually standard but some slightly off meta picks that are able to kind of give him the edge in the European metagame. I believe they've just finished the game 2, so we're going to be going into the game 3 shortly. But yeah, I think his opponent might have been Apollo Stevens, if I'm not mistaken, who was the 2025 seniors national champion, and has aged up into the Masters division recently and has been obviously finding success at EUIC, getting into the win and in against such a strong player. So yeah, really exciting match between really a veteran of the game who actually progressed in the seniors division as well and found a fair bit of success there, might have even won a seniors national championship before they were even international championships, against a current senior national champion. So really old versus new in an exciting bout.
And it's always good to see just like how long people have been playing this game. You know, obviously you mentioned that if they're playing in the national championships before people even knew what an international was, that's just showing you how long they've been playing the game and how much love they have for this game to still be competing at this day and age. And we've seen such a boom in competitive circuits all around the world, regionals in a lot of regions, NA, LATAM, EU, the Japanese and Southeast Asian circuits have all been seeing flourishing numbers in VGC competitors. So it's great to see. I don't know the official count of total entrants here at the VG Masters for the EUIC tournament, but it might have to be one of the biggest we've ever seen, almost certainly beating out last year's. As we do get to see another match before we end round 13, we're going to be seeing Alex Gomez versus Apollo Stevens on our another side stream. It's currently 1-1, so this is going to almost certainly be a win-in situation here.
Yep, we're seeing the lead of the Raging Bolt with the booster energy from Alex's side, plus the Rillaboom, a pretty defensive posture, as we see an offensive one of the Urshifu and the Tornadus on Apollo Stevens' side. I'm trying to pull up the team sheet now, but whether there's a Terra Ghost on the Tornadus and or the Urshifu, if it's a choice band, definitely swings Alex's risk assessment on whether he wants to go for fake out a fair bit here. Also, whether there is a priority blocker like a Farigiraf that we sometimes see on these Tailwind teams could play a factor, as we see the Urshifu is going to retreat, doesn't want to opt into getting fake out. Dragon Pulse with the booster energy certainly knocked out, as we see the Landorus Incarnate is going to switch in as the Rillaboom goes for fake out into that slot.
So we got the double Genie setup. We do see the taunt go into Alex's Raging Bolt. So one would have to imagine that this is potentially a Calm Mind set because you wanted to deny the damage from that Pokemon, or potentially just to stop a Protect on the next turn. Landorus is going to have to take that Dragon Pulse, and look how much damage it was able to do. It did almost 90% of HP onto the Landorus, making it really susceptible to something like a Grassy Glide now. I don't think you can even go for a defensive Terra and try to survive an attack just based on how strong Rillaboom is naturally. So this is a very tough position. You brought in the Landorus to try to deal with the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt, but now it might just be off the board soon enough.
Yeah, it was actually a Terra Ghost available on the Tornadus, so really safe call to fake out into the Terra Poison. Choice band on the Urshifu, absolutely no really strong defensive options available, so fake out Dragon Pulse was always going to be a whole lot of damage into that slot, if not a knockout. As we saw, put the Landorus into the Grassy Glide range, forcing it to switch out. Alex could, of course, cover that Raging Bolt switch in with a Grassy Glide and a Dragon Pulse for knockout. We do see a Terra Ghost on the Tornadus' side, most likely not wanting to get knocked out by the booster energy Thunderclap. It is a Sharp Beak on the Tornadus, not a Focus Sash, so it would have been susceptible to that KO. Grassy Glide is the play, just trying to keep the Landorus honest, as the Thunderclap does come out from the Tornadus, dealing a lot of damage. So, we see the Bleak Windstorm is going to come out. Raging Bolt is the avoid. Rillaboom definitely the more important of the two targets. Would have maybe liked a speed drop on the Raging Bolt between, the matchup between the two. But we are going to see, based on the grassy terrain healing, actually, there was no damage in the Raging Bolt, so we don't even get to see the speed interaction there, but something the players probably know based on game 1 and 2.
Yeah, we won't be able to see the speed interaction right here, but the Raging Bolt had to switch in for the Landorus because it was on such low HP. It did eat that Grassy Glide pretty well. But the problem for Apollo right now is you're not positioning yourself to start dealing some damage. You did get some damage on the Bleak Windstorm on the Rillaboom. Great damage, about 50%. But you're not in a position to really damage this Raging Bolt. It hasn't gone for any Calm Minds, but it just dealt almost 50% with the Thunderclap and 90% to the Landorus, respectively. We finally have a Raging Bolt on Apollo's side of the field going for a Terrestrialization, I believe. Actually, no, this is Alex's Raging Bolt going for Terrestrialization, going to that Terra Fairy, so any Dragon-type moves on the opposing Raging Bolt are going to be null and void. As we do set up the Tailwind, let's see what the move interaction is going to be. It looks like it was going to go for, I want to say that was Draco Meteor, trying to go into that Raging Bolt. It's not going to work out this time. Raging Bolt. No, now it's going to be the Rillaboom going to go for the U-turn, so a nice pivot here. Get the Rillaboom off the field and try to reset.
Yeah, goes for the Dragon Pulse on the Assault Vest Raging Bolt into the Calm Mindset that has been taunted, been locked on the field a couple turns, but finally burns that defensive option in the face of the pressure that it really hasn't been facing up until now. Just the value of that lead on Alex's side has been able to completely leverage the initial damage into the Choice Band Urshifu, into the continued priority damage that is in the field. Going to be keeping that up with the very stylish shiny Xian Pao, able to now continue threatening with those priority moves. And I really like this spot at this point. There is no Intimidate on Apollo's side. You can easily Thunderclap this Tornadus to keep it under wraps. And then because the Terastallizations have been burned on the Terra Ghost and the Tornadus, Ice Spinner or Ice Skull Crash, it is the Ice Skull Crash on Alex's side. So a bit of, accuracy checks there. But if you're able to hit the Ice Skull Crash, there really isn't a great switch in on Apollo's side. Obviously, the Lander is at 10 HP. I think that might KO, and the Urshifu in the back is if it gets targeted by that, will be in subsequent range of definitely a Thunderclap, but getting really close to a Grassy Glide in sort of ruin range. As we see a defensive protect from the Tornadus to cap off the turn.
Yeah, we still have the Tailwind activated for Apollo's side of the field. Looks like it was trying to go for another attack, but failed again. Xian Pao now going to be next to move on that Ice Skull Crash, just barely picking up the KO on this turn, but now we got to see the Raging Bolt going to go for a Thunderbolt and gets a Paralysis. That is not one you want to see. Now this Xian Pao is going to be even slower on this battle.
Yeah, that's both a massive survival and a massive paralysis. At this point, we see the Grassy Terrain is healing the Raging Bolt on Apollo's side before the Xian Pao, so you can no longer safely go for a Sucker Punch to outspeed the Raging Bolt. That's just a huge both survival and paralysis. It sort of shows the bulk training on the Xian Pao and Alex's side. I believe on another stream match we saw it survive a Mystic Water Surging Strikes pretty handily, so maybe an indication that it's a little bit less attack invested. As we saw there, hurting him a little bit. If he had taken that knockout, you almost certainly win the game after that with all the priority you have in the back. But yeah, on the Raging Bolt side, it is still not particularly pressured. It's going to be taking at least neutral damage from the Bleak Winds and the rest of the attacks, but Alex should be relatively safe to go for a Dragon Pulse and stop interacting with the Thunderclap. No attack interaction, but we do just see the Xian Pao on Alex's side protect as the Urshifu switches in on Apollo's side. If a Dragon Pulse goes into that slot, this game could end immediately. We see the Thunderclap is coming out from one of the Raging Bolts, and it is the Dragon Pulse into that Urshifu. Is that going to be a knockout? With a critical hit, it's able to knock out the Urshifu. That is one additional Pokemon. Alex Gomez up 4 Pokemon to 3 against Apollo Stevens, but everything getting really low in range of these priority attacks that Alex has in abundance. If he's able to leverage that to his advantage, could be able to punch his ticket to 11-2 and a top cut at the EUIC.
If I'm correct, I don't think the Raging Bolt has even gone for a Calm Mind yet. It's just been doing so much damage because of that booster energy boost on the special attack. We already saw 90% on Sentinel Landorus. The Raging Bolt only has about 10% HP remaining, and this Thunder Tornadus in the back is still surviving with about 50% HP. Now like you mentioned, you have Sucker Punch and Thunderclap going into both Pokemon. It's going to be tough for Apollo to try to get back into this game because of how low their Pokemon are. If you aren't able to attack, you're not threatening any damage, but at the same time, you're in such a bad position that it's going to be hard to find a way back in. You kind of have to hope that the Paralysis is going to be activated on the Xian Pao. Not going to be able to move on this turn at least. Looks like we'll have to see what the attacks were going into both Pokemon. Something went into a Protect, but looks like the Raging Bolt on Apollo's side of the field is going to be taking out that Xian Pao. So that Paralysis probably ended up mattering at least a little bit to make it so that no Pokemon was going to go down on Apollo's side. But we do see a switch in here. Looks like the Landorus on Alex's side of the field is not going to be switching in. So now it's also going to be threatening some extra damage.
Yeah, just bring that in. You could have gone into the Rillaboom to try and Grassy Glide to pressure the Landorus, but of course at that point you can easily see a Protect from the Landorus, and then maybe just a Dragon Pulse knocks out your Rillaboom, and you basically just blocked a Protect. You're exchanging a Fake Out for, if you know the Landorus is faster, I guess, on Alex's side, which you might have learned earlier in the game, this is an extremely safe play. You just Sludge Bomb that slot, should knock out the Landorus, even if Torn switches in, not a lot of danger. As the Dragon Pulse goes into, it is just faster on Alex's side as well. Extremely safe, having known that earlier in the battle potentially. But the Dragon Pulse is able to knock out that Raging Bolt, and it's down 1-3. Apollo down 2 Pokemon in the count overall, so it's going to be really difficult to come back here, especially with that priority Thunderclap that this Raging Bolt has, again, not taken any damage, did dodge one Bleak Wind while it was an electric type, but this is looking really safe for Alex as the forfeit is locked by Apollo. Spectacular performance in one of his first internationals in the Masters division after his win at the Senior National Championships in North America last year. But Alex, a national champion of the North American tournament himself, gets his spot in this top cut.
Yeah, so now Alex has another chance to become another international champion, like you mentioned. I believe it was in the 2024 North American International Champions that he was able to finish first. But, if you can also get the European International Championships, you're only going to become one of a few select number of players to have won different international championships in your entire career. That is a very incredible honor to have.
Mm-hmm. I believe Wolf Glick also has an NAIC and a EUIC, which he, of course, is the previous winner of 2024. Alex does have that 2023 NAIC, but he also has gotten to a top 4 in the European International Championships in 2024. So definitely a feat he is hoping to both achieve, at least. I'm sure he's hoping to at least get there, match that, but definitely his overall goal as a player, always lofty, trying to win the tournament. So one step further to accomplishing that here on his side.
Yep, so we're going to be wrapping up round 13 now. We'll be getting started soon with our top cut bracket on the side stream, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for the top cut of the Pokemon European International Championships. We are on the side stream for the Victory Road. My name is Andrew. I'm joined alongside Cedric. We have some incredible matches coming up for you in this top 16.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to feature the bracket pretty shortly now, but some absolute titans of the game are featured in the bracket, as well as some players that have not been represented in the European International Championship top cut before. A lot of veterans, a lot of newer players to the cut. So going to be extremely exciting. Our stream match is also going to be incredibly exciting as well. But yeah, we'll get into that briefly. Just to overview the top cut structure, from this point forward, it is the top 16 remaining players in the tournament, all who achieved an 11-2 record and remained in the top 16 of the tournament. Of course, from this point on, it is a single elimination bracket proceeding all the way to the finals, which will happen tomorrow. So we'll go up to the, finishing the top 4 semifinals. But everyone at this point is playing for tournament life. If you lose at this point, you are gone. You're out of the tournament. So it's lose or go home. Very high stakes for all of these trainers. And for those unaware, reaching the semifinals at all will give you an automatic qualification to the World Championship, regardless of what circuit you're competing in, whether it be in the Japanese circuit or any of the other circuits. Automatic qualification for top 4, which is definitely a big bonus for all of the players, but particularly the Japanese players who are, struggling against what can be a very difficult online qualification system, which can be really unforgiving for even their strongest players.
Yeah, we have to give a quick shout out to everyone in this top 16. If I believe I'm correct, but everyone should be guaranteed some prize money and additional prizing support from Pokemon. So they're already doing incredibly well in terms of getting their championship points, in terms of getting their the money from the event. But they obviously want to play for that automatic qualification to the World Championships in San Francisco later this year. Everyone will be trying to play through this single elimination top cut. I know we will have the teams in just a second, but I know for our stream match, we're going to get the first seed matchup between Nicholas Khan versus Shohei Kimura.
Yeah, absolutely. Two incredible players. Nicholas Khan having an absolute, I wouldn't say breakout tournament. He's definitely been proven on the international stage before. I believe has a top 16 at the Latin American International Championships in the Scarlet and Violet era, and most recently has a second place at his most recent event, the Auckland Special Event, I believe. Going over some of the prizing that the players have already accomplished, they have $3,000 won for the top 16, not too shabby. And with every subsequent game, they're going to be playing for more and more. So not only is their pride and the ability to qualify for Worlds on the line, there's also a pretty hefty payday for each additional win that they score.
Yeah, and this is just for the Masters division. We haven't even talked about who could be competing in the juniors and seniors division. If you're in that top 8 section, you're at least getting $1,000, which is very good to help you potentially get your financial support to go to the World Championships or potentially to other regionals wherever they decide to live. But at least for the VG Masters side, they're at least getting some hefty dollars in for their pockets.
Yeah, absolutely a big windfall. While you can definitely grow a lot at the online circuit, everyone is at another level of competition in person. So getting this additional prizing support to be able to continue to travel and improve at your craft in the game, definitely a big benefit for these players.
Yeah, and we have to definitely talk about the championship points that people could be receiving. The people guaranteed right now in this top 16 of the Pokemon European International Championships are guaranteed 300 championship points, which is absolutely incredible. I believe if you win a regional, you're getting roughly the same amount of championship points as a top 16 for an international. So the fact that these players have gone this far means that they're getting so many championship points, and they're helped to qualify through a normal means of championship points. And remember that if you're in the VG Masters division, only 80 players from the US and Canada, and respectively the European circuit, can qualify for the World Championships happening in August. So if you're able to grab some of those points, especially if you get closer and closer to 3rd and 4th, even though you're already qualified, you could potentially get also a stipend towards other events like the NAIC and Worlds events.
Yeah, also an important event for Latin America and Oceania, as well as Middle East and South Africa, which have less events overall. As a result, tend to have a little bit lower Worlds invites. But really importantly, I think particularly for the Oceania region, is that they no longer have the Oceania International Championship. So EUIC, any points they can accomplish here, they do have a bit more limited regional, quantity of regionals. So any points they can pick up at the European International Championship can really set them ahead and make an insurmountable gap in the Worlds invite race.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where everyone's going to be standing as of this moment in terms of the leaderboards in the respective regions. But like you mentioned, the Japanese circuit is, if you can qualify through that top 4 placement at international, you're able to just bypass the online circuit and have to compete in the Japanese nationals to at least qualify for that method to go to Worlds. But for everyone else, getting all these championship points right now really helps your case, because otherwise you would have to go to so many different other regionals. You could definitely still do that and qualify through that, fill up your best finish limits and all that. But, you know, it eases some of your stress and means that you don't have to have those long enduring runs. Let's say if you're at the Los Angeles regionals, you don't have to guarantee yourself a top 2 placement to get the same amount of points as you did today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do want to highlight just the international nature of this top cut. Of course, that is the namesake of these events, internationals. However, just this cut has been extremely well represented across the board. We have 2 Japanese players, I believe, so coming far out of region to be able to compete here. I believe 2 former world champions at that, Shohei Kimura and Ko Tsukide, the 2019 world champion, and Shohei being the 2023 world champion. Among a lot of extremely other talented players, we have a couple former international championship winners in Alex Gomez, Paul Chua, Eric Rios, and possibly some others that I might be missing, but just an incredible set of players. The match we're going to be featuring today, or on this broadcast, is Shohei Kimura and Nicholas Kahn, but check out the main stream for Fredrik Nielsen versus Ko Tsukide, and then also in the Spanish side stream, we have Zachary Weed and Alex Gomez. But before we do that, let's get into these teams.
Yeah, we have Shohei Kimura versus Nicholas Kahn happening in our top 16 side stream match. And if you can already see, we're pretty much seeing an exact same mirror match, at least in terms of Pokemon: Incineroar, Chien-Pao, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Raging Bolt, Landorus, and the Rillaboom. There are some very slight differences if you are able to catch onto it. If we do see, the Urshifu is carrying Protect for Nicholas, whereas Shohei's is carrying Detect. So not too much of a big difference. Both are going to be providing that protecting style move. One has a little bit more power points than the other, but ultimately they'll effectively be doing the same thing. I believe there's another difference on the Incineroar. Shohei is going to be opting for the taunt instead of the knockoff that Nicholas is running, so you don't have that additional damage and potential disruption you can get by removing an item, but you also have a different way of disrupting your opponent by stopping them from using those status moves.
Yeah, I think that really should only play a factor into the Raging Bolt, and I suppose you can stop protects on some of the protecting Pokemon on Nicholas's side to prevent any ability to dodge Thunderclaps or Sucker Punches or anything like that. Otherwise, I'd favor Nicholas having the ability to knock off the damage boosting items of the Mystic Water and the Life Orb, as well as the Assault Vest on the Rillaboom to be pretty important. Everything else probably not going to be as important. Leftovers on the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side versus the Booster Energy could favor the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side should it get into one of those nasty Calm Mind, Terra Fairy Raging Bolts that tend to be pretty long-winded, but ultimately, given that Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side has sustained recovery once the grassy terrain goes down, Raging Bolt on Shohei's side will be stuck at that HP, whereas the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side would be able to heal up to full HP. Other than that, I did take a quick look, and it looks like neither of these players have not faced off within the context of this tournament thus far. I believe Nicholas and Shohei both play a fair bit online, and in the similar region of the Oceania tournament sometimes, so might have played at another point, but yeah, this is definitely going to be something of a true mirror. Both of these players experts, I'm sure, at this point in playing the mirror, both leading Rillaboom and Landorus.
Yep, we're going to see an exact mirror of Pokemon for both Shohei and Nicholas. I did want to point out that it looked like Shohei's Rillaboom is going to at least be faster or potentially speed tying. We did see the grassy terrain activate on his side of the field first. So that's going to be some important information, especially for a potential fake out war up and coming, where we both have the Landorus on the field. Landorus is going to eat that fake out on Shohei's side, but it looks like the Sludge Bomb going to go into the Rillaboom. Carrying that Assault Vest is going to at least keep it healthy for now. Woodhammer going into the Landorus spot, not going to do enough for the one-hit KO, but dropping that Landorus to crucial red HP, while the Rillaboom has also taken at least 75% of its HP in return.
Yeah, Shohei had the option to go for a Terra Poison there to get a little bit more damage and also resist a Woodhammer that did obviously do a whole lot of damage to Shohei's Landorus, now probably in range of the Grassy Glide, or a Sludge Bomb if Shohei's Landorus does outspeed or they are speed tying. But I want to point out the training on Rillaboom. on Nicholas's side, easily able to tank that Sludge Bomb, even with the Terrestrialization to the Poison type, would have not been a knockout. So just an indication of the specially defensive training on Nicholas's or a timid nature on the Landorus on Shohei's side. We're going to see a prompt switch. Both of these players know exactly what they want to do in the matchup, as the Incineroar is going to come out, could easily tank a Grassy Glide or a Sludge Bomb. Not going to love taking it, but at least won't be a knockout onto the Landorus, which could prove to be an important offensive piece for Shohei later in the battle against Raging Bolt or Incineroar, as the Terra Poison comes out on the Landorus from Nicholas's side. Going to be maximizing its damage against the Rillaboom that has been stranded on the field on Shohei's side. Going to be a Grassy Glide covering that Landorus staying in, just keeping it honest, as well as the Sludge Bomb coming out into the Rillaboom on Shohei's side. Let's see the damage. Is it going to be a knockout? It is a one-hit knockout. The Rillaboom on Shohei's side, not trained, especially defensive. We saw it outspeed the Rillaboom on Nicholas's side on the turn 1. That could be where those stat points were allocated, but that's the trade-off. You may be faster in the Rillaboom mirror, but you are knocked out by that Terra Poison Sludge Bomb. That's a huge matchup advantage for Nicholas, at least in that facet.
Yeah, now Shohei is going to be operating on deficit. Losing that Rillaboom means that you don't have the additional fake out to potentially set up something like a Raging Bolt with the Calm Mind. So now Shohei is going to be forced to either bring back in the low HP Landorus or the 4th unrevealed Pokemon, whereas Nicholas has still only shown 2 Pokemon so far, the Landorus that is now the Terra Poison and the Rillaboom respectively. Doesn't have to do too much, but it looks like it's going to be the Landorus coming back into this field, but it's going to be threatened by a potential Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom trying to pick off a KO that we saw in the last turn. The Incineroar is on the turn for the first time in this battle, so it does have access to a fake out of its own, but could just try to stop the Landorus or the Rillaboom from acting. The Landorus going to go for the Protect, just trying to be honest and make sure that it's not going to do anything this turn, not going to go down to anything like an Earth Power from the opposing Landorus. Fake out going into the Rillaboom and an Earth Power trying to go into the Terra Poison Landorus. No longer a Flying type will be super effective, but it looks like there's just going to be a pretty null turn here.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see why Shohei didn't want to go for the Terra Poison on his Landorus. In the long term, it does make you weaker to the Earth Power from the opposing Landorus. However, having got that Wood Hammer off earlier, you are going to be able to easily pick off the Landorus nonetheless with a Grassy Glide, even if you are intimidated. Maybe with the Terra Poison, it gets close to being able to survive after a Protect and a Grassy Train healing, but otherwise, even though you have the Terra Poison on Nicholas's Landorus, you're probably never going to be able to get hit, given the abundance of priority on Nicholas's side. The Urshifu's ever on the field, that's an easy Aqua Jet to clean it up, as well as very little pressure from the Incineroar. So I think Nicholas identifying that the Landorus on his side could be the boon that he needs to ultimately win this match, be able to easily clean up the Incineroar later in the match. But we are going to see a switch into the Incineroar on Nicholas's side. So thus far, it is a 3 Pokemon mirror in the 6 Pokemon mirror, at least in the Brings. 3 of the Pokemon are matching, but it is that Terra Poison. Yeah, it's going to be close if the Grassy Glide is able to KO this turn. Or are we going to see a Protect? No, it is a straightaway attack, but no Grassy Glide. Nicholas didn't go for the Grassy Glide, maybe predicting that Terra Poison, but Earth Power is going to strike the Incineroar switch down. Easy one-hit knockout, as yeah, there is the Wood Hammer. Great coverage on Nicholas's side. Didn't want to take the risk that wasn't going to be a knockout after the Terra Poison. Maybe one way where that game swings out of control and does knock out the Landorus, the one main threat to be able to deal with his own Landorus. As the Incineroar is going to parting shot out, the Rillaboom now at -2 attack, but of course, given that the Incineroar will be coming right in, there are only 2 Pokemon left on Shohei's side, going to put it at -3, so we might see another early exit from the Rillaboom on the next turn, kind of mirroring the Incineroar this turn. As the last Pokemon is actually the Urshifu, a little bit of a preview. We do have the benefit of knowing it is also Urshifu on Nicholas's side.
Yeah, it's definitely important to note out for Nicholas, if you decide to go for that Grassy Glide into the Landorus, you already had lost some stages of attack because of the Incineroar. So if you really wanted to bank on potentially a critical hit, that would have been very risky. And knowing that the Landorus would probably survive a Grassy Glide, you could always go into the previous Landorus spot, which ended up being an Incineroar, for a one-hit knockout, meaning that you're able to just get a pretty clean KO before the Rillaboom was able to get the KO with the Wood Hammer in return. Right now, we have a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Nicholas, but this Rillaboom is not wanting to be on this field anymore. It's not going to be doing a lot of damage, not really going to be threatening this Urshifu. And look how much pitiful damage it was able to do, not even 25%, onto another Urshifu Rapid Strike. Looks like the Urshifu going to go for a close combat in return, just doing a little over 50% HP, maybe 60% HP in return. Urshifu just going to go for those guaranteed critical hits. Surging Strikes into the Incineroar. Terra is not available. That means this Incineroar is definitely going to be going going down, and now it is a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, we see that Incineroar going down quite easily. Interesting that Shohei did have fake out pressure there, but didn't decide to fake out into the Urshifu and close combat to double it up. Maybe didn't want to risk the, I don't know, maybe you don't want to get wood hammered on your own Urshifu, but overall decided that going on the offensive with the Incineroar, a bit of a better call there. Grassy Terrain does fall, but with the Pokemon count advantage and the Urshifu only having single targeted attacks, there's really just no way for Nicholas to lose this game. You just double target into the Urshifu and you always close it out. So that is a, you know, in an exact mirror, a pretty as dominant of a win as you can get on Nicholas's side. Really well played game one. I think even having gone for the terrestrialization and making himself a little bit weaker to the Landorus in the mid game, ultimately had such a strong early or turn one wood hammering the Landorus on Shohei's side that he had the priority. He had any damage he needed, regardless of terrestrialization into the Landorus in the mid games, where Landorus in the late game, even if you get, say, somehow critical hit on your Urshifu on that second to last turn, your own Landorus should still readily be able to pick it up or clean up the game with the Earth Power into the opposing Landorus. Just really well played overall.
Yeah, the Landorus is such a high value piece on these Raging Bolt teams because it's able to do so much damage into the Urshifu with that Earth Power. It might not be able to pick up a one-hit KO, depending on how the Urshifu is trained, of course, but it's able to do so much damage that it's really threatening additional fake out damages. Maybe fake out could even be enough to KO it, or even just a Grassy Glide from a Rillaboom. And also you have such good super effective attacks into Rillaboom and Raging Bolt with that Earth Power and Sludge Bomb respectively. Sometimes they even run Sandsear Storm, so you're getting a little bit more value on getting that spread type attack. So if you're losing that much HP on your Landorus, that means you're not really able to do as much damage as you would want to be doing. Like we did see with Nicholas, he was able to go for those hits on the Terra Poison to one-hit KO the opposing Rillaboom on Shohei's side. That means the Rillaboom was gone from the entire match, which means you're not really getting that extra damage that you would otherwise want to have.
Yeah, I think knocking out the Rillaboom is twofold effective. Number one, it opens up your own Urshifu to be able to sit on the field. There's no grass type moves coming its way. The only danger is, of course, Landorus Earth Power. Close combat's doing a whole lot of damage from the other Urshifu, but of course you have your own Rillaboom still in the field to be able to handle that pretty well. But secondarily, you also don't see that U-turn parting shot fake out cycling that the European region has just been known to abuse. I think the Japanese region also loves that style of play. Ridding Shohei from that comfort play style just proved to be really effective. So many limited options once that Rillaboom goes down, and we saw Nicholas punish that perfectly in the game one. So we're going to see you could easily just continue to press that Terra Poison advantage on the Rillaboom, but we see a switch up to the Urshifu just immediately wants to pressure that Landorus from Shohei's side onto the Landorus.
Yeah, Shohei is going to be switching up the leads with the Urshifu in the front this time, whereas Nicholas is running it back with the Rillaboom and the Landorus, so immediately threatening double fake out here on both sides. Rillaboom could go for a fake out. I believe Shohei on the game one was slightly faster based on the activation of that Grassy Terrain. We could see what is going to be happening here. It's going to be a terrestrialization first on Nicholas's side. We're going to see the Terra Poison Landorus, so great way to make sure that you are resisting those grass type attacks from Rillaboom, but also more importantly, you're now not super effective weak to any water type attacks from this Urshifu. Looks like Shohei is going to be moving first on the Rillaboom, using fake out into the other Rillaboom, and Landorus is going to go for another Sludge Bomb. Is this into the Rillaboom? And it is, and it's going to pick up another one-hit KO into the Rillaboom for a second game in a row.
Yeah, we're going to see if the Urshifu follows up with a Surging Strike, so doing a whole lot of damage, might be in range of an Aqua Jet on the next turn, but we see the double value of the Terra Poison there, allowing it to survive this first attack from the Urshifu and at least be able to switch out, or be able to switch out. You obviously can't protect him from the Aqua Jet. You could maybe chance getting your Incineroar in and hoping you could live an Aqua Jet at -1, but definitely could be a risk there. We see the Landorus on Shohei's side come out, so no Pokemon adjustments we've seen thus far, just the ordering of them. But yeah, we do see the advantage of, yes, this Landorus being Terra Poison. Now you can easily just knock it out with the Earth Power, or you could aim to go for a Terra Poison Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom on Nicholas's side. You do need to start picking up damage. Maybe you use the pressure of bringing this Landorus so low and the pressure of an Aqua Jet to try and get aggressive and get a Pokemon, at least even up the Pokemon count here once again by going on the offensive with the Landorus. But it looks like there is no switch. If Shohei goes for the Aqua Jet, the Landorus will go down this turn. We see the Terra Poison, so we might see that coverage with the Aqua Jet just to make sure you don't get that Pokemon is knocked off the field and you don't have to worry about it in the future. We're going to see the Terra Poison has come out. It is Aqua Jet, doesn't knock out. It does take out the Landorus. So now this Terra Poison Landorus on Shohei's side is going to be unimpeded. Can't be Earth powered by the one on Nicholas's side. Great coverage there from Shohei and calling that there would be no switch out. Sludge Bomb going to come out. We did see that this Rillaboom is trained quite especially bulkily, but it did take a little bit of damage from the fake out. Oh, that with the critical hit, it's able to knock out. I think even with the fake out, it would have been able to survive based on the rolls we saw last game, but not going to see that proceed this game. It is now Urshifu and Incineroar in the back, and although you do have the fake out pressure, there is no ability to protect in front of a fake out in close combat or surging strikes that will always get damage on the board. You don't really threaten anyone at KOs this turn, shy of a crit of close combat onto the Urshifu, and the other Pokemon is free to knock out the Incineroar on Nicholas' side, given that Terra Poison has already been expended on the Landorus on Nicholas' side.
Yeah, Nicholas has to bring in the Incineroar and the Urshifu in the back. Incineroar does have the ability to use Fake Out here, probably into this Urshifu to make sure that the Incineroar can at least last another turn. We know that the Urshifu on Nicholas' side of the field does carry that Mystic Water, but we don't know for certain if it will be able to pick up a one-hit KO potentially onto this Landorus, but a double attack into this Incineroar, probably going to be Surging Strikes and Earth Power into the Incineroar, and it's going to be that Earth Power into the Incineroar, picking up that KO, as we do see the Surging Strikes hit into this Landorus, but almost certainly it is not going to be picking up that KO, and Shohei Kimura is going to be leading 3 Pokemon to 1, as we potentially are going to see another Game 3 here on the stream.
Yeah, let's pay a quick attention. Oh, that's very interesting. So the Urshifu flinched second, or the Urshifu on Nicholas's side moved first this turn. Oh, actually, no. It moved first this turn. I thought that the Urshifu had taken a little bit of damage, and we see an additional speed tick with the grassy terrain, but we did not. But good to know that Nicholas's Urshifu is striking first with Surging Strike, so it is at worst a speed tie, and at best is outspeeding between the two. But at this point, yeah, Urshifu, more of a scalpel. It's able to just perfectly cut through your opponent's team very precisely, but it's not the type of Pokemon you really want in an endgame with a Pokemon count disadvantage, given that, one, it's going to be slower than the Landorus. We see a whole lot of damage, but it is critically able to survive, confirming it is moving before the opposing Urshifu 2 times in a row, but you do really need the spread type damage to be able to make these multi-Pokemon comebacks, not something that Urshifu is well adapted for, as we're going to see Shohei's Urshifu close out the Urshifu on Nicholas's side and bring us to an exciting Game 3. Unfortunately, we don't even get to see Shohei's third Pokemon, or fourth Pokemon, so it could have been a switch up to the Raging Bolt. We didn't see the Incineroar come in at any point, but yeah, Nicholas stuck to his guns with the Incineroar. We'll see if, there could have been a hidden Pokemon adjustment in the game or the Game 2, but yeah, we'll never know at this point. So Shohei, probably at least the ambiguity of that, still excited to have that in his back pocket.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Chien-Pao or the Raging Bolt from both players yet, so it could have been one unrevealed Pokemon. It could have definitely been the Incineroar again. But the way that Shohei was playing that just made it so that if you switch up to the Urshifu on the beginning, it really threatened the Landorus early without having to call out a Terra Poison, maybe go for an Earth Power into a Terra Poison Landorus, and that's a really risky call to make, especially in this high octane intense situation and the top 16 of a European International Championships. Just that nice switch up gives Shohei that early lead that ended up just sweeping the rest of the game, because you're able to get the damage on the Surging Strikes, get that pick off with the Aqua Jet later, which let you go unimpeded into that attack with the Terra Poison Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom. So both players having really decisive turn ones, leading into very landslide victories in the respective games. So we'll have to see what happens in game number 3. Are we going to see an adjustment from both players? Are we going to see any of these other Pokemon that we haven't seen yet, the Chien-Pao or the Raging Bolt?
Yeah, I wonder if Nicholas is actually relatively happy about the game plan and is just going to discard the result of that match based on the Sludge Bomb crit, because otherwise you may have been able to just survive that attack and you hadn't been intimidated at that point. Maybe got a Wood Hammer on the Urshifu that was on the field, and at that point you do knock yourself out to recoil, but at least you're even in the Pokemon count, and you might actually have the advantage in the end game. One thing I want to point out, I think Shohei's leading of the Rillaboom and the Urshifu might actually be telegraphing a potential switch up to the Raging Bolt, given that it immediately forces, if the Landorus is led, to you have the faster fake out in the Rillaboom mirror, so you're going to always be able to hit the Landorus. And if you're able to force the Terra Poison, you no longer have an immunity to the Raging Bolt's Thunderclap. With the booster energy, you're going to be able to sweep through a number of Pokemon on Nicholas's team. Critically, the booster energy would be able to knock out the Urshifu even though it is trained rather bulkily. But we are just going to see a return to the game 1 leads.
Yeah, very risky here for Shohei, deciding I'm not going to go back to the game 2 lead that ultimately ended up winning that game. Going to go back to game number 1. So you have to imagine if you're Shohei, you're going to switch up how you play game number 1, because otherwise we did just see that Sludge Bomb, Terra Poison, Landorus able to just delete the Shohei's Rillaboom from the entire game number 1. You have to imagine that if you potentially just want to survive this turn, you have to go for a fake out into the Landorus for both players. Maybe just try to gather some extra chip damage, just, you know, making a null turn or even a switch out. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. Nicholas is going to be moving first with the fake out, so it makes it seem like Shohei's not going to go for a fake out of their own. Looks like the Sludge Bomb, no Terra this time. Going to go into this Rillaboom, not enough damage to KO, and a counteracting Wood Hammer is going to go into Nicholas's Landorus. So this is actually very much a repeat from game number 1, but in opposite ways. Shohei is going to be the one to actually get the Wood Hammer into the Landorus first.
Yeah, it's really been an inversion of that first turn, like you said, where now it's basically traded off. I suppose there's been no Terra Poison on one of the sides, so the Rillaboom, you know, we haven't burned that defensive resources, so the Landoruses are a little bit more even against each other. Shohei, of course, still could. You could go for a Grassy Glide into the Landorus. It's going to be a big risk on if the Landorus on Nicholas's side went for a Terra Poison, but you can also just go for Grassy Glide, yeah, and Terra Poison of yourself. It looks like both players are trying to suss out this turn a little bit, going for double protects on the Landorus, but notably Shohei's did move first. I haven't been, unfortunately, tracking their speed interactions throughout the battle on if that's a speed tie. Most of the time, these Landorus run max speed, Modest, or Timid, so very well could be the case, but the Shohei's Rillaboom is able to get a U-turn off, doing a whole lot of damage, easily chipping the Rillaboom on Nicholas's side into Sludge Bomb range without the Terrestrialization, maybe not after a Grassy Terrain healing turn, but savvy switch into the Urshifu here, expecting a U-turn to be followed up by Nicholas's Rillaboom, of course, gets the Urshifu in, which can now pressure an Aqua Jet. Oh, we do see a substantial switch up into the Raging Bolt. Not going to come out this turn, keeping that card still held to his chest on Nicholas's side, but once again, Pokemon on the field are mirrored, but an HP advantage at least on Shohei's side substantially.
Yeah, Shohei is going to be operating with that Urshifu that just took that U-turn from the previous turn, as well as Nicholas bringing in the Urshifu of their own. So now we have another mirror here, and it's another scary situation where Shohei's Urshifu does have access to the Aqua Jet, so it's threatening a KO onto this Landorus. And even if you decide to go for that Terrestrialization to Terra Poison, it may not be able to help you survive the attack because of the Mystic Water. But it looks like it's just going to be a Sludge Bomb. Shohei's Landorus is going to be moving first, being able to pick off the Landorus on the opposing side. Now, Shohei's... No, actually, it's going to be Nicholas's Urshifu going to be moving first, so it ends up going to KO this ground-type Landorus, picking off the field, and now we should be able to see Shohei's Urshifu going to be moving last on this turn. It has not moved yet. It's going to be a Surging Strike, so not going to try to use that close combat, dropping its defenses potentially for the Rillaboom to come in and use a Grassy Glide. So just trying to be safe here, grabbing some guaranteed damage.
Yeah, able to chip down the Urshifu, and at this point, I think relatively safe to say that Nicholas does have the faster Urshifu of the two. Yeah, once again, another Grassy Terrain tick to confirm that. But yeah, we just have such a substantial HP advantage on Shohei's side that it's going to be, you know, given that the Rillaboom is going to be faster on this turn, able to apply fake out pressure, it's really going to have to come down to whether this Raging Bolt might actually be able to swing things in Nicholas's favor. With the Landorus still extremely healthy on Shohei's side, that's going to be a big task. Like if you're able to knock out effectively this Urshifu in the subsequent turns. Oh, it was a double switch out to the Raging Bolt. Both players thinking the same things, and Shohei did make that switch up. Hard to say whether he did last game, but both players putting their faith in the Raging Bolt in this next game. However, the booster energy on Shohei's side and the low HP of the Urshifu on Nicholas's side means Thunderclap's going to be an easy KO. It's going to be close if it goes for the Terra Steel, but I guess that the booster energy would set it over the top, whereas that's not the case on Nicholas's side. The presence of the Lander is still on Shohei's side, going to be a huge boon against this Raging Bolt, and I'd honestly put him at the advantage with both the HP advantage and that Landorus in the back to handle the Raging Bolt, regardless of terrestrialization.
I believe, Cedric, that both Landoruses were KO'd in the previous turn. One got hit by the Sludge Bomb on Nicholas's side, and Shohei lost the Landorus on his side because of the Urshifu using that Rapid Strike. So both players operating with the exact same Pokemon here, the Rillaboom, the Urshifu, and the Raging Bolt. Landorus probably being one of the best checks to Landorus, Raging Bolt, should I say, because you have access to both the Earth Power before it goes for Terra Fairy and Sludge Bomb afterwards if it went for Terra Fairy. So now they're going to have to deal with playing these Raging Bolt mirrors as one decides to go for that Terra Fairy. Looks like Shohei is not opting to Terrasilize yet, trying to use that defensive Terra later on. No Thunderclaps yet for either player. Surging Strikes on Shohei's Urshifu going to go into Nicholas, just trying to get a little bit extra damage in on this turn. Let's see who ends up moving next. Urshifu on Nicholas's side, also just trying to get the guaranteed damage in onto the opposing Raging Bolt. Not trying to use close combat to weaken its defenses, but also just trying to guarantee that there's some damage on the board. Let's see which Raging Bolt is going to move next. We just saw the Urshifu go for the Surging Strikes, and it's going to be Nicholas's Raging Bolt. That's going to be important to know for later on. Going to go for that Calm Mind, boosting up its special attack and special defense stats. Now Shohei is going to move next. Dragon Pulse. So just valuing to get rid of the Urshifu off this field. No more is this Urshifu going to be doing any more damage. Only 2 Pokemon left for Nicholas in this game, number 3, and it's going to be that Rillaboom coming in on this turn now.
Yeah, it doesn't get punished for withholding the Terrestrialization on Shohei's side there. Didn't get Dragon Pulsed by the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side, which would have outsped. There was no availability to Calm Mind first. That might have gotten really close to a knockout. It would have been close, but didn't come to pass. And now this Rillaboom is on the field. We're seeing the Raging Bolt be able to set up the Calm Minds. That'll definitely put it at an advantage against the Raging Bolt currently, and net it a guaranteed knockout against the currently Water-type Urshifu on Shohei's side. But a Terrestrialization to Steel could prove to be pretty effective. I'd expect Shohei might want to preserve that for the Raging Bolt to make sure that you at least need to be Thunderclap for any damage. But yeah, the final 2 Pokemon on Nicholas's side, definitely we have an ability for Shohei to at least switch in the Rillaboom. It's at high HP to potentially go for Fake Outs later in the battle. But once again, withholding the Terrestrialization, just happy to trade damage, even if you're getting knocked out on one of the Pokemon. Maybe happy, Nicholas, or rather Shohei, happy with the position, even in spite of that.
I think it's important to note that, to remember that Nicholas's Raging Bolt does carry the leftovers item. So even if the Grassy Terrain was gone, you could start just getting that HP value. And if you're in an endgame situation with no Grassy Terrain, the Raging Bolt just might be the last Pokemon standing. It already has that Calm Mind boost, so it could potentially just win an endgame against Shohei's Raging Bolt that had to use its booster energy. And remember, in the Raging Bolt mirrors, Thunderclap can only attack if your opponent used an attacking move in response. Right now, Raging Bolt having that full HP, probably not going to need to go for an attack right now. I know that Shohei still hasn't gone for a Terrestrialization yet. Typically, you want to go to a Terra Fairy because you are very scared of a potential Dragon Pulse into another Raging Bolt that could just end up cleaning the rest of this game out, but it's not the case just yet.
Yeah, you should be able to deal with this Rillaboom, and at that point, you maybe are able to use your own Rillaboom to defeat the Raging Bolt with your high HP total, and it shedding its Dragon-type resistance to your Grass-type moves, and it being forced to attack. Maybe at that point, you're able to go for your own Thunderclaps on those turns to just be able to levy enough damage to beat that Raging Bolt. We are going to see the Terrestrialization finally come out on Shohei's side. Doesn't want to take a Dragon Pulse this turn, has probably found himself into a position where at least this turn, it's very safe. In the previous ones, he probably had some lines planned to make sure that it wasn't going to be an issue, but we see a Detect from the Urshifu, doesn't want to get hit by a Thunderclap, and finally goes for the Detect. Every other turn was susceptible to a Thunderclap, even maybe knocking it out, but not this turn. We see the Woodhammer come out, not able to do, even with a critical hit without the Grassy Terrain, likely wouldn't have been a knockout, but honestly a Thunderclap double up into that Raging Bolt could have been a knockout, so maybe a bit of a risk there that Nicholas was not able to exploit. However, it is down 3-1. Shohei Kimura versus Nicholas Khan. The number 1 seed has gone 12-1 in this tournament overall, has been absolutely dominant, but now down and, you know, not out, definitely can come out on top against this Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, and Urshifu, given they're all at relatively low HP aside from the Rillaboom. But yeah, this leftovers combination is really going to need to be the thing that carries Nicholas over the edge against this really strong offensive core that Shohei still has.
Yeah, this is going to be coming down to the wire here. The Urshifu and the Rillaboom on Shohei's side of the field have to put in a lot of work because of the interactions of Thunderclap. Thunderclap going to be used into that Urshifu, going to be picking off that second Pokemon on Shohei's side of the field. So now the Rillaboom in the back going to be coming back into this match. The Thunderclap does not get to be used because the Nicholas's Thunderclap was used first. Remember that the speed interaction is so that Nicholas has been moving first the entire time. There's almost been no speed ties here. So we can assume that Nicholas's Raging Bolt is going to be moving first for the rest of this battle. Shohei's Raging Bolt is going to be moving second. The Raging Bolt onto the Rillaboom onto the field now means that Grassy Terrain has been set down. Raging Bolt, look how healthy it is. It has not taken a single point of damage on the entire turn. Raging Bolt going to get flinched by that fake out. We do see a Calm Mind boosted setup just trying to increase its special defense stat here. But one would have to imagine if Nicholas just decides to go for a Dragon Pulse into the Rillaboom, you take down that target, and you could potentially just stall out this game with Calm Minds and Protects to win this battle. Because remember, if you are in an endgame situation with one Pokemon each, you win based on your HP percentage remaining, and the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side can just keep healing up with those leftovers.
Yeah, I think given the mirror that no matter, as long as the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side is higher or is at max HP, it's going to, no matter what the HP totals are on Nicholas's side, we see the Thunderclap, it's going to come out. It is going to knock out the Rillaboom. Shohei was a faster on the Rillaboom. He could have gone for the Grassy Glide to circumvent that and also go for a Thunderclap to cover for it, which is what he went for. He was predicting the Dragon Pulse most likely, but it's not what came out. And Nicholas might be able to make this 3v1 comeback with the Raging Bolt. The Rillaboom was at too low of an HP stat to be able to win the battle, and Shohei sees the writing on the wall. Shohei Kimura, the 2023 world champion, goes down to Nicholas Khan, Australia's finest, in this 2-1 almost exact mirror. Spectacular play from Nicholas, was able to close it out. A really precarious position, made every call pretty much in that endgame right to be able to close it out. Spectacular finish.
Yeah, it just came down to that third game adjustment. We saw game 1 and game 2. It was pretty fast paced. The turns only lasted about 5 each respectively, where both players had really good turn 1s to be able to finish out those games quickly. But in game number 3 is a lot slower pace, where the Pokemon were really just trying to make sure they're repositioned in the right way. But once both Raging Bolts hit the field, that's when things changed, where we finally got to see that Nicholas's Raging Bolt did have that leftovers, where it was able to just hold onto its HP count. It was able to set up the Calm Minds quickly and also just deal enough damage later on in the game to just win it out ultimately.
Yep, still working on my camera here. I'll get that back. Hopefully it's back now.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah,
sorry about that, folks. But yeah, such an incredible match. In an exact mirror, it can be so stressful to be continuing to bring the exact same Pokemon. I think both players shied away from that, went for the Raging Bolt brings. And in the exact mirror, while the Raging Bolt, the booster energy, is providing a lot of value in that extra damage, the leftovers is always going to allow the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side to be able to be at a high HP total regardless of once Grassy Terrain ends. If the Raging Bolt on Shohei's side is below roughly 50% HP, the Grassy Terrain healing, never going to be able to offset the leftovers in time to reach a higher HP total than the Raging Bolt on Nicholas's side. And he played towards that end game. Probably towards the start, he was slowly chipping everything down. The Rillaboom, the Raging Bolt, getting the damage when he needed to it at the exact correct times, and was able to clutch out. There were several turns where he could have gone for Dragon Pulse into the Raging Bolt on Shohei's side, but decided not to. I don't need to knock out the Raging Bolt as long as I knock out everything around it and keep mine even at, honestly, 1 HP. It's going to be able to outstall the Raging Bolt in the end game with the Protects and the leftovers and the Calm Minds by never attacking into any Thunderclap damage, given the Dragon Pulse can never knock you out once you've gone for the crystallization.
Go ahead.
No,
that was one of the more important parts of a VGC, especially at a higher level, where you can have an exact 6 Pokemon mirror. We did see an exact 6 Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, Landorus, Chien-Pao, Raging Bolt. But how your Pokemon are trained can, contribute to your battle. You could say that it's a 50-50 matchup just based on Pokemon, but how you lead it mattered, because we saw how they were able to lead in different games where both players won their respective games with different leads. But then ultimately in game number 3, because of how the Pokemon were trained and how they're able to take KOs or even just survive, we saw the Raging Bolt just be faster than Shohei's Raging Bolt, and also carrying that leftovers just mean that in that specific endgame, Nicholas had the advantage almost going into game number 3 from the start, even if they didn't know what the Pokemon was, just meaning that they just knew that they could rely on that endgame, assuming that third or fourth unrevealed Pokemon was Raging Bolt as well.
Yeah, I think another factor is, there is the element of speed just affecting the mirror a substantial amount. However, I think the play was really interesting in that end game from Shohei. Basically, he always had priority on the board against the Raging Bolt that would potentially force it to go for a Dragon Pulse that turn to allow his Raging Bolt to either go for a Calm Mind to give itself to at least reach parity on the Calm Minds with the Raging Bolt, on Nicholas's side and allow it to go for Thunderclaps as the Dragon Pulses are coming out. We could have seen on the turn that the Thunderclap came into the Urshifu, an Aqua Jet to complete move first in that priority bracket, and we could have seen the same from the Rillaboom. We saw, based on the grassy terrain healing, that the Rillaboom on Shohei's side was faster. Both of those are turns where you can actually, one or two options. You can either dodge the Thunderclap by moving with the faster priority on your partner slot, or if they go for Dragon Pulse, that's a turn that you can tag the Raging Bolt with Thunderclap damage to maybe chip it in range of Grassy Glide Thunderclap from the Rillaboom on that last turn. So yeah, I think that was a really excellently played endgame by Nicholas to be making those calls, because Shohei did have the options to be able to maybe play towards a more consistent game plan, but there would have been some unpredictability based on the healing of the Raging Bolt and the damage rolls. So Shohei ultimately made the calls. You know what? My opponent is not going to go for this. Not going to go for the priority move. I'm going to take full advantage of that by not going for my priority moves. Got them wrong both times, and Nicholas was able to take it based off that.
Yep. I know for certain that we had another result happening on our side stream, on the Spanish side stream. Zachary Weed had won against Alex Gomez, going to be moving on into that coveted top 8 spot in international. So one more win, you're guaranteed that Worlds invite automatically, going to San Francisco. And we just saw Nicholas Khan beating Shohei Kimura, the world champion of 2023 of VGC, being able to clean that out in a 2-1 victory. We are going to head to a quick break before we move on in the rest of this tournament. So stay tuned for some more amazing VG action.
Welcome back, folks. We are back at the European and VGC International Championship, where we're going to be featuring some of these senior division matches. They are just proceeding through the final rounds of Swiss, before they proceed to the top cut. Really excited to feature the senior division players. You can also check out the mainstream for the official broadcast for the top 8 matches. Those are also going to be electric, but yeah, featuring the seniors, they're not often, they don't often get featured. So I myself am a player who have progressed through the juniors and seniors division. My name is Cedric Bernier, joined with Andrew Tham for the matches here. Excited for these matches, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm excited. Typically, we only really get to see the seniors and juniors play on the final days of internationals or worlds only. So we finally get to see how strong some of these competitors are in the seniors division. I know you mentioned this during our break, that some of the best Masters players did come up from the senior ranks. And now we get to see here 2 US players. We got Kevin and Connor running somewhat similar teams, but we have a little bit of a trickery mode for Kevin.
Yeah, I believe we're running into round 6, and both these players might be undefeated. We'll get a little bit more details on those later. But yeah, Kevin Hahn, I believe the 2-time juniors regional champion, making his first year in the seniors division, absolutely making a splash, running the Incineroar, Urshifu, Porygon 2, Fluttermane, Ursaluna, and Amoonguss core. That the 6 won the 2024 EUIC International Championships in different items and Terra configurations, but overall a similar concept. And then Connor P running the Incineroar, Goldango, Urshifu, Amoonguss, Landorus, and Roaring Moon, showing lots of commonality with the team that Kerry Dortena was able to win the Toronto Regional Championships with.
Yeah, we can see with Kevin, having that Porygon 2 is definitely going to be maximum value. You have the option to go for Ice Beam into the Landorus, grabbing that 4 times hit KO, and you also have decent damage into Amoonguss and Roaring Moon respectively. You have a great benefit on using Trick Room. To my knowledge, and looking at least at Connor's team, there is no real way to stop Porygon 2. There's no taunt on Incineroar. You do have the trick on the Choice Specs Goldengo, where you could trick the Porygon 2 into perpetually using Trick Room, but definitely not a guaranteed way. You definitely have a Spore usage to stop the Porygon 2 from clicking the Trick Room button, if you were to be able to move first, or just able to stop the Porygon 2 from moving at all. But right now, we're looking at 2 different modes. We kind of can play in this balance mode where both teams don't have to play with their respective speed control options. But Connor's going to be running with the Tailwind, whereas Kevin's going to be running with the Trick Room. And now we get to see the leads here for game number 1 in this round number 6.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there's lots more item play than you'd typically see on most teams in the metagame. Double knockoff and trick lets you readily get rid of that Porygon 2's Eviolite, so we're not going to see it in the lead from Kevin, seeing the Incineroar and Fluttermane activating the booster energy. I didn't quite catch it. I'm guessing special attack, but Goldango and Amoonguss really well primed here. However, the Fluttermane is the Terra Water, which is an excellent defensive typing against the Make It Rain from the Goldango, flipping that super effective attack into a resisted one, and with the high special defense of Fluttermane, should be able to tank those relatively well. So Goldango not in an excellent position for those Make It Rains as it normally would. Maybe you might want to lock into another option like Shadow Ball or the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam. Amoonguss also pressured a fair bit. A Shadow Ball and a Flare Blitz, of course, would probably knock it out. And you also have Substitute on the Fluttermane, which would double as potentially lower, allowing a Make It Rain to break the Substitute and lower its special attack, as well as maybe blocking a Spore if the Goldango goes on, decides to go for a defensive switch in the face of a knockoff. We are going to see the Incineroar switch in on Connor's side, though.
Yeah, and here we see a Terastallization going to be coming onto the field of game number 1. It's going to be that Goldango trying to remove its Ghost and steal weakness to both the Incineroar and the Fluttermane. Going to go to that Terra Fairy, so offering a decent defensive coverage typing that makes it so that you do not have to lose your Pokemon too early, as Fluttermane goes for that Protect, trying to make it sure that if the Goldango is going to go for the Make It Rain, it's not going to do too much damage into the Incineroar, being a fire type. But it looks like it's just going to be a trick used onto the opposing Incineroar, trying to swap its items. The Goldango now going to be carrying the Assault Vest item, and the Incineroar are going to be locked into that Choice Specs now.
Yeah, no longer able to go for the trick on future turns due to the effect of the Assault Vest, not letting you use non-attacking moves, but that Incineroar is definitely going to be a lot more limited. Has to go for those U-turns or knockoffs, but we're going to get right into it. Players moving fast here as the Fluttermane goes for a Moonblast, dealing a lot of damage into that non-Assault Vest. Incineroar bringing it quite low as Shadow Ball goes into the Fluttermane. We see the benefits of being able to switch moves, able to cover even a Terastallization with the Shadow Ball. Make It Rain might have actually gotten pretty close to a knockout. Make It Rain slightly stronger even with the spread type damage. than the Shadow Ball, I believe, or they might actually, yeah, 90 base power versus 80, sorry about that. But yeah, lowers the special attack with the parting shot into the Flutter Mane, able to switch into the Amoonguss, and the Incineroar has to get aggressive here and go for the Flare Blitz to punish that. It doesn't, just going, given that you are a Choice Specs now, you have to play a little bit more deliberately with your moves, just decides to pivot out into the U-turn. But yeah, that Choice Specs on the Incineroar are going to pay dividends later on when you want to be going for Fake Out and then going for another move afterwards. No longer going to be able to do that, would just be locked into Fake Out if it attempted to make that play.
Yeah, and I do love this Amoonguss switching in here, but now we see the Ursaluna switching in mid-turn from the U-turn on the Incineroar spot, now able to activate the Flame Orb, so the Amoonguss cannot spore this Ursaluna any longer in this game. You still have a spore target onto this Flutter Mane on the opposing side. If I'm correct, this is going to be a Terra Water Flutter Mane, so not a Terra Grass Flutter Mane, so no immunity to spore there. This Amoonguss is primed right now to be able to try to put some decent offensive pressure by using these spores onto the Flutter Mane, but it looks like it's just going to go back into its Pokeball, trying to retreat out, keep it healthy, bring in the Incineroar, drop the defenses, or drop the attack through the Intimidate onto the Ursaluna. It's going to be very crucial. Maybe you try to want to keep the Golden Go alive this turn so it's able to deal some decent damage with the Make It Rain as the Flutter Mane goes for that Protect and the Make It Rain going to be used.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane still has retained its Ghost typing, so definitely very valuable against the Fake Out. On the Incineroar, we see the Make It Rain is going to do a little less than half the HP. On the Ursaluna, a very bulky Goldengo here might actually be able to take the Intimidated Facade. Oh, it's very close, but it is able to survive. Survives on 15 HP. The Intimidate paying huge dividends there. However, this Flutter Mane is now well set up to go for a Moonblast. There is no Protect or Shadow Ball under that Goldengo slot. There's nothing, or yeah, there's no defensive option for the Goldengo aside from switches and Shadow Ball unless there's a Porygon 2. Or actually, yeah, misreading which players who. Shadow Ball unresisted coverage unless there's a Roaring Moon in the back. Moonblast would be a little bit better into the Urshifu in the back. We'll see what Kevin ultimately goes for. But yeah, the Incineroar doesn't want to stay on the field. Potentially could have Fake Outed into a Terra Ghost on the on the Ursaluna. We see Amoonguss coming in, lots of switches on this turn, both players trying to feel each other out. In this game one, they are 4-1 apiece, so a little bit less, less margin for error than if they were undefeated trying to feel each other out in this game one. But it is just going to be the Moonblast going into that Amoonguss slot. Wanted to get rid of the Incineroar, but now we see didn't work out. The Make It Rain is going to target into the Flutter Mane. Could have knocked it out that turn if it had just targeted into the Goldengo. Kevin may be a little bit upset about that. Loses a piece he didn't necessarily have to, but does at least get the Porygon 2 in to maybe start setting up Trick Rooms.
Yeah, the issue with the Trick Room here is that the Amoonguss did switch in, and now is going to be threatening even damage with the Sludge Bomb or something else. We do have the Incineroar switching in on the turn, going to be dropping those Intimidates. Not going to be mattering against the two special attackers on the field. The Golden Go is at very, very low HP. It could just get picked off by a Fake Out. Now that the Golden Go is into that Terra Fairy, Porygon 2 has to think about whether it wants to go for that Trick Room. It did get a special attack boost on the download ability, so it could start dealing some decent damage with Ice Beam or Terra Flying Terra Blast into the Amoonguss spot, since it cannot Terra anymore. And additionally, the Incineroar is also threatening decent damage with a potential Flare Blitz into the Amoonguss spot. So you could call the Golden Go switching out here, as it is going to do. Connor's going to be switching that out for the Incineroar. So a very good defense pivot here.
Yeah, the Terra type on the Porygon 2 could prove to be essential in combination with that special attack boost, giving it the ability to most likely one at KO the Amoonguss with the now flying type Terra Blast coming off of its high special attack stat, compounded with the special attack boost that should knock out most Amoonguss. Critically also, let's keep in mind that the Incineroar is Choice Spec, so Fake Out going to be a little bit trickier. We might see a bit more of a neutral play. Yeah, we're going to see that Terra Blast come out, but most likely a U-turn, knock off or Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, unless it's really tactically beneficial. But that Amoonguss is going to go down. That could have spelled disaster if it had been able to spore the Porygon 2 on the Terastallization, but U-turn is going to come out, able to pivot, get a little bit more damage into that Incineroar, make it an easy knockout with a Terra Blast on future turns. And yeah, this Porygon 2 is really well primed to deal a lot of damage against both the Incineroar and the Urshifu with no Terastallization available to it at the back. And then the Ursaluna is going to come in, so yeah, that Pokemon should be outsped by the Incineroar, or rather it should be naturally by the Incineroar, Goldengo, and the Urshifu. Sometimes we do see a bit more speed on the Ursalunas on these teams if they have Tailwind. This one might be of the slower variety. That's something these players will have to feel out, though.
Okay, here comes an interesting situation. The momentum is slightly favored Connor right now. You have the fake out to stop Trick Room being set up here. Now that the Amogus is gone, if you have a way to set up the Trick Room, you can have most of your Pokemon, especially the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar, start sweeping this game. Fake are going to be used onto the Porygon 2 to just deny it from moving this turn, as the Urshifu going to go for those guaranteed single strike, surging strike hits to get rid of this Ursaluna on the board, letting you switch in either your Incineroar or Fluttermane again, as the Porygon 2 is going to have to deal with the flinch on this turn. We could now see Fluttermane coming in. One would have to imagine it's going to be naturally faster than... Oh no, it's actually going to be Incineroar. No Fluttermane yet. So just trying to make sure that the Trick Room potentially could get set up here. I want to say that Connor does not have access to taunt. That is correct. It does not. It's Flare Blitz, knockoff, fake out, parting shot. So really no way for Porygon 2 to be stopped here to set up a Trick Room.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. With in the previous turns, the Goldengo was able to knock out the Fluttermane. Not great on the graphic just yet, but yeah, so you had to go into the Incineroar here, and this is actually one of the rare tactical situations where you should be using Fake Out with a Choice Specs Pokemon. It does lock the, it does lock out the Incineroar from doing an attack here, going for a U-turn, and it probably would have knocked out the Goldengo had it switched in, meaning that you're actually free to get a Trick Room up here. I think Kevin's goal here is to actually do the 1v3 with the Porygon 2, expecting his Incineroar to go down there. Kind of an interesting call. He actually could have, or Connor could have actually left the Incineroar alone. It would have been stuck fake outing for the rest of the battle. It would have been for that particular play would have been a better play, but perhaps just didn't want the Incineroar to lock into a Flare Blitz either way. But at this point, yeah, you can just go for a Terra Blast. Oh, it is a slower Incineroar on Connor's side. Not typical on these Trick Room teams, or on these Tailwind teams for Connor's side. That means that the Parting Shot is going to come out and lower the special attack on this Porygon 2. That could prove critical. It looks like this Urshifu has a bit of special defense or HP investment. Might be able to tank this hit, Andrew.
Yeah, we saw just how much a +1 Flying Terra Blast did to an Amoonguss, but is it going to do enough into this bulky Urshifu? And it looks like it's just barely enough, living on red HP. So that special attack drop from the Parting Shot ended up mattering because of how the Incineroar was trained. And being slower meant that you were able to move first in the Trick Room, meaning that the Urshifu is going to get some free damage on into this Porygon 2. Despite what should have been a promising position for Kevin to win game number 1, ended up being a detriment. You're not able to take out the Urshifu in time before getting dealt with that damage. And obviously you still have to contend with the Goldengo in the back. Despite it being at low HP, it still was not the position you wanted to be in. So great job for Connor recognizing that, maybe the Incineroar just knew that it was going to be slower than the Porygon 2. That's definitely an interesting call to see, because the Porygon 2 or... Yeah, Connor was the one running Roaring Moon, like you mentioned. So it's definitely interesting to see that Porygon 2 was faster than the Incineroar.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no additional speed control on Kevin's team, so maybe wanted to edge out some Pokemon in the slower speed tiers to run a little bit faster. I believe Porygon 2 and Incineroar have the same base speed, so all things being equal, they can speed tie, but typically on these Trick Room teams, the Incineroar tend to train a little bit faster, perhaps outspeeding things like Ogerpon or Urshifus in Trick Room. It's rare that you'll see them run slower, really slower than a Porygon 2 without any speed control. So yeah, really interesting interaction there that absolutely bites Kevin. Without the Parting Shot, we see the Urshifu go down, and even with Fake Out, without the Surging Strikes damage, it's most likely that the Porygon 2 is able to just pick off the Goldengo with no Protect or the Incineroar and close out the game from there. So really interesting end game where it seemed like Kevin actually had the potential to do the 1v3 with just the Trick Room after going for the Choice Specs Fake Out, but ultimately that little speed interaction ended up in Connor's favor and brought him to a game 1 advantage.
Yeah, you have to think, if Kevin knew that he shouldn't have gone for the Trick Room, do you think there was a way in order to just say, like, hey, I'm just going to use Terrifying Terra Blast before I Trick Room, get rid of the Urshifu, force a 1v2 with the Goldengo and the Incineroar outside of Trick Room? I think you're able to do that because the Goldengo no longer has access to the Choice Specs damage on a single target Make It Rain, so it's not doing as much damage as you would think it would be doing. And now that we know that the Incineroar is actually slower than the Porygon 2 outside of Trick Room, you actually could have just gone a guaranteed hit into the Goldengo and then take out the Incineroar on the next turn. So it's just a tough call to make. You have to think about it in hindsight, and that's not something that I think Kevin would have to think about going into game number 2. You just have to, clean slate on game number 1, just have a new game plan going into game number 2.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that Kevin wasn't expecting, but something to carry forward with him into this game 2 against Connor. Just Yeah, really strong gameplay from both players. It did feel like the Fluttermane did get a whole lot of damage in the Incineroar, but on the key turns, it wasn't quite able to take the knockouts it needed. Similarly, the Ursaluna just fell short on the Goldango, and just having those Pokemon, even though they were at low HP, having those Pokemon as resources allowed Connor the ability to come up on top in that game one. So I think Kevin probably going to be a little bit more selective in how he's selecting his damage, just trying to make sure that if a Pokemon is on the field, at least trying to keep them honest. If he has a lot of damage into that slot, to knock it out. Played a little bit more aggressively, it seemed like, with his targeting in the game one, and ended up coming down to bite him, but only on narrow margins based off of that speed interaction. So lots to have learned in terms of both the team speed interactions and just how Connor has been playing them, and then the same for Connor to Kevin, but going to be an interesting adjustment from both players in this game too. What do you expect on Connor's side, having won the game one? What do you expect from Kevin in this next game?
I feel like you have to still bring the Porygon 2 to this match. You know, Ursaluna just being one of your strongest pieces on your entire team, just able to do so much damage. Feels like Ursaluna and Porygon 2 are going to be almost a surefire bring. It's going to be coming down to whatever else. The Fluttermane really didn't do that much. It was very threatened by the Goldango on the lead. It wasn't really able to do that much damage to the Amoonguss. It protected, I think, half the turns that it was on the board. So I think you end up switching it out for something else. You could decide to go for the Urshifu, getting some great damage into either the Goldango or an Incineroar, but you still have to contend with an Amoonguss on the other side. It's not going to be carrying that Rocky Helmet, has the Citrus Berry, so you're not going to be ending up chipping your own HP down. But I think that's just something you're going to have to think about. You have to be able to find a way to take down some of Connor's, strong Pokemon, the Goldango, the Landorus, the Urshifu. You have to be able to find a way to break through that. As we bring in game number 2, it looks like it's already underway.
Yep, we see the Fluttermane has already gone for the Terastallization, perhaps was a Goldango initially, switching it on the Incineroar. Actually, I guess not. The Amoonguss already has some fresh damage. Maybe would have been a Dazzling Gleam or a Make It Rain turn 1, but the Amoonguss is here. It has been Moonblasted. We're going to see if it's a Flare Blitz follow-up. Maybe he was trying to cover for a Terra Water. The Flare Blitz in the Moonblast. Oh, not enough to KO. A Shadow Ball would have been there. Once again, a Pokemon on Connor's side just able to survive, and that could have huge consequences. If the Amoonguss is able to go for a Spore onto either of these Pokemon, it is the Sludge Bomb, maybe even predicting a substitute that turn or another target in the back. But unless Ursaluna was in the back or an Amoonguss was the attempted switch in, you had a Spore into that slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And even just looking at the damage calculations from that Sludge Bomb, if Kevin were to go for a substitute, it probably wouldn't have actually broken the substitute doll. So that's important information to note for later. Also didn't get that poison here. So for Connor, just a little bit of a null turn here, just trying to get a little bit of damage on. The Incineroars are on the field. The Fluttermane with that Terra Water is going to be hovering over the battlefield, trying to do as much damage as it can, but it won't be doing all that much damage against an Incineroar and an Amoonguss, so it's really just going to be sitting on the floor right now. Amoonguss is going to be switching out from the Incineroar on Kevin's side of the field, bringing out an Amoonguss of his own. Amoonguss on Connor's side going to be switching out, getting that nice healing it deserves into that Amoonguss. Let's see what the targeting was for the turn. Fluttermane going to go for the Protect, not trying to take a risk and eat another Spore or Sludge Bomb, as Urshifu is going to get a free switch in here. Incineroar trying to go for the Parting Shot, but looks like it's going to get blocked, so Incineroar is not able to repivot back into something like that Amoonguss.
Yeah, Fake Out was, of course, active against the Terra Water Fluttermane, no longer immune to the Fake Out, so went for the Parting Shot to try and cover that slot. As the Urshifu comes in, also wants to protect itself from the Moonblast potential from this Fluttermane. This is not a safety goggles on the Incineroar, so Kevin going for the Rage Powder will redirect anything that the Incineroar goes for. Excellent read, calls the Protect out and goes for the Moonblast into the Incineroar, although more of an option coverage given that the Rage Powder would have redirected any close combat from the Fluttermane and hit it into the Amoonguss, both chipping it down a little bit with the Rocky Helmet and also just tanking the hit relatively well. We do see it is the Goldango Amoonguss. Those are the 4 Pokemon. We haven't seen all of the 4 on Kevin's side. This Terra Water Fluttermane is really not threatened by immediate damage by any of these Pokemon with Amoonguss on the field to redirect any close combats.
Yeah, now that we have the Amoonguss on Kevin's side of the field, it is going to be threatening a Spore on the Urshifu that had just protected. So you have to consider if keeping the Urshifu on the field is what you want to be able to do. You do have your own Amoonguss on the board threading a Spore into the Fluttermane spot, but you're not really pushing any advantages, even if you did get that Spore off, because your own Urshifu is going to be threatened. But it looks like no Spore, at least for Kevin's Amoonguss this turn. Going to try to redirect any damage coming through. No Rage Powder from Amoonguss on Connor's side. It's just going to be a straight Moonblast from Kevin's Fluttermane into the Urshifu, getting that one-hit KO, as we see Connor opting to go for that Spore, just making that Fluttermane take its mandatory turn of sleep next turn.
Yeah, great knockout, able to get rid of the Amoonguss, or rather the Urshifu, which was one of the main remaining options to knock out Kevin's Incineroar, so great option, or great resource management to get rid of that. You could have potentially gotten a little bit greedy there and gone for Rage Powder and Substitute to dodge the Spore, and then any damage in the Amoonguss is largely going to be, not that effective, and then on the next turn you're set up a little bit better. But I think a smart tactical decision, or overall strategic decision, to get rid of the Urshifu. The Goldengo is so low, the Incineroar and the Amoonguss aren't really threatening your Incineroar in the back. So at that point, the Incineroar is definitely going to be a huge weapon on Kevin's toolbox to defeat the remaining Pokemon on Connor's side, as the Fluttermane takes its first turn of sleep, and the Incineroar is going to Parting Shot out, as we're probably going to see a bit of a passive turn.
Yep, we do see the Parting Shot going to be used into that Fluttermane, just dropping its special attack again, taking its mandatory turn of sleep. Amoonguss is the only option to switch in because the Urshifu did get knocked out. Going to be coming back in with near full HP, so it's going to be very healthy. Sludge Bomb going to be used into that. What was the Amoonguss? Now the Amoonguss, what was the Incineroar? So just trying to get a little bit of chip damage. Not even going to try to target into the Goldengo, despite it being a Terra Fairy Pokemon. So great pivot from Connor, trying to get this Amoonguss set up in the right position. You have the ability with Choice Specs now, I would assume, to just start using all your attacks to get this damage on the board. It is going to be that Choice Specs just doing about 60% to Amoonguss and about 25% HP to that Fluttermane, still hanging on. Sludge Bomb going to be used onto the Goldengo. Now that it's Terra Fairy, it's no longer an immunity. Going to be picking that Pokemon off. And now Connor is only down to 2 more Pokemon. It's going to be that low HP Incineroar in the back. And this Fluttermane, despite it being on the field for such a long time, is still hanging on.
Yeah, also maybe a speed tie, but between the two Amoongusses, Kevin's moving first. That can be situationally important in who can go for a Spore or a Sludge Bomb first. Ended up being, you probably needed a crit on either for Connor to actually take that knockout. But yeah, this Fluttermane has taken its first, or it has taken 2 turns of sleep, so now I think it has max 2 left overall. But yeah, susceptible to a fake out this turn due to having burned the Terra Water. However, this Amoonguss and the Fluttermane aren't so much the issue that Connor has to contend with. He has to get through from them to get to the Incineroar first, as we see that Fluttermane stay asleep. But this Incineroar looming in the back is going to be really challenging for Connor to defeat, especially with his Incineroar entering the field this turn, unable to intimidate it in future turns, as the Flare Blitz does just take out that Fluttermane this turn, not wanting to mess with sleep turns any further.
Yeah, we do see the Flare Blitz taking out the Fluttermane that still had to take another turn of sleep, so wasn't able to move anymore. It looks like Amoonguss trying to call out a potential switch on Kevin's Amoonguss side, but it's just going to be hanging on in this battle. We still have an Incineroar and an Urshifu on Kevin's side of the field, so opting to go into the Urshifu, knowing that you can get some great damage in with the Urshifu here. If I'm not mistaken, Connor is going to be the one that is running the Citrus Berry on Amoonguss, so no Rocky Helmet damage chip potential. But I'm not entirely sure if the Citrus Berry has been used yet, so you could just be healthy even if you go for the constant Rage Powders. Incineroar going to be threatening something like a knockoff or a Flare Blitz into the Amoonguss to just get another KO here.
Yep, we're going to see a redirection on the Amoonguss from Kevin's side, as there's no Rage Powder for Connor's side. Surging Strike's going to deal 2 hits of damage to the Incineroar, so 2 hits of Rocky Helmet could prove to be important, but with the Incineroar in the back, I'm not sure if we caught whether it switched out when it was asleep or not. That will, of course, play a role in the end game, but if it's at even nearly full HP, should have this locked up against the Amoonguss in the back. Really great adjustments overall by Kevin. We didn't see the early game, but we saw the Terra Fairy Fluttermane utilized a bit more effectively against the Goldengo Amoonguss. Incineroar and the Urshifu definitely have to call out a really smart call in front of the opposing Amoonguss earlier in the game, where it could have gone for a substitute, just knocked out the Urshifu to really prime the way for this endgame to be a lot simpler. As we are just seeing the Amoonguss slowly trade damage as the Urshifu has fallen asleep, and we're going to see the state of that Incineroar, and how easily it's going to be able to clean up the game will depend on whether it's asleep and how low HP it is, but yeah, it's pretty healthy, should have this one locked up.
Yep, at this point, you can just go for a guaranteed fake out, try to get the Urshifu to wake up, but it looks like Connor not trying to reveal any damage calcs. On a potential Flare Blitz knockout, also just realizing that this endgame is not just going to go in his favor. That is going to be a concession, and we're going to be heading into a game number 3. Like you said, we didn't really get to see the game 2 leads and how that turn was able to progress, but it looks like that Flutter main was able to put in a lot of effort with that Terra Water, just able to just take down a bunch of, HP slowly on Connor's side of the field, and ended up just being high value in comparison to game number 1.
Yeah, it looked like on the overall game plan side, Kevin actually switched away from the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna, which we had anticipated might play if leveraged correctly, could actually blow through a lot of holes in Connor's team. Decided to opt against that and went on the Flutter main. Went more on the Flutter main side, where you're able to leverage that Tear Water in combination with the substitute to put a lot of fear of sporing into a substitute on the Amoonguss' side. Was able to crack a lot of holes in Connor's team as a result of that. Most likely forced a Make It Rain earlier in the game. Read that, was able to Terra Fairy or Terra Water and not really take a lot of damage. We saw the Goldenko at such low HP, probably took a Moonblast that turn or a Shadow Ball. So that Flutter main definitely a core option of the team that can handle the Amoonguss mode really well. But we do have to wonder if you've abandoned that Porygon 2, if Connor wants to, we could see a Roaring Moon adjustment to just overwhelm Kevin with damage, faster damage with the Goldenko and the rest of his Pokemon.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like you mentioned, the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna didn't show up, but the Roaring Moon and the Lenders also didn't show up. So both players are just opting out of both of their, strongest tools for speed control, just playing in a neutral status. As we see game number 3, wonder if there's going to be any switch ups on the leads or any of the Pokemon, but it looks like it's going to be very similar to that first game. 2 Incineroars, 1 for Kevin and 1 for Connor, and the Flutter main is back on the field against this Amoonguss on Connor's side of the field. Now we get to see some more interactions. Let's see how it is going to play out. The Flutter main going to be activating that Photosynthesis on the Booster Energy. It is that special attack guaranteed, no more speed here. Now we just get to see more interactions where, we got to play a little bit of a slow game 3 here.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch if the Incineroar on Kevin's side is faster, but if it is, you might just be able to go for a fake out in the Incineroar on Connor's side and go for a substitute. We saw how slow the Incineroar was. It's slower than Porygon 2 for crying out loud, so you expect it to be a little bit faster, but it is just a fake out into the Amoonguss as a Shadow Ball comes out from the Flutter main, perhaps reading a Goldango switch, but not going to land as the Incineroar is able to take that relatively well, but parting shot into the Incineroar on Kevin's side. Now, -2 attack, really not going to be doing a lot of damage at all. Yeah, the Flutter main probably had a great opportunity to go for a substitute for a lot more damage there. Doesn't quite get it. Yeah, really interesting defensive. Lots of layers of reads going on here. Just the parting shot, maybe protecting a protect from the Flutter main. Yeah, these players are really trying to bust this game open with some aggressive reads in the game 3, sorry.
Yeah, now we see the Goldengo switch in on the Incineroar spot. It is now going to be threading some great Make It Rain damage. But more importantly, the Flutter main did not go for the Protect that turn. I think Connor was expecting a Protect on the Flutter main spot. That's why he was targeting down into the Incineroar with the parting shot to switch in. Now you have the Flutter main up on the field, still has its Terra available. It could just go for a defensive move and a Protect, keep the Incineroar up, maybe try to pivot out into something that can give you that Spore immunity, like another Amoonguss that we've been seeing in this game. As his Goldengo is now primed to just do some extra damage, but again, it is choice locked unless it decides to go for Trick. But actually, no damage is going to be used on this Goldengo. It's just going to be switching back into the Incineroar, recognizing, hey, I don't want to just use my one move too early and then get the Goldengo stuck on the field. Just trying to reset this position with the Incineroar.
Yeah, I think attacking with the Goldango, even if you the best you can hope for is no Terrestrialization and a Make It Rain, knocking out the Flutter main, but there's so many defensive counterplays that Kevin has to that. Seeing one of them is the Terra Water here, could have gone for a Protect as well. You might see a substitute in the face in the Amoonguss or just a straight up attack. Yeah, that's a little bit safer given Make It Rain plus 4 might have brought you into range to break the substitute, but we do see a U-turn. So this Amoonguss is once again going to be free to Spore, whether it calls that in front of the Flutter main and goes for the Spore into that slot, or goes into the Incineroar, unless it's Ursaluna or the Amoonguss in the back that is a Spore. But of course, Kevin doesn't want to get overwhelmed by Amoonguss, knows its own power by wielding his own. Brings that in, but good call from Connor to Spore the Flutter main slot. No substitute came out there, and it is going to start to take its sleep turns on the next turn.
Yeah, now that you have gone for that Terra Water, you are not susceptible from a Flare Blitz, but we know how strong Incineroar can be even on a resisted target. It just does so much damage. It could just start whittling down this Fluttermane's HP, and we saw how well it was able to do in game number 2, just whittling down HP using that Shadow Ball or that Moonblast. It has not switched, so its photosynthesis is still activated by the booster energy. We saw at the beginning of the round, or the beginning of game number 3, it was the special attack booster, so you're getting that a little bit enhanced damage output compared to other Fluttermanes that have been trying to opt into the speed war, going for booster speed instead. Let's see how the turn plays out. The Fluttermane is asleep. It's not going to be moving this turn, at least for now, as the Amoonguss does switch into the back for the Golden Go, so trying to set up a position for the Golden Go to sweep in this game.
Yeah, wants to pivot out into the Goldango. It's really safe against the Amoonguss, both immune to the Spore and the Sludge Bomb due to the Steel typing and the Goodness Gold ability. We're going to see that Fluttermane take its first turn of sleep, so on the next turn, we'll have the option or the availability to wake up 1 and 3. We're going to see the Parting Shot go into the Amoonguss, so that is going to opt Connor into having the option to basically bring in another Pokemon. Could be the Amoonguss will have the option to tag a Spore into the Fluttermane if it tries to wake up and attack, or could start going for Spores into the Amoonguss slot if Connor's feeling aggressive and ambitious, given the Amoonguss is in a bit of a weaker position, or just going for safe damage with Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go for the Make It Rain here. Just getting the guaranteed damage on Shadow Ball is already going to be doing enough to the Fluttermane that's going to be threatening its position on the board, and you don't want to switch out for Kevin if you still have that special attack boost from the Booster Energy. Even if Incineroar did switch in on the Fluttermane spot, it will take a resisted Choice Specs boosted Shadow Ball, which is still going to be doing a decent amount of damage. And it looks like the Amoonguss not wanting to take a Make It Rain or a Shadow Ball is going to be switching into the back for the Incineroar, coming in onto this battlefield, trying to make it so that it resists both the Make It Rain and the Shadow Ball. So a great defensive pivot. Fluttermane looks like it didn't go for Protect under the sleep condition. Going to try to use an attacking move here. Looks like it did wake up. What did it go for? It went for the Moonblast, and it's going to be redirected by the Amoonguss, but still doing about 25% of its HP, as the Golden Go is going to be next to move. The Shadow Ball is going to be going into the Fluttermane, and it's just going to be doing about 50% of HP, but that's a good information to know that is a 2-hit KO guarantee.
Yeah, really struggling to deal even neutral damage with the Fluttermane in this battle. I think 2 Shadow Balls and a Moonblast into resisted targets every time. A little bit unfortunate there. However, you have woken up. You are free to go for more defensive options or offensive if you want to. The Incineroar now pressuring with a Fake Out into the Amoonguss and super effective knockoff and Flare Blitzes into the Goldango. Really a lot of pressure coming out from Fake Out from the Incineroar into the Amoonguss and a Shadow Ball, just knocking out the Goldango before it goes for a Terastallization. So we could see Kevin read into that, maybe scout out that Terra with the Protector or Substitute this turn, or even get crazy and fake out the Terra Fairy on the Goldango. That'd be incredibly aggressive. We're going to see Kevin, our world champion, maybe capable of going for that sort of play, or willing to go for that sort of play. As we see, yeah, it is the Terastallization coming out from the Goldango, as we saw the Incineroar come in on the Amoonguss slot.
And the Terastallization on the Golden Go going to go into that Terra Fairy, so it is now susceptible to future fake outs, while also losing its vulnerability to poison type attacks like the Amoonguss' Sludge Bomb. Looks like the fake
he
out
goes for it.
called into the Golden Go spot. Now it's not going to be able to move, as a Fluttermane is going to be moving next, using that Shadow Ball into the Golden Go. So it's going to be covering either attacking into a super effective weak Golden Go and a Ghost type, or it's just going to lose a turn by going for the fake out. The Incineroar did switch in on the turn, so now has access to fake out into both the Incineroar and the Fluttermane on Kevin's side of the field. But what a call out for Kevin to be able to Shadow Ball into that spot.
Yeah, it's a great play for a number of reasons. It basically only does not cover for Rage Powder and no Terra Ghost, which of course is the worst play in the face of Fake Out and Shadow Ball into the Goldango. So really excellent process of elimination from Kevin there. As we see, the Incineroar wants to fake out the long Terra Fluttermane, trying to mirror that fake out a Ghost type, but a little bit less risk in doing so. Doubled into the Fluttermane. Excellent protect from Kevin. He's starting to run away with this in terms of predictions. As we see, the Flare Blitz is going to come out. It's -1. Does it knock out? It does knock out the Goldango. That's the main damage dealer on Connor's team that we've seen thus far. We'll see who he has in the back in addition to the Amoonguss, but that was a huge knockout. Great series of turns from Kevin.
Yeah, one of the strongest Pokemon that Connor has used in the entire set so far is now going to be gone. That Golden Go's Make It Rain is no longer available onto this battlefield, as the Amoonguss now switches back in. Now is going to be threading Spore on both the Incineroar and the Fluttermane. Again, the Fluttermane somehow through so many consecutive turns is still up and healthy with that Terra Water hat on its head, still surviving in this game. It looks like the Landorus is going to be a first-time feature here in game number 3, and look how much damage it's able to do. Almost 75%, and also taking an additional U-turn from the Incineroar, going to be pivoting out. But this Landorus, what was once healthy first time showing, is now just taking so much damage from both of Kevin's Pokemon. No redirection used from the Amoonguss, as Kevin's Amoonguss is now going to be hitting the field.
Yeah, the Amoonguss is going to get the Sludge Bomb. Correct read again from Fluttermane. Yeah, it could have been a Spore into the substitute, but doesn't call it correctly. That damage in the Landorus is so key. If we were at full HP, it could potentially have had the opportunity to just really snowball damage into the Amoonguss. A little bit of chip damage into that would have meant an Earth Power knocks out. Maybe even a Sandsear just potentially sweeping the remaining Pokemon on Kevin's team, but not the case. It's at such low HP, it's going to be way more susceptible to knockouts in the future turns. Fluttermane going for a Protects as well as the Amoonguss, maybe trying to scout out a Protect from Connor's side. Of course, there's no defensive terrestrialization available, so maybe trying to scout out a Switch or a Protect. Amoonguss does not bite. It is just going to be a Rage Power and Earth Power this turn.
Yep, Earth Power going to go into that Protect. That is going to be end of that turn. We did see some interactions that are going to be important earlier in games where Kevin's Amoonguss did end up moving first. So that could be useful later down the line. The Landorus is at low HP. It's going to try to find a way to be able to deal decent damage into any Pokemon. Amoonguss has to try to redirect any attack coming from Kevin's Fluttermane, because it could go for a Moonblast or a Shadow Ball. It's going to be that Shadow Ball into the Amoonguss. Going to be dealing some decent amount of damage. Again, it still has that special attack boost. Going to be doing just over 50% HP, forcing the Amoonguss to eat its Citrus Berry. Going to be recovering its HP back up decent amount. But the Sandsear Storm going to risk the inaccuracy. Going to get some decent damage into the Amoonguss, but more importantly, the Fluttermane is finally off of this board.
Yeah, we've at least seen the Pokemon count even up, but yeah, the Spore on the Landorus is going to be really key. We've gotten a bit of damage on the Amoonguss, meaning that the Incineroar on Kevin's side should have a knockout with Flare Blitz, at least at neutral attack stat, but putting that Landorus in a range where it's actually there's no ambiguity in whether it's going to go for a substitute or not, meant the Amoonguss was fairly free to go for a Spore there. Going into the Urshifu, interesting there. You, of course, are not... You can't hit into a Rocky Helmet. That is on the Incineroar. This is a Citrus Berry Amoonguss. But yeah, the damage a little lacking on the Amoonguss into Connor's side with Incineroar not on the field. Could be an opening for Connor to get a cheeky Spore off into one of the key offensive pieces remaining on Kevin's team. Maybe Spore the Amoonguss as it switches into the Incineroar as it tries to put pressure on. But yeah, if you do that, you are actually leaving the Landorus open. So maybe Kevin just bring the Urshifu on the field to force that Rage Powder option out from the Amoonguss. We're going to see how it plays out. The Incineroar is leading off the turn by switching in, getting that Landorus off the field.
Yeah, this is going to be a crucial turn. Let's see how it plays out. Kevin going to have to use an attack, going to try to threaten the Landorus, but now that it is an Incineroar, going to be taking some additional chip damage from the Rocky Helmet, so a little bit of damage going to this Urshifu. That could be stacking up later. What might have been a no guaranteed hit KO from, say, something like a Sandsear Storm or a Earth Power could start picking up in Urshifu later on, as we do see the Incineroar just falling to that Surging Strikes. Going to be Amoonguss against Amoonguss right now. Sludge Bomb going to be used into that Amoonguss. And the Spore, it didn't go into the Urshifu spot, trying to call out an Incineroar switch on the Amoonguss spot for Kevin. And that is a missed opportunity now that the Urshifu did not get put to sleep. The Landorus is now not going to be able to attack anymore, and it looks like Connor is going to put in the concession. Kevin Hahn is going to be winning game number 3.
Yeah, I can definitely see what Connor was anticipating there. If you have the Urshifu on the field, maybe instead of just going for those slow damage trades with the Surging Strikes, forcing the Rage Powder, which ultimately it looked like Kevin was going for, maybe if you're anticipating an Incineroar switch on the Amoonguss slot, so that on the next turn you have Fake Out into the Amoonguss and Surging Strikes or Aqua Jet onto the Landorus, you may want to make that Spore target into the Amoonguss. Unfortunately, it looked like Kevin was really playing towards a more neutral, or really just a more, was trying to lock up the game without introducing any risks to those Spores. By Surging Strikes into the Landorus slot, you're going to knock out either Landorus or Incineroar on switch in. If it's Rage Powdered, if Connor doesn't want to lose a Pokemon there, it has to be Rage Powdered from the Amoonguss, in which case Surging Strikes plus Sludge Bomb is bringing it pretty low, perhaps in range of another Sludge Bomb. You can probably protect your Urshifu and be able to navigate out of that endgame relatively cleanly to get an Aqua Jet into the Landorus without risking a first turn sleep and speed interactions later on.
Yeah, and I know we were obviously watching a lot of the Masters Division players earlier yesterday on the stream and earlier today, but we got to see some great matches going to Game 3 in our Seniors Division. I know they're going to be wrapping up Swiss shortly, but that was a really good showcase to just see like how good Seniors players are. If you didn't know it was a Seniors Division match, I honestly thought it could have been Masters. They were playing that so exceptionally.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin, I'm not as familiar with Connor, but he absolutely put an excellent show, was showing, pretty much every switch in the early game, at least going on to Game 3, absolutely had Kevin. Just completely had his number, but I really liked the positional play that Kevin was showing, just honestly incredible play overall.
Yep, and it looks like we are going to get into a break real quick. We'll be back with some more Seniors matches shortly, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Victory Road EUIC stream. We are back here. I'm Shona and I'm here with Paul. We just had a seniors match featured on stream, and we're about to get ready to watch another match from the seniors division. You know, the masters division, they have been fighting tooth and nail in this competition so far, but so have the seniors that have not played yesterday, but they are playing today, currently now in, I believe, their 7th round of Swiss. So yeah, our two players here, we have Matteo and Matthew. Paul, what do we think about these teams?
Yeah, it's got some interesting teams out here. We've got Matthew on another one of those Raging Bolt balance teams that we've seen commonly from the Masters that we've seen over earlier in the day and even over yesterday as well, Shona. Matteo has a little bit of a different kind of a build that we haven't seen too much of, so it's going to be something new that we're going to be seeing from our up-and-coming seniors. We've got the double genie combination with the Tornadus and the Landorus, alongside Choice Specs Goldango and Stellar Terrestrialization Urshifu Rapid Strike with that Focus Sash, alongside the Farigiraf and the Ogerpon Half Flame as well, giving that option to go for Tailwind or potentially reversing Tailwind as well. Matthew with a bit more of a stock standard sort of a team with that Calm Mind Raging Bolt, the Focus Sash Icy Wind Shenpao there, alongside your other very useful bolt balance partners like your Incineroar, your Rillaboom, your Urshifu, and the Landorus as well there. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how that all pans out there. I'm pretty excited to see what Matteo is able to bring to the table, just because there's some interesting pieces that we haven't really got too much time to showcase over this weekend here, Shauna.
Yeah, especially the Farigiraf is something we haven't seen too much of yet, despite it being a really, really good Pokemon. And in combination with that Tornadus, it means that you have this Tailwind and Trick Room option for something like the Goldango, which is a Pokemon that does, really like to abuse both of those speed control options. And, looking at Matthew's team, you do have to keep something like the Raging Bolt in mind, but against Urshifu and Chien-Pao, also Landorus, you can set up something like a Trick Room, and if a Goldango gets in that position, then with the choice specs, they can really just start dishing out some really big damage.
Yeah, very nasty damage to come out from the Goldango, especially with that choice specs. The two options for spread damage in the Make It Rain and the Dazzling Gleam, that backed by its Fairy Terrestrialization, can look to put out quite a lot of damage onto something like that Shenpao and the Raging Bolt if they are in front of it pre-Terrestrialization. But we're going to get straight into the games out here. We've got the Urshifu and the Tornadus lead coming out here from Matteo. And from Matthew's side, we have the Urshifu Rapid Strike paired by the Shenpao. So both pretty offensive leads coming out here. It'll be interesting to see the option that they want to go for, depending on if the Tornadus wants to go for that immediate Tailwind to allow Urshifu to get the jump over the other two, or there's going to be an option of potentially trying to run through. But what we're going to definitely see coming out here is an early Terrestrialization from the Urshifu. Shauna, we are seeing that Stellar Terrestrialization come out from the Urshifu on Matteo's side.
Yeah, two really great partners here paired with these Urshifus. One is going to go for the Terrestrialization with the Tailwind on this Tornadus here, and the Urshifu is going to follow that up with a Stellar boosted Close Combat into the opposing Urshifu with the Chien-Pao next to it. That is just going to knock it out straight away. So that is the Urshifu on Matthew's side going down turn 1, and that leaves the Chien-Pao here open to go for something like an Icicle Crash into the Tornadus, which does come out and also takes out that Pokemon. So both sides losing a piece here right away, but I think if you're Matteo, you're fine with making that trade. You've gotten rid of one of Matthew's biggest offensive threats, and you got your speed control out. Now he brings in the Farigiraf here, as Matthew brings in the Rillaboom.
Yeah, what an absolutely explosive start to this seniors round 7. The Tailwind is up, and not only that, they've got the Farigiraf in there now to block any sort of Sucker Punches or Grassy Glides, or even Fake Outs that can be coming out from Matthew's side as well. So Matthew having a look to reposition some pieces here, looking to switch out the Shenpao knowing that's going to be a very useful tool later into the game. Incoming the Raging Bolt, getting the booster energy activated there, looking like it's going to give it a slight special attack boost there. We do see the Surging Strikes come out here from the Urshifu. It is going to be Stellar Terrestrialize boosted because it was the close combat that came out earlier. It is going to be doing quite significant damage to the Raging Bolt, besides, you know, ignoring the fact that it's not very effective, still quite a lot of damage coming out there. From the Farigiraf, we do see a Hyper Voice. That Hyper Voice will activate its Throat Spray, so each preceding Hyper Voice now is going to be stronger and stronger alongside the Psychic, which is the other move of choice that it's got here. And we see a Wood Hammer come out here from the Rillaboom onto the Urshifu. The Urshifu is that Focus Sash, so it is able to hang in there for another turn. With the Tailwind advantage and the Farigiraf blocking the priority, it's going to be able to get off another attack. The question is, where is that attack going to go into, Sean?
Yeah, that is the question here, but I have to expect that if you're Matteo, you are still very happy with this position. You know, both of these Pokemon, they cannot protect in front of the Urshifu, and you have the Farigiraf here as well with the Throat Spray boost in Tailwind, so the close combat here into the Rillaboom is going to take it out, and now Matthew is down another Pokemon already, and Matteo is making some trades here, but they are trades that are working out in his favor very nicely. A Hyper Voice here is actually going to be enough to take out the Raging Bolt here, with the, you know, it being a single target attack, and the Throat Spray boost goes to show just how much damage a Farigiraf can do as well in the correct position. And now it is only Chien-Pao left here for Matthew, but at this point, you know, with the priority blocking still being on the field in that Farigiraf, and the Tailwind speed control also still being out, there is not much that Matthew and this Chien-Pao can still do to come back. So a Surging Strikes is going to come out here into that Chien-Pao. Now, the Chien-Pao might still live the Surging Strikes, but it's definitely not going to live a move from this Farigiraf if a Hyper Voice comes out, which means that Game 1 will be going to Matteo, and the Urshifu actually just avoiding the Icicle Crash there, but yeah, that's not going to make too much of a difference. Farigiraf actually setting up the Trick Room first, so alright, it's going to go for the Hyper Voice now in the next turn maybe, and that should be that, but the Chien-Pao is not coming back is the main point.
Yeah, looking at covering all bases, they're going for that Trick Room. Just knowing that the Tailwind is going to be ending at the end of the turn, just to maintain and just control the speed for as long as possible, potentially covering for a Chien-Pao Protect to block the double in there. The Urshifu attack would still go off, but it does block the Farigiraf Hyper Voice if it does choose to go for it. So Matteo, understanding and realizing that going, I'll get the Trick Room up because the Chien-Pao doesn't have the firepower to knock me out from full, and with the Urshifu alongside the unrevealed fourth Pokemon in the back there, creates the guaranteed win condition there for Matteo in that late game. So very well played and a very explosive game. Very excited to see what Game 2 is and what adjustments can be made from these young upcoming trainers.
Yeah, you definitely have to be careful of the, you know, speed control in that game too. If you are Matthew, you know, the Tailwind just came out right away in turn 1 and then just stayed on the field the entire time and just allowed Matteo to last through Matthew's team. So this time we are going to see the Goldango next to the Tornadus, followed by the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar. So, you know, Matthew here going for a little bit more of a defensive lead, which very fair, you know, if you are going up against a lot of heavy hitters, and against the Goldango, it's looking very, very nice.
Yeah, very, very strong lead here from Matthew. No, Fake Out Pressure is on board, but it will only be at most to chip the Tornadus, potentially calling a Goldango Terrestrialization early. It can look to go for the Fake Out there and potentially have a look at setting up a Calm Mind or two. Just do have to be mindful of the taunt that can come out on the Tornadus. Depending on how the Goldango is trained, it may already be fast enough to allow Tornadus to not necessarily go for said Tailwind. But we're going to find out that shortly. We do see the Terrestrialization come out here from the Goldango, so it's going for that Fairy Terrestrialization, potentially having a look at throwing out some very strong and powerful Dazzling Gleams backed by that type change. We see the Thunderclap coming out for the Tornadus, calling the attack, getting the one-hit knockout there. A very solid start there from Matthew. We don't see a Fake Out there, which is fine. There's going to be a Dazzling Gleam coming out. Raging Bolt may take quite a lot of damage from this, as it's now stab super effective, but with the choice specs, still not enough. Just a testament to Raging Bolt's bulk with the Flare Blitz coming out here onto the Goldengo as well, doing quite a lot of damage. So I would look at that. Fairly strong for Matthew at the moment. However, it is still a choice specs make it rain with the terrestrialization boost, and now no priority to be able to hit the Goldengo before it goes for those attacks. Shauna, how do we feel about this game position here? What's your thoughts?
I think if you're Matteo, you're probably still okay with this. The Thunderclap was a really big play there in the first round. I would have not expected the Tornadoes to just go for an attack, like probably an Icy Wind. I would have expected maybe just another Tailwind. But yeah, gets that KO right away. The Raging Bolt now is going to go for a Protect here in order to protect itself from any more Dazzling Gleams. But with the recoil damage that the Incineroar took from the Flare Blitz, this could be enough to maybe get the KO, and it hangs on with 4 HP and goes for a taunt here onto the Farigiraf, so that will not be able to set up a Trick Room if that's what it went for, and it did, and did not get that. So now the question is, if the Skoldengo is slower than the Incineroar and the Raging Bolt, it is in range to be knocked out by both of these Pokemon. But if it does have a little bit of speed, then it can get a double KO. The Raging Bolt is going to go for another Protect here, as Goldengo is the fastest Pokemon here on the field, and is going to get that double knockout onto both of these Pokemon on Matthew's side. So the Goldengo, unsurprisingly, not trained that slow since it is a Trick Room and Tailwind team, but does put Matteo in a really nice position here now to, take out 2 more Pokemon in the back here on Matthew's side and get this game 2 as well.
What an absolutely pivotal survival there from the Incineroar, being able to get that taunt out to deny that Trick Room. Because this backline here, that Landorus and the Rillaboom as well. Landorus generally known for being something that's quite generally quick, and the Goldengo is locked into clicking Dazzling Gleam, so the poison terrestrialization that can come out here from Matthew can look to turn the tides a little bit in regards to the Goldengo. So there may be a lot of pressure that's going to be put on the Farigiraf now, especially knowing that the Tornadus has already gone down at turn 1, so there is going to be no Tailwind here. So as we're seeing now, there is going to be that poison terrestrialization, potentially having a look at pressuring some pretty big damage here, whether it's the Sludge Bomb or the Earth Power. We do see this Sludge Bomb here that's going to be coming out, and it is going into the Farigiraf. The Farigiraf did manage to go for the Hyper Voice last turn. However, because it didn't hit a target, it still has its Throat Spray intact. The Dazzling Gleam still doing a little bit of damage here, but as we see, Matthew going down, targeting the Farigiraf as its primary source to be able to get rid of it, because this now allows Goldengo to not have the ability to switch, so it's going to be clicking Make It Rain for the clicking Dazzling Gleam, for the remainder of the game, not able to switch it up to Make It Rain, which is something that it may wanted to have preferred in this position, but Mateo's 4th is the Landorus. So with the poison terrestrialization now, Landorus is open to Earth Power, the terrestrialized Landorus. So it's going to be a big couple of turns here coming up, Shauna, seeing how this ends.
And the Grassy Glide priority move is going to go into that Landorus as the Sludge Bomb comes out. It is Mateo's Landorus moving first, but does not get the KO on the Rillaboom. And now the Sludge Bomb is going to get the KO on this Fairy-type Goldengo. This is... I feel like in this turn, you probably had to or should have gone for the Earth Power into the Landorus. Of course, it could have gone for a Protect. That is fair. Thing is, okay, what I'm thinking here is if the Landorus on Matthew's side does go for a Protect and you end up hitting an Earth Power into that, it's still not attacking, right? It's not taking out your Goldengo. So that might have been like just a bit of a risky turn here. But the Sandsear Storm here coming out and avoids the Rillaboom, but is going to be taking out the Landorus on Matthew's side. So I think that should confirm for sure that Matthew's or Mateo's Landorus is faster out of the 2, since it did now move first 2 times in a row. Question is now, how many turns of grassy terrain are there still? Can Mateo stall these out successfully, or was there one more turn? I haven't counted exactly. This turn, it is still up, so it's going to go for a Protect here to block that. And we're about to see if the grassy terrain is going to fade away. It is here for one more turn, so we will have to go for a double Protect, and he does not get it.
Yeah, unfortunately, not getting that double protect there. Getting that double protect would allow Mateo to very likely run through and not have to worry about a game 3. But Matthew being able to make the very solid adjustments there, making some good plays as well in that game 2, knowing that we need to run through and prioritize specific Pokemon to take out, knowing that the Tornadus can be an issue if it's going for an attack. We can Thunderclap knock it out, which is what happened in that turn 1. And then following up with the Farigiraf, while it is taunted, it doesn't have the ability to go for Protect. And in Mateo's backline, knowing that Landorus is probably a key tool to winning the game number 2, decided we can let Farigiraf go down here to deny any sort of Trick Room going up there, reversing any speed control there. So very well adjusted there by Matthew. But now there's a game 3, and you've got to think, is Mateo going to go back to that same game 1 strategy with that Urshifu and that Tornadus that was able to run through and put a lot of immediate pressure? Or are they going to look for something different? Maybe something with that Ogerpon that we haven't seen yet. And for Matthew as well, you've got to think, was Matthew happy with that game 2? Was that a win that they were content enough with to be able to run through that for the game 3? Or is there going to be any changes made on their side as well?
I think Matthew did do a really good job at removing the speed control options on Mateo's side really quickly, you know, getting the Thunderclap in the first turn, and then also removing the Farigiraf really quickly, going for the taunt to prevent a Trick Room setup, and we are going to see the Tornadus next to the Goldango once more, and this time it is Chien-Pao and Urshifu here on the side for Matthew, so going on the offense right away, does not have any speed control of his own here, but you know, doesn't have to mean anything necessarily. The Goldango here, though, does look like it is very happy to be clicking Dazzling Gleam once again.
Yeah, Goldango is looking like it's pretty happy to run either one of the options here. The Chien-Pao does have the option to potentially have a look at going for an Icy Wind if it feels it is necessary going into these two. We do see the early terrestrialization coming out from Matthew's end with that steel terrestrialization from the Urshifu, just allowing it to take any potential Dazzling Gleam that does come out as best as possible, turning it from a super effective hit into a not very effective hit. And as we see the Goldango looking for that Fairy terrestrialization as well. So both terrestrializations have come out turn 1 in this game 3. We do see the Chien-Pao protect, looking to keep its focus sash intact, while at the same time being on the field to allow Urshifu to dish out as much damage as possible, whether it's one of those surging strikes into the Goldango, or if it's a surging strike into the Tornadus. It's not really a position you would want to be clicking a move like Close Combat into, but we do see that Dazzling Gleam. They're still doing quite a respectable amount to Urshifu, but we do see the surging strike come out now, and looking at how much damage that first surging strike did, that Goldango is looking like it's going to be around to potentially get off another hit. It does have to be mindful of any priority, but on the same foot, Matthew has to be worried about, does the Tornado swap out to the Farigiraf to deny said priority to take out the Goldango?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you're Matthew here, you're still fine with this Urshifu on the field. The Terra Steel is looking really nice here. And Icy Wind actually comes out here to break the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao. And now a Dazzling Gleam coming out is going to be able to take out that Pokemon, but won't be enough to take out the Urshifu, which is probably going to go for another attack into that Goldango to just take it out. Because if you go into the Tornadus here, you might not get the KO. Okay, is gonna go into the Tornadus, but the damage roll here, yeah, is looking like the Tornadus is probably going to hang on with just a little bit of HP. Both of these Pokemon, like, hanging on with what looks like 1 or 2 HP at most. And the Rillaboom is gonna come in here now for Matthew to, yeah, on the one hand, maybe help out with a bit of priority, but, you know, we know that the Farigiraf is most likely waiting in the back for Mateo.
Yeah, looking at the way how Matthew played that last turn, probably expecting a Farigiraf to come in on that previous turn. But no, we're going to see the Goldango pivot out instead for that Farigiraf to protect the Tornadus from any potential Aqua Jets or Fake Outs, or even Grassy Glides that can come out here as well. But we do see a Detect come out here from the Urshifu, just looking to protect itself for an extra turn. While Rillaboom doesn't really worry about it because it's going to run through and dodge that Bleak Wind Storm, while at the same time getting some big damage on the Farigiraf with the U-turn as well. Pivoting into the fourth Pokemon in the backline there, which we can see now, and you will see momentarily, is that Raging Bolt. The Raging Bolt potentially in a position in front of two special attackers to run through and get a Calm Mind or two set up, but does have to keep in mind that Tornadus can look at firing off a taunt as well into the Raging Bolt. So there are going to be some key calls that will need to be made from both of these young trainers here going into this next turn, Shauna.
Absolutely. And the Raging Bolt, of course, it has Thunderclap and it has Dragon Pulse. So right now, the only attacking move that really is an option is that Dragon Pulse. But setting up a Calm Mind here could be a really, really nice option since, there are a lot of special attackers on Mateo's side. But of course, as you just mentioned, the Taunt, which does come out, is also an option for the Tornadus. But I think you're still fine with maybe just trying to go for a Calm Mind. Actually, it's just going to be a Dragon Pulse into the Fairy type Goldengo, and a Surging Strike is going to take that Pokemon out. So if you're Matthew, you're also very happy about that KO to, not let the Goldengo get off another Dazzling Gleam in a Tailwind or something against your Raging Bolt, which can also no longer Terra. The Terra Steel Urshifu here generally looking really, really nice for Matthew, and the Tailwind has now petered out, but Mateo still has the option of going for another Tailwind if he so wishes.
Yeah, and the fourth Pokemon for Mateo is that Landorus as well. Landorus looking at a lot of what has been revealed from Matthew's side of things, and is kind of feeling pretty good about its position right now. The combination of Sludge Bomb and Earth Powers hit everything for that super effective damage. We do see the Urshifu go for that Detector as well, just to keep itself safe for a little bit longer. We do see the Icy Wind come out here from the Tornadus, so no Tailwind just yet, figuring Icy Wind will be enough. Getting a crucial little bit of chip damage onto the Rillaboom as well. And the Sandsear Storm coming out here as well. We are going to see the Urshifu protect itself from that, and we are going to see Urshifu just take a little bit more damage from that. So both of these Pokemon are in KO range from the Landorus, potentially from the Sludge Bomb and the Earth Power respectively. We're going to see how Matthew looks to pivot around that, and what options Mateo looks to commit to, seeing which Pokemon seems like the bigger threat in this current position.
Yeah, the Earth Power is looking really nice into the Urshifu now. It just went for a Protect, and the only thing in the back left for Matthew is the Raging Bolt. So you can easily go for an Earth Power into that slot and get a super effective hit off for sure, unless the Urshifu decides to go for a double Protect and ends up getting it. And, you have the Rillaboom here as well, which, yeah, a Wood Hammer would definitely hurt. But on the other hand, it takes a lot of recoil, and if the Bleakwind Storm does hit, then that also should be enough to take out the Rillaboom. But now the Raging Bolt is going to be switching in here instead of the Urshifu, as a Bleakwind Storm does come out, does do a little bit of damage to this Rillaboom, actually a little less than I would expect it to, so the Earth Power is going to go into that switching in Raging Bolt, which, yeah, takes it out, no problem at all, which now gives the Rillaboom an opportunity to maybe take out this Landorus with a Wood Hammer, but actually going into the Tornadus, into that low health bar, and just taking it out, so it does not have the opportunity to go for more Bleakwind Storms, no more Icy Winds, no more Tailwinds, nothing at all. But the speed control, on the Rillaboom, at least it has happened. It is there, the Icy Wind, and for Rigirev coming in here now to block any priority moves, still looking really nice for Mateo.
Yeah, Mateo looking to be in a comfortable position here for the time being. Matthew does still have some potential calls up their sleeve to make. The key one being, what is the Landorus going to be looking to doing? What is the threat here? Which one is it going to be looking to take out? It does have the Sludge Bomb to guarantee hit the Rillaboom there, but it's elected to go for the Earth Power to take out the Urshifu. Urshifu looking like the bigger looming threat. Calling out the no Detect play there correctly, and we're going to see the Rillaboom there go for the Wood Hammer, calling out the Protect from that Frigoroth as well, but unfortunately not enough there for the Rillaboom, and with the Frigoroth still on the field, there's going to be no way to be able to Grassy Glide. Even if Matthew did want to, the grassy terrain is gone now, so Grassy Glide no longer has that priority. We're going to see a Sludge Bomb here, and that is going to be Game 3 and the set going to Mateo.
Yeah, 3 very quick games still, in my opinion, even though it was, a set of 3. But very well played by Matthew there to still, not let Matthew get the KOs that he got in the second game. And very nice cleanup in the end there as well, to always have the speed control on your side. That was kind of the difference in, you know, who won or not, whether or not the speed control did get to come into play or not.
Yeah, Mateo, understanding that when taking the loss during that set, knowing, okay, the speed control is really important. We weren't able to get the tailwind up in that game too. We were also denied our trick room as well. So really wasn't too sure on how things going. And then Matthew's just offense and naturally higher speed in that late game was able to run through and pick up those KOs. When those speed control options did go up, the tailwind going up, the icy winds happening as well, you did see Mateo's offense with that Goldango and that Urshifu, like in game 1 as well, doing quite sizable damage there. And even from the Landers as well, just be able to force the Steel Terrestrialization early with the Goldango's Dazzling Gleam, a looming threat happening, being able to have it open to the Earth Power or the Sandseer Storm was really good late game pressure coming out there from Mateo. So Mateo, congratulations on that victory there.
Yes.
Unless there's any more you would like to add, Shauna, I think we would be pretty happy to cut to a quick break.
Yes, we will be right back. And we are back here with the EUIC side stream. I am Shona, and once again joined here by Paul. We just watched another seniors set on stream previously, and we are ready to head into one more round of seniors. They are now in their phase number 2. We will be having Young One versus Kira, and looking at the teams here, we see 2 Gouging Fires, 2 Chien Paws, 2 Dragonites, then the 2 Steel types, a Goldengo, and finally, we do have 1 King Gambit on stream, which I'm very happy about, a Tinglu Dondozo on Young One's side, and an Ogrepon and a Moongus on Kira's side. Paul, what are your thoughts on these teams?
So they're very similar but very different. You've got the same Gouging Fire build with that Howl and the Breaking Swipe Heat Crash with support. One opting to use Burning Bulwark and the other opting to use Protect. Burning Bulwark is a Protect-like move that if you make contact with it, you do suffer a burn. However, it doesn't block status moves like Taunts and Thunder Waves and other moves of that nature, where Protect does give you that protection. The Shen Pao, one is using Ice Spin and the other is using Icicle Crash, just weighing up how they feel about dealing with respective damage, flinching, and also the ability to remove the terrains as well. The Dragonite one on Kira's side is a Choice Band Dragonite, just looking to deal out as much damage as possible with those normal Terrestrialization extreme speeds. While the other Dragonite, as we've seen earlier in the day as well, the Scale Shot Iron Head loaded dice with the Steel Terrestrialization. I will go more into Zhong Wang's team as well, because I know you were a big fan of the King Gambit being shown here. So we do have, once again, that Specs Goldengo alongside a bit more of the slow play control with the Sand Tomb, Tinglu, and the Yawn Dondozo there. So we'll probably see some more of that as we come into it, but let's hear about the rest of Kiara's team. Give us the rundown on King Gambit real quick before we get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, King Gambit hasn't been around a lot so far in Regulation F. I know that it did really well the first time Reg F was around 2 years ago, but is still a really good balanced, physical attacker with the black classes, which that set also had there. Can do a lot of damage with those dark type attacks, and next to something like a Gouging Fire that has the Howl move to boost that attack, just helps it out even more so. So I'm always excited to see a King Gambit on stream, and I'm really happy that I get to cast one now as our final match of the day. And as these players are getting ready, looking at the matchup here, there are some similar Pokemon, there are some differences. I think the Tinglu and Dondozo mode, of course, is something entirely different that Youngwon can bring. Kira, can bring different kind of physical attackers that all benefit from the Howl, but is basically always kind of in that mode of, bring in the physical attackers, boost your attack with a Howl, or maybe get the Chien Pao on the field. But, Youngwon with the Dondozo and Tinglu can almost go for an entirely different mode if they so choose.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a cheeky move there on the Among Us as well. We did see it on Joseph Ugiate's Among Us earlier in the tournament. The option to add Grass Knot. Grass Knot dealing damage based on the weight of a opposing Pokemon. Pokemon like Tinglu and Dondozo are generally quite heavy Pokemon, so Among Us could be a pretty key piece into helping dealing with those Pokemon in returns of putting out damage and also putting them to sleep with Spore as well, can potentially force Terrestrializations out of Dondozo if Yongwang does look to initiate the game plan of Dondozo and Tinglu into this matchup here, into what looks like a lot of the setup here. Point of note to make, the Dondozo is oblivious, so it's not unaware, so any Howl buffs that get received by the team, Dondozo won't be ignoring it. It will still be taking the full blunt of those attacks.
Yeah, that is correct, and we are going to see the Dondozo and Gouging Fire lead. Dondozo still also Pokemon that can benefit from a Howl. The Amoonguss here on the side for Kira, though, next to that Gouging Fire, not so much, but can, of course, go for something like a Spore, or as you just talked about, the Grass Knot into the Dondozo is very much an option as well. And also another thing to keep in mind here is that the Spore, technically would go through something like a Burning Bulwark, but that is why also Youngwon's Gouging Fire does have the Protect instead of the Burning Bulwark, which, is a fair reason to maybe opt for that protecting move instead. So, on the one hand, now Jiangwan is going to have to watch out for maybe a Spore from the Amoonguss or a Grass Knot, but Kira on the other side has to, of course, also not let both of these physical attackers power up too much with something like a Howl to then dish out a lot of damage.
Yeah, a Howl buff on the Dondozo, even though its only attacking move is that Wave Crash, will still do quite big damage, but we're going to see immediately right out the gate the Heat Crash coming out from the Gouging Fire onto the Amoonguss. The Amoonguss able to take that well enough to the point where it can have its Citrus Berry. Also has Regenerate as well to heal a little bit more HP if coming to it. The Gouging Fire on Kiara's end, just going for a little bit more of that damage control option there with that Breaking Swipe, dropping the attacks of the Dondozo and the Gouging Fire as well. As we do see both sleep options come out from the other side. The Yawn coming out here from the Dondozo onto the Gouging Fire, looking to force that Pokemon out, while on Kiara's end, the Spore coming out there immediately onto the Dondozo, not being too worried about the Grass Terrestrialization. If it does end up coming out, it means that they've forced Terrestrialization early on in the game. So either way, Kiara probably felt like that was a win-win in regards to making that play. So it's just looking at making that adjustment now, probably looking to switch out that Gouging Fire now that it's been yawned, probably looking to deny any sleep from that going forward.
Yeah, the Yawn on the Gouging Fire is a very safe option here, and a very good one. Either you get to put the Gouging Fire to sleep next turn, or even if it switches out, you know, it does lose the booster energy, and we've seen time and time again just how detrimental that can be to a Gouging Fire to lose that photosynthesis boost. It's going to be a Heat Crash now, going into the Gouging Fire, possibly covering for, you know, any switch-ins that may happen, but the Gouging Fire decides to stay in, goes for another Breaking Swipe, and lowers the attack of both of these Pokemon opposing it, as the Dragonite comes in here for Kira instead of the Amoonguss, which is going to regenerate a little bit thanks to its ability. So Dondozo asleep on the field right now, could wake up any moment now, but right now still relatively even on both sides in my opinion.
Yeah, looking at the option that Kiara went to go for there, the Heat Crash covering a potential switch out there from the Gouging Fire, preventing that from going to sleep. Kira has elected to look at taking the Heat Crash, looking to get more damage mitigation out with those Breaking Swipes, but allowing in turn to have the Gouging Fire take the Blunt to go to sleep and go through those sleep turns. We have Choice Banded Dragonite out here now. Choice Banded Dragonite can put on a lot of pressure. It's still got the Terrestrialization option for you to potentially have a look at going for a Terrestrialized Extreme Speed. Those normal Terrestrialized Choice Banded Extreme Speeds do hurt quite a bit. It's got the inner focus there as well, so won't be getting hit by any sort of flinching moves that does come out. We do see that Zhongwan has the Icicle Crash on the Chen Pao if that does happen. We do see the Dragonite actually re-pivot out back into the Amoonguss here, as the Gouging Fire does stay in, probably looking to burn a sleep turn here, the mandatory sleep turn required to take. The Amoonguss coming in, taking the Breaking Swipe relatively well. We do see the Dondozo wake up. What does the Dondozo want to go for?
Oh, let's go! Just goes for that Fissure, gets the KO on the Gouging Fire right there, and then, man, don't we love to see a Fissure just came out of nowhere almost. The Dondozo just woke up and just chose violence immediately. That is a very, very nice knockout for Youngwon to get here, as the Dragonite now comes back in here with the Amoonguss.
Oh, talk about locking in from the Dondozo, going for the sleep relatively early and then waking up going, you know what, I'm going to nail this move. I've had a little bit of time. It came into me in a dream once and was able to execute that to take out the Gouging Fire. So there's going to be no more Howl support on Kiara's end for the remainder of this game one. We do see the Dragonite out here now. We do have the Amoonguss here as well, still be able to provide Rage Powder redirection support, also Swore support as well, alongside being able to dish out some relatively solid damage. Can look at covering a Terrestrialization from the Gouging Fire with a Sludge Bomb, as it is the Fairy Terrestrialization, alongside with the Dondozo being the Grass-type Terrestrialization there. We are going to see a Terrestrialization come out here this turn, but I do believe it is from Kiara's end on that Dragonite, so locking into that normal Terrestrialization now, potentially going to go for something like an Extreme Speed just to hit something as fast and as hard as possible. But on the other end here, Shana, we do see a Terrestrialization come out of Zhongwan's end, and it's going to be that Dondozo going for the Grass Terrestrialization.
Yeah, a very nice terrestrialization to have here against the Amoonguss. Of course, it makes you weak to something like a Sludge Bomb, but I mean, you're either weak to the Grassy or the Grass Knot or the Sludge Bomb. Doesn't matter anyway. And the Terra Normal Extreme Speed here coming out from this Choice Band Dragonite is going to take out the opposing Gouging Fire. So both of those Pokemon are out now of this game as Dondozo goes for a Yawn onto this Dragonite. And the Spore comes out, but is not going to affect that Grass type Dondozo now. So that's probably going to be very happy about, remaining awake and possibly going for even more fissures, because that could potentially just take out the Amoonguss.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if the Dondozo wanted to throw a fissure into another slot, like that Dragonite, for example, because it is the grass type now, thanks to its terrestrialization, it does have the ability to just completely ignore Amoonguss and look to throw moves into that slot. We do see the Shen Pao come out from Zhongwan's end here with the Gouging Fire being knocked out from that Choice Banded Terra Normal Extreme Speed, that really strong, fast, hard-hitting move coming out there from that Dragonite. You got to have a look at the options here from the Shen Pao. The Shen Pao does have the option for that Icicle Crash. It can look to deliver some big damage here. Potential Icicle Crash plus a Wave Crash might be able to run through and get a double hit on the Amoonguss here. We are going to see the Icicle Crash come out. It's a big hit. It is going to knock it out from the range. Is that Amoonguss taking a relatively big hit there, not being able to take it, and Dondozo just putting on that really nasty yawn pressure, yawning the Shen Pao as well. With only Shen Pao and Dragonite in the back here now, Shen Pao has nowhere to go. It's going to be forced to take this turn and go to sleep at the end of it. Not what you want to see from Kiara's side of the field.
Absolutely, and now, Zhongwan can easily just go for a double protect here, which is what they are going to opt for in order to let this Chien-Pao go to sleep. And of course, you also get to learn what the Dragonite locks into is going to be that extreme speed. And your Chien-Pao is the Terra Grass, so it is, it's not a Terra Ghost Pokemon, cannot become immune to those Intimidates, but the Chien-Pao on Yangwan's side is the Terra Stellar. So, but either way, cannot become immune to the extreme speed from the Dragonite. So a relatively safe option to lock into is going to go for that move once more into the Chien-Pao, going to bring it down to its Focus Sash, and the Chien-Pao, of course, forced to take that first turn of sleep. As now the Sacred Sword comes out into the opposing Chien-Pao, also brings that down to its Focus Sash, and now the Dondozo here has the opportunity to just finish it off with a Wave Crash, and at this point it looks like Young One is going to be taking this game 1 home in just a moment.
It does definitely look like that one for sure. Interestingly, we did see the attack go onto the Dragonite, onto that Shen Pao, but we saw it get quite low, but it didn't actually take it down to the Focus Sash. So probably looking at maybe the Shen Pao has a little bit of defensive training here to allow it to take some of those hits, primarily ones like those surging strikes that can then deliver those really big blows, and when as a multi-hit, be able to hit through that Focus Sash. But Dondozo is just going to be hanging out, just clicking Yawn there, knowing that the Dragonite is going to be going to sleep, with the Pokemon in the back here being that Tinglu. So can potentially be looking at a double protect here from the Tinglu and the Dondozo, just to get that Dragonite to sleep, just to slowly run through and guarantee their way to a game 1 win from Zhongwan's end. So if you're Kiara at this point, are you thinking to yourself, the game is potentially lost? What do I do to make sure that this doesn't happen to me in the follow-up game 2 or game 3? Do I need to make any change-ups? Do I need to bring King Gambit? Because I know King Gambit won't get hit by that fissure. It won't be disrupted by those yawns. It's going to be locking in. Is it going to be another decision as well? Maybe something like the Ogerpon to be able to help redirect away those wave crashes and those yawns. But as we see now, the double protects did go out. The Dragonite's got to run through those turns of sleeps. And we're just going to see a body press and maybe potentially a wave crash as well. The Dondozo does have a health boost. But we're going to see another picture just land, showing off a little bit here. And what a way to end game 1. 2 for 2 on those fissures. You absolutely love to see it, Charlotte.
Absolutely love to see it indeed. That was, a little bit of showing off, as you just said. The fissure was not necessary, but did certainly add some style points to that finish. And yeah, as we were saying, now Hila does have to think about, okay, what can I do to not let that happen again in game 2? Of course, on the one hand, you can think to yourself, okay, maybe in the next game the fissure does not connect on my gouging fire and just take it out. But I can also make some adjustments myself here. You know, both of these players, they have a Dragonite on their team, and Kira does have the Choice Band variation, which we saw did do a lot of damage, and can still do so in the second game as well. But maybe you also want to try and get some howl boosts off as well to also be able to deal with the Ting Lu better. I feel like that is going to be the biggest problem, aside from the Dondozo, which always can go for a yawn into like pretty much anything. You know, the second problem then does become that Ting Lu, and how do I get rid of that before like my resources run out, as they did in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can see as well, the Choice Banded Dragonite does have access to Outrage, which is an incredibly strong dragon move. Knowing that will move after the Tinglu, you're able to get the Howl boost and then throw off a Dragon Rage out at something like that Tinglu, like that Dondozo. Can look at providing a lot of really strong physical damage right off rip. But in respect to that, though, you've got to take into account there's a Goldango there that could be in the back. There's a Fairy Terrestrialization on the Gouging Fire. There's also the Shen Pal that is just naturally faster and does have that Focus Sash. So if that is a lead, it does potentially force a Terrestrialization from the Dragonite. But we're going to see it here. It looks like the same lead's going to be coming out here. The Gouging Fire and Dondozo from Yongwan's end. And from Kiara's end, it's going to be that Amoonguss and the Gouging Fire as well. Both getting speed boost from their booster energy going into here.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Sorry to cut in. Yeah, just thinking, what needs to be changed on this game 1? Are we going to see the Yawns and big attacks again? Are we going to see the Spores? Any early terrestrializations? It'll be interesting to see here, Shana.
Yeah, and the sleep options can once again come out here for either Pokemon, or, you know, either the Dondozo or the Amoonguss, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see both of those come out again here in this turn 1. And the Gouging Fires again, yeah, they could go for some damage straight away, but Young One could also start boosting up with some howls as well. We are going to see a Terra Fairy here onto the Gouging Fire, and maybe I don't think we'll have to see another Terra yet in this turn. Yeah, so the Heat Crash does a lot of damage here onto the Amoonguss. It's going to proc that Citrus Berry, so it is going to probably have to switch out to recover some of that health, as well as the Breaking Swipe here does not affect the opposing Gouging Fire, since it is now a Fairy type, but will drop the attack on the Stondozo, which is free, however, to go for a Yawn onto that Gouging Fire once again. And we saw already, you know, how good of a turn that was in game 1, and it is also a really nice turn here. Dondozo, though, for Young One is going to go to sleep, and now that is something that is a little different than the first game. The Dondozo, once it is awake, also does not have the option to go for a Terra Grass to avoid any future spores, since, you know, the Terra has already been committed on the Gouging Fire now.
Yeah, absolutely correct there. The early terrestrialization from the Gouging Fire, maybe too looking at not having its attack damage reduced by the opposing Breaking Swipe here as well. Probably looking to have Gouging Fire as one of those Pokemon that's going to serve a purpose long-term into the game 2 rather than a relatively short-term purpose. The Dondozo still relatively fine in a position that it is right now, especially with an Amoonguss switching out here. It's going to be swapping into the Dragonite. So it's going to be Choice Banded Dragonite on deck at the moment here. And we are going to see the Breaking Swipe coming out here. So that's going to do quite a lot of damage. The Dragonite is an inner focus variant, so it's not taking that half damage while at full HP. And we do see a Howl coming out here from the Gouging Fire. So basically offsetting the attack there with the Breaking Swipe with the combination with the Howl. Dondozo gets through that one turn mandatory sleep. So I feel Zhongwan had a relatively strong turn here, getting some good damage on the opposing side of the field. The Gouging Fire falling asleep at the end of the turn thanks to the Yawn, and now providing still some pretty solid pressure with more of those Breaking Swipes.
Yeah, and you know, in the first game also we saw the Dondozo get off a huge fissure the turn it woke up. I'm wondering if that might happen again. The Dragonite, of course, is immune to it, but there is so much in the back that could be hit by a fissure like that. So we're gonna have to see when it decides to wake up, and if it decides, or if it just manages to hit a move like that, or can also just continue to go for yawns. Like the fact that Keela is forced to switch around so much is making things a lot more difficult. Now the Gouging Fire here has to switch out in order to not be put to sleep. And I said it in the first game before, we've seen so many times how detrimental it can be to a Gouging Fire to lose that speed boost that it usually has. And now we are going to see Keela go for that Terra normal onto the Dragonite, ready to deal out some big damage onto either one of these Pokemon. And that is exactly what Keela needs right now. Damage, and a lot of it real soon. The Chiam Power is also going to help increase that damage. That is going to do a lot to the Gouging Fire, but the Breaking Swipe now is going to reduce the attack on this Dragonite and make sure that it cannot just start sweeping the opposing team.
Yeah, the Dondozo stays asleep there. I may have potentially lost my mind if we had another wake up and another fissure hit into either slot. It would have been absolutely insane if that was into the Dragonite, as it was at the start of the turn, immune to the fissure being that part flying type. But with the normal terrestrialization, it's now grounded, so it is prone to being hit by the fissure there as well. The Shen Pao coming in there, just allowing Dragonite to deal as much damage as possible with that Choice Banded normal terrestrialization extreme speed was quite key there, just for that extra bit of damage, because it has been getting some drops there with those breaking swipes. We see the Gouging Fire back in here now in exchange for that Shen Power, and we do see that that extreme speed is enough to knock out the Gouging Fire there, so there's going to be no more damage disruption with those breaking swipes. So Dragonite can potentially have a look at switching out and getting itself back to neutral there. And we do see the Yawn coming out here from the Dragonite. So if there's another reason that you might want to switch out Dragonite, this is probably a fairly good one. Gouging Fire still currently asleep. But we're going to see what's coming in here. And it's going to be that Ting-Lu. We mentioned earlier that Ting-Lu was going to be a problem. We're going to have to see how Kiara manages to play around that one.
Yeah, I think the Ting-Lu now here in a very nice position, and being able to just go for more yawns on the Stondozo now is just really slowing things down by a lot for Kira, who, of course, with the Pokemon that they have, the only Pokemon they really like switching around a lot is that Amoonguss with the Regenerator ability. Otherwise, the Gouging Fire, not really something you want to switch out a lot, and also everything that gets a Howl boost, you don't really want to switch it. You want to stay in and just deal a lot of damage. But now the Sand Tomb and Yawn combination is going to trap the Amoonguss as well and make it even harder for Kira to really start getting some damage onto both of these super tanky Pokemon. They're still both at full HP, and the Scouting Fire is asleep. And even if it does wake up, what can it really do? Even if it goes for a Howl, it's going to be boosting its own attack, but it's not really going to be helping out this Amoonguss at all. And so the Amoonguss, it probably wants to try and get off a Grass Knot onto either of these Pokemon, but right now they can just double protect and wait for the Amoonguss to fall asleep and then not have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, very good double into that slot there, pincering it with the Sand Tomb, trapping it in, preventing it from switching, and the Yawn as well, knowing that it's going to be guaranteed put to sleep at the end of the turn. So Kiara can try and make the best use of that as much as possible. We don't see any protects coming out here. We do see the Sand Tomb and potentially maybe a Yawn come out here, but we do see a feature. Not quite, Dondozo. Not quite. So we do see the Spore coming out here. The Dondozo is going to go to sleep now. The Amoonguss at the end of this turn will be suffering the same fate, going to sleep as well. The Dragonite taking quite a lot of damage there. I do believe one more round of Sand Tomb will be enough to take it out. So Ting-Lu definitely does have the option to go for a Protect here to guarantee get that Sand Tomb turn off. Amoonguss, stuck at the moment, does have to burn that sleep turn. Same for the Dondozo there. So it's going to be a lot of what does the Dragonite want to do here? But we see the Outrage. No Protect coming out here. That is a big hit onto the Ting-Lu. With the Rocky Helmet, actually taking out the Dragonite as well. So Dragonite is looking like it wants to go on its own terms for the time being.
Yeah, the Stondoso is still, it's hit 2 out of 3 fissures. That's still really good numbers. The Ruination gonna go and damage the Samungus halfway down its HP. And yeah, it's looking kind of dire for Kira here. The Stondoso Tingler combo, which, it's not a new duo. We've seen it a little bit, but this just goes to show how difficult it can be to navigate past both of them when you are in a position like this where you can't really get the damage out that you want to. They're just so tanky, they just live everything, and they don't even need that much damage invest themselves, because you can just go for a fissure and get a KO that way. And the Ice Spinner on the Qianbao here is going to go into this protecting Tinglu now, as both of these Pokemon on the field that are still in line to attack are going to be burning a turn of sleep here. First the Dondozo, then the Amoonguss. Either of them could wake up now. The Amoonguss, however, might survive. Yeah, just one more turn. I don't know if it's going to get a chance to really attack anymore, though.
Yeah, it looks like it might be in a pretty tough position there. If the Shampoo is able to get the knockout on the Tingler with the Ice Spin up, which it does free it from the Sand Tomb. So if the Dondozo has elected to not attack the Amoonguss this turn, if it does wake up, the Amoonguss does get an attack and is still able to run through and even switch out, get some HP back as well. But we do see the Dondozo stay asleep. The Amoonguss wakes up and it's going to go for that grass. It's going to do very, very solid damage there into the Dondozo. Looking like a 2-hit knockout to be coming out there. So Kiara is now freed from the Sand Tomb with that knockout. So is there going to be value in switching out the Amoonguss here, getting a little bit of HP back from the Regenerator? We see Zhongwan's last Pokemon is that Focus Sash Shenpao.
Yeah, switching out the Amoonguss here could definitely be valuable later if you manage to get a little bit of recovery, because the Stondozo, aside from Fissure, is not really touching this Amoonguss. So if you can get rid of the Qianbao as well, you've already managed to get rid of the Gouging Fire and the Tinglu. So if you just manage to get the KO here on the Qianbao, then you can still very much win the end game against Dondozo itself. So the Sacred Sword is going to come out here, go into that Qianbao, bring it down to its Focus Sash, as, we did see now Kira's Qianbao did go first, but we don't know if it's a speed tie or not. Sacred Sword gonna knock out the Qianbao on Kira's side, and now it is only Amoonguss and Gouging Fire left against a 1 HP Qianbao, and a Dondozo, which just woke up from its little nap, is gonna go for that Wave Crash into the Gouging Fire. Not really gonna do a lot, but is gonna take a little bit of recoil, and that might still be in Grass Knot range right there, Could be a damage roll, but the Amoonguss does have to, of course, respect this Qianbao, which can just go for an Icicle Crash into the Amoonguss and take it out. So I think if you are here, you really want to protect, or you can't protect your Amoonguss because you don't have Protect on it. You really want to wake up with your Gouging Fire, though, and Icicle Crash is gonna hit, is gonna take out the Amoonguss, so it's only Gouging Fire left here. If it can wake up, it can get a KO on this Qianbao here, and things could still be very, very close. Breaking Swipe gonna lower the attack here on the Dondozo, but if I had to guess right now, I'd say that there's a Yawn coming.
Yeah, I would say there's very likely a Yawn going to be coming out here as well. But no, we see the Fissure, and the Fissure misses again. Going fishing, not quite landing, unfortunately, for the Dondozo there. The Breaking Swipe being able to take out the Shenpao means if there was a Wave Crash sent the Gouging Fire's way, it would have been able to take that a little bit better. Unfortunately, the best attack that the Gouging Fire can look at putting onto the Dondozo is that Breaking Swipe, and there is the Yawn, so there is very likely going to be a Protect from the Dondozo next turn to guarantee that the Gouging Fire does go to sleep, get a little bit of that leftovers recovery back as well. Even though it's at -3, there is going to potentially have a look at, do we have a look at Howling to take advantage? We don't see a Protect here, Shauna. We see the Dondozo potentially go for an attack. It's going for the Fissure. It's trying, it's not landing. It'll get there, though. It's got a couple more turns while the Gouging Fire ends up going to sleep at the end of this turn.
The question is, like, if you're Youngwon here, do you go for those Wave Crashes and then slowly chip away at the Gouging Fire? Being, you are at -3 attacks, so you probably are safer just going for those Fissures and hoping that you hit one out of them. But another miss here on the Fissure. I believe that was the 4th one already that missed. So, you're also running out of Fissure power points slowly but surely. But the thing is, if you decide to go for wave crashes, that also means you're taking recoil, and the Scourging Fire also just went for a howl, so the breaking swipes are going to do a lot more damage. So I don't know, I feel like just continuing to go for those fissures is the correct play here. You just really have to hope that you hit one in the next 4 turns.
Yeah, I would agree with that one there. I think that the wave crashes at the -3 attack is definitely not going to be enough, and the Gouging Fire can have a look at slowly increasing its damage output as well. It could even also go for the Burning Bulwark, and if you catch the wave crash with the Burning Bulwark, the Dondozo will be burnt. That'll essentially offset any leftovers recovery it does gain, and the wave crashes will do even less damage. So potentially going for those fissures here is potentially Jongwon's way out. There's still got a few more of them to go
Oh,
for.
and there it is! The fissure connects and is going to take out that Gouging Fire, and that is game 2 and the match going to Youngwon. My god, once again, so close, but after, I think it was the 5th try now that the Dondozo needed in order to connect a fissure in that game 2, but it did get 2 in a row in game 1. I'd say all in all, a very successful fissure Dondozo match there.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming through, just being able to withstand everything it wanted to do. Missing a few of those fissures in that game too, doesn't matter. It lands one. One is all it needs to take out that Gouging Fire. And yeah, what a very solid start for them going into that phase 2 of the tournament now for the senior division. Both of these trainers still very much alive in the tournament, still have those very strong records here going forward. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see any King Gambit gameplay for you, Shona. I know you must be absolutely devastated by that.
It was in team preview, that's good enough.
Yeah, to make up for it, we did get a lot of very high fissure hits as well. Very much coming out of nowhere, especially the style point at the end of game 1 as well, going for that fissure into the Dragonite as well.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, if there's anything I love as much as seeing a King Gambit on the field, then it is fissures connecting on the opponents. So with that, we will be taking a very short break, and that is actually going to be all from the 2 of us for today. We will be bringing it back with our other 2 casters, Cedric and Andrews, after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the side stream for the Pokemon European International Championships. We have one more round of Swiss for our senior division bracket for VGC. My name is Andrew. I'm joined alongside Cedric, and we got another amazing matchup coming right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Some high-level play from the senior division players that usually we don't get to feature on the main broadcast until later in the tournament, usually the finals. So excited to feature them, of course. A lot of the times, these seniors that are competing at the top level, when they do matriculate to the Masters division, are able to compete. At least, they're able to compete with the Masters just as well. A lot of times, even reaching it to the top cut brackets of the tournaments. Many examples of this, of course. Giovanni Chischi, our current world champion, and James Evans, both prominent examples. Players that were in the seniors division were able to do well and converted that to Masters over time by sticking with it. But we are going to be featuring Miguel and Rishi today, two of the seniors division players. On Miguel's side, using a team of Incineroar, Urshifu, Tornadus, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, and Landorus. On Rishi's side, we have Goldengo, Urshifu, Tornadus, Ogerpon, Heartflame Form, Regidrago, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, when I'm looking at both these teams, I'm seeing hyper offense, 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 offense. You have both running Tornadus, both Terra Ghost running the Focus Sash. Slight differences. Rishi is going to be running the Icy Wind on Tornadus to provide a little bit more speed control, a little bit more dynamic. Tornadus on Miguel's side is going to be running that Rain Dance to go alongside the Choice Scarf Urshifu to boost up your water type damage in the Aqua Jet or the Surging Strikes. A little bit of a different team for Rishi. You also have the Goldengo carrying that Choice spec, so you could go for something like a Tailwind and Choice specs and make it rain. I believe that is Terra Steel on the Goldengo, so you could just get the maximum amount of damage output as much as possible. A little bit of other differences. You have Rillaboom over Landorus, providing that extra fake out and healing support. And lastly, you have the Regidrago, providing you with massive damage output using that Dragon Energy at maximum HP over this Amoonguss that does carry a Citrus Berry.
Yeah, really strong teams, both obviously taking advantage of the Tailwind. And it does look like Miguel and Rishi are maybe taking some cues from their favorite Masters Division players. Miguel's team, I believe, six of the Pokemon, very similar, if not identical, to those that Wolf Click was able to take the EUIC last year, top 16 there, and then win the Orlando Regional Championships with. And then Rishi, maybe a fan of Justin Tang's most recent regional success in Regulation F with those six same Pokemon. So these are teams that are definitely proven in the Masters Division as well as now in the Seniors Division. So going to be up to them to pilot them against each other to a high level. Definitely, they've both made it to phase 2 of the competition, absolutely have been performing at a high level all day. Hopefully going to see some more of that here. I do think that, like you'd mentioned, on Miguel's side, we do have a bit more of a strong defensive backbone, at least in the roles of the Pokemon. The Incineroar and the Amoonguss going to more deliberately play as defensive Pokemon, whereas the defensive Pokemon on Rishi's team, the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon, are a little bit more functional in both offensive roles. They can really flex in and out of those roles with the offensive moves or the offensive terrestrialization type in the Ogerpon's case, while also having the fake out and the follow me situationally to apply those positional moves.
Yeah, when I think about this upcoming matchup, we'll get to game number 1 shortly. I think Rishi is going to have to lean very heavily into just, using as much damage output as you can on your first turn to just blow through a bunch of Miguel's defensive options. You have that Incineroar and Amoonguss, but how well can it survive against a Dragon Energy and Golden Go output using Make It Rain or Dragon Energy, while also still dealing with the fact that you have to contend with an Ogerpon and Rillaboom combination. The Ogerpon not running something like a Power Whip or Woodhammer, it's going to be running that Grassy Glide, so it's going to get that additional priority, which is going to be very useful in this matchup, as you do have that Spore and Rage Powder immunity on Amoonguss, so the Ogerpon could be useful going into other Pokemon on Miguel's side, like the Fluttermane.
Yeah, I do feel like looking at Miguel's team, that Amoonguss is going to be a pretty difficult bring. As you mentioned, the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon both fare pretty well with it, at least not being susceptible to its usual tricks of the Rage Powder and Spore. In Ogerpon's case, allowing the rest of the team to ignore at least the Spore option. Additionally, the Goldengo is really going to sit on the field against the Amoonguss and either force a defensive option of Protect or Terrestrialization to Water, which, yeah, you really don't want to be doing, especially when there are so many ways to punish that on Miguel's side, especially most prominently all the grass type moves, and of course the combination, really hard to contest, that dragon typing and steel typing spread damage combination that this team is particularly known for. So I do think that the Landorus on Miguel's side is definitely going to be an important piece, just being able to outspeed pretty typically it should outspeed the Regidrago and the Goldango pretty consistently. The Ogerpons on these teams tend to be trained a little bit slower, and then you can also outspeed the Rillaboom. So you just have to contend with the Tornadus and the Urshifu outspeeding you, but otherwise that should be a Pokemon that Miguel may be using to at least gain the speed advantage in this battle.
I'd have to imagine we're going to be seeing Tornadus from both players, or at least by one of them. So having that Tailwind advantage is going to be coming really, really crucial, whether you want to use it early or late game. But let's see the game 1 leads. We're going to have Miguel on the opposite side of the field, and we're going to be watching through Rishi's point of view. Using that Tornadus and the Urshifu for the first game, while we have Miguel using Fluttermane and Incineroar, it looks like it's going to be a special attack booster energy Fluttermane to start our battle. Right now, the Urshifu on Rishi's side is threatening to KO this Fluttermane already because it is that Choice Scarf variant, but you have to remember that the Incineroar is also threatening a fake out into that Urshifu to make it so that it cannot move on this turn.
Yeah, some Urshifu with the Choice Scarf cover for the fake outs by running a Terra Ghost or having a priority blocker on the team. Not so on Rishi's team, going to be entirely susceptible to that fake out, which gives the Fluttermane a turn to either go on the offensive, can go for a Protect or switch out to get away from the Urshifu on future turns, but most likely can just apply a Dazzling Gleam or a fake out to confirm that knockout. You could defensively go for a Terrestrialization, even though you know you're going to get fake outed on the Urshifu to maybe survive a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, but if a Moonblast came in, regardless, he'd probably be knocked out. So we do see a smart coverage switch into the Fire type Ogerpon, which would naturally resist those Fairy type moves. Good defensive switch in from Rishi, and also a pretty passive turn overall with the Protect.
Yeah, I love this turn. So if you were to take a Moonblast into that Ogerpon spot now, it's going to be a resist to hit, but it's actually going to be the Dazzling Gleam from the Fluttermane going to try to attack into both the Tornadus. But the Tornadus did try to use the Protect. It did successfully get that off to make sure that it did survive the turn, and also keeps its Focus Sash, more importantly, upheld. So you can still take 2 additional hits for the Tornadus to go down. As you now have the Ogerpon set onto the field, Tornadus is now going to be threatening to use a Tailwind and could just start going for Ivy Cudgels or Grassy Glides. But more importantly, the Ivy Cudgels are going to be doing significant damage into this Fluttermane. But the Fluttermane is also going to be carrying that Protect move. So if it were to actually just go for a Protect, you can try to switch out this Incineroar that does carry the Parting Shot move, so you can try to just whittle down the attacking stats of the Ogerpon.
Yeah, I like the offensive terrestrialization that we've seen Rishi go for here, getting the Terrafire boost to the Ivy Cudgel, just that damage boost, as well as the Embody Aspect attack boost, which will make this Ogerpon effectively dealing incredible damage, should easily knock out the Fluttermane, should it be targeting into that, and the Tornadus having the option to Tailwind to get the speed advantage there. We do see Miguel fearing this, goes with the Protect to cover for that Tailwind, and Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane play. Could be opting to try and position out with the Incineroar with the parting shot. As you mentioned, we do see the Ivy Cudgel does swing into that Flutter Mane, so completely void of damage this turn, leaving the Incineroar free to go for that parting shot, bringing Ogerpon back to the earth, neutral attacking stat, still going to deal lots of damage with that Terra-fired Ivy Cudgel. However, you can at this point switch the Incineroar back in to apply more Intimidate. So yeah, a bit of a wasted turn of the Tailwind, and also losing a bit of the attacking power on the Ogerpon, and critically setting up Tailwind potentially a turn later than Miguel chooses to do so if he goes for that with his Tornadus this turn.
Yeah, I like that play from Rishi because you don't want to let the Flutter Mane just go for an attack. You want to make sure that Miguel is respecting the fact that the Ogerpon could just pick up the KO, gets the protect, make sure that the Ivy Cudgel is not doing anything. And now Tornadus on Miguel's side is going to be threatening a usage of Tailwind, while the Flutter Mane has that special attack boost, could go for a Shadow Ball into the Ogerpon. It has already taken some decent amount of damage, so we'll just have to see how well this Ogerpon is trained in its bulk to try to survive an attack. And probably not going to happen, but the Tornadus still hasn't taken a point of damage. So its Focus Sash is still going to be up and about. It's not going to go down this turn. It's going to be that Shadow Ball. Let's see how much it's going to be able to do. It needs to do about 70% here. And it looks like it's just not enough. Living with red HP still to go. Bleakwind Storm in a retaliation attack is going to drop both the Flutter Mane and the Tornadus down to smaller HP stats, as the Ivy Cudgel is going to pick up the KO onto this Flutter Mane.
Yeah, knocking at the Flutter Mane. Really critical that the Ogerpon was trained with enough bulk to be able to survive that attack. We did see on our end that it was a 252 HP or a max investment on the HP stat for the Ogerpon, so able to tank that. Otherwise, most likely would not have been able to do so. And that was that difference. Yeah, the difference between that being a knockout on the Flutter Mane rather than the knockout on the Ogerpon. Really important. You still have the resource of a Follow Me on future turns. And yeah, you've critically gotten rid of the consistent spread type damage attacker on Miguel's side. You still can go for Bleakwind Storms on the Tornadus from Miguel's, but it's going to be a little bit less consistent than those frequent Dazzling Gleams that you would otherwise be able to go for.
And let's see what happens on the turn. The Tornadus just trying to make sure it's getting stopped from a fake out. It does not want to take it. It looks like it's just going to be a double protect from Rishi, recognizing the fake out would provide some maximum value to either just get a little bit more damage. It probably would have been able to pick up the low HP Ogerpon, or more importantly, break that Focus Sash. Tornadus also just trying to get some decent damage in with a Bleakwind of its own, but it's going to ultimately be failing here. And now Rishi is going to start stepping on the gas again. I believe this is one more turn of Tailwind left for Rishi. Yes, that is the confirmation that we just saw. So you're still matching Tailwinds here. The Ogerpon on Rishi's side should be moving first in favor of the other Tornadus and the Incineroar, but it depends on how well this Tornadus is trained. If it is maxed out on its speed, it is almost certainly going to be faster.
Yeah, typically the Focus Sash Tornadus is trained a bit more offensive and speedy, and naturally should outspeed the Ogerpon by 1 point, but no certainty whether Miguel is actually running that spread. If it is, both of these Tornaduses are trained similarly in the speed stat. This could be a speed tie. There's no more fake out, but yeah, we're going to see Miguel actually opt out of that. Pretty smart play, given that if you protect this turn, you will have the speed advantage next turn, and at least force the Tornadus to go for a Tailwind. So plays that safe. Could have gone a bit aggressive and gotten some mileage out of a Bleakwind hitting first, but didn't want to do so. We're seeing the Icy Wind going to lower the speed stat on the Incineroar. Not too critical, and thankfully the Ivy Cudgel is actually targeting out into the Tornadus. So Rishi deciding that given that the Bleakwind had not scored a 2 at KO on the previous turn into the other Tornadus, just lowering the speed and then following up with an Ivy Cudgel should be sufficient. Unfortunately, really good call on Miguel's side to foresee this and just navigate away from that position entirely. Didn't risk the speed tie, and now has the speed advantage with Tailwind ended on Rishi's side.
Yep, and now if Rishi wants to set up that Tailwind, it means you have to use it on this turn. So you aren't able to use Icy Wind or Bleakwind to attack, which means you're relying on the Ogerpon to try to pick up any KO here. Ogerpon's attacks are only Ivy Cudgel and Grassy Glide, and it's more than likely not going to be able to pick up a KO on the Incineroar. So its only real target is to try to attack into this Tornadus, unless you expect Miguel to try to go for a switch. And that's what exactly it's going to be. It's going to switch into its Pokeball and going to go to an Amoonguss. So it's actually going to be weak to a potential Ivy Cudgel if that was attack that it's going to go for. But no, it's going to play a little defensive, going to go for that spiky shield of its own as Tornadus resets up the Tailwind, now staggering the Tailwind in favor of Rishi.
Yeah, I like that switch out to the Amoonguss a lot. We're going to see whether you're actually able to connect the Bleakwind onto the Tornadus. It does. Thankfully, that will net the knockout. But the expectation is if you connect the Bleak Wind on that turn, and we see exactly what Rishi went for of the Tailwind and the Spiky Shield, then on the next turn, you're pretty susceptible to that Choice Scarf Urshifu that we've already seen revealed to be able to come in and safely go for a Surging Strike onto either the Tornadus or the Incineroar and take a knockout that way. By getting Amoonguss in, you are able to redirect any attacks from this Ogerpon or the Urshifu and protect the Tornadus, which is really the main damage dealer left on Miguel's team. So you can see why they are protecting it so aggressively with that Amoonguss switch in.
Yeah, let's see what happens on this turn. Fake Out is now active for Rillaboom, so you could try to attack into this Amoonguss just to stop it from attacking. It does carry that Protect, so any attack going into the Tornadus or the Amoonguss could just be blocked by a Protect. You stall another turn of Tailwind, but more importantly, that the Tailwind on Miguel's side is now gone, so presumably the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon are going to be moving faster than any of Miguel's Pokemon. So we'll just have to see what's going to be happening here on this turn. My imagination is then you're going to go for a double protect, try to set up Tailwind on the next turn to then regain some sort of speed advantage later on. Now that Rishi's Tornadus is also fainted from this battle, it is just going to be a double protect from the Tornadus and the Amoonguss, just trying to stall out another turn of Tailwind, and we'll progress into the next turn.
Yeah, on the next turn, thankfully you do have that Rage Powder available to the Terrified Ogerpon. If it had not gone for the Terrestrialization, it still had that Grass type. It would be able to ignore that and use the Tailwind to its advantage to hit the Tornadus and knock it out with an Ivy Cudgel. Although at this point, it's pretty low on attack. It is, I believe, at -2 attack, or -1 after the Embody Aspect attack boost, so would be close, but I think the Tornadus most likely would have gone down regardless. But at this point, because of that Rage Powder availability, you can go for Rage Powder, either go for a Tailwind to set up for your Incineroar and Bleakwind Storm on the next turn, or just immediately go for a Rage Powder Bleakwind this turn. That might be a little susceptible to a U-turn coming out from, or I think it's actually high horsepower, so scratch that. But yeah, definitely a lot of pressure exerted by the Amoonguss, protecting the Tornadus from any immediate knockout from the Ogerpon. But a Woodhammer might just actually get the knockout on the Rillaboom, something we have to watch out for.
Ooh, and it looks like the Tornadus is going to be switching, as we also saw that the Ogerpon is going to be switching into the back for that Urshifu. Incineroar going to be coming into this battle, going to activate that Fake Out on the next turn, but more importantly, dropping that Intimidate down onto the Rillaboom and Urshifu, so any close combats or any physical type attacking move from the Rillaboom are going to be doing a little bit less damage now, as the Amoonguss is going to go for its first Terra of the battle, going to be going to that Terra Water, so trying to keep itself a little bit safer from a potential Ivy Cudgel attack into the Amoonguss, but now it makes itself a little bit more weak to that Rillaboom, going to go for the Woodhammer into the Incineroar that is not going to be doing any damage really. It's probably going to heal up more from the grassy terrain than anything, as the Sludge Bomb is going to come out into the Urshifu spot, not trying to use Spore in that turn. And now we just have a reset here. But more importantly, the Incineroar does have that Fake Out active, could potentially try to go for a Spore or even just a Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom to get some decent damage in.
Yeah, a Fake Out in the Urshifu and a Spore in that slot will guarantee a sleep onto that slot if you want it. But going for the Terrestrialization last turn, you were trying to get away from the Terrifier Ivy Cudgel, which would have gotten close to a knockout. I think with the attack drops, it would have been extremely close, but the Amoonguss might have lived. But Miguel, not wanting to take any of that damage, went for the Terra Water, which, yeah, a little bit in a much worse situation this turn as a result. Now you're actually weak to a Woodhammer from the Rillaboom, while also needing to deal with this Urshifu. So I don't think worked out quite as well as he wanted, as Miguel wanted, but yeah, Fake Out into the Rillaboom as we start to turn and sacrifices the Incineroar to the Surging Strikes in exchange for one move on this Amoonguss.
You could call this a one Pokemon loss for Miguel, but this honestly might be another Pokemon loss in theory onto the Urshifu. One would have to imagine it's going to be that Spore into the Urshifu. So it's going to lock it down from attacking at least on the next turn, because the Rillaboom got faked out. It could not go for a strong powered Woodhammer into that Amoonguss spot. It has been intimidated. So one would have to guess that unless you get a critical hit, that it might not be able to actually pick up a KO onto this now weak water type Amoonguss, as we're going to see one more switch in on the back. Tornadus is going to be coming onto the field. It's still hanging around with a just about 50% HP. This Rillaboom currently is poised to try to take out this Amoonguss, but the Tornadus on the other side is actually going to be threatening some decent damage. It's going to be carrying that Bleakwind Storm attack, which is going to hit both the Rillaboom and the Urshifu for incredibly good, super effective damage.
Yeah, the Urshifus are actually Oftentimes, even the Choice Scarf sets train to survive a Bleak Windstorm from max special attack Tornadus, so that little bit of Sludge Bomb chip earlier might actually prove to be really important. As we see the Urshifu take its first turn of sleep, oh, the Bleak Windstorm does miss the Rillaboom. That could prove key. A Sludge Bomb and Bleak Windstorm, depending on the training of this Assault Vest Rillaboom, could knock out, but definitely not just a Sludge Bomb. That gives the Rillaboom the opportunity to go for the Wood Hammer. Yeah, we're seeing the dividends of that Intimidate. Without it, it probably would have gone down on the Tornadus. Now it's going to be incredibly close, whether just a Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom knocks out, but you, of course, are getting in the Ogre Pond with its own Grassy Glide available. Although that one will be susceptible to Rage Powder from the Amoonguss, a lot of this might come down to whether this Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom will be able to knock out the Tornadus from this range.
Yeah, but the more importantly that the Ogre Pond now gets to switch in is now back at +1 because of the embodied aspect. So its damage output is going to be doing even more damage. And more importantly, the Tornadus on the other side did miss that Bleak Wind. We did see how much the Sludge Bomb was able to do. One would have to imagine that a Bleak Wind on that side would have been able to do enough damage to get rid of this Rillaboom, and you'd be stuck with a 2 versus 1 with a Tornadus and a Amoonguss versus that Ogre Pond. We'll just have to see how this turn goes and interacts. A Grassy Glide into the Amoonguss with a +1 attack boost might be able to just do enough with the Grassy Glide, as Ivy Cudgel is not going to do enough, especially if it's going to get counteracted by a Rage Powder. Grassy Glide, here it comes. Amoonguss is going to go down to this +1 Grassy Glide from the Heartflame Mask Ogre Pond. The next act is going to depend on if the Rillaboom went for that attack. No, it did not. It's going to be a Bleak Wind Storm. No Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom to attack beforehand. And the Bleak Wind is going to come in clutch this time around. The Tornadus able to take a double KO on this turn. Going to be reducing that Pokemon count to 0. And Miguel is going to be moving up 1 game in the set.
Yeah, extremely narrow win there. I really question whether a Grassy Glide was going to get the knockout. We saw Wood Hammer do roughly, 30-40%, but it's just a question of whether the Grassy Glide with the remaining HP was going to take the knockout. Looks like Rishi decided that's not the case. I have to rely on another Bleak Windstorm miss to take this KO with the Wood Hammer. Doesn't get it on that turn. Really only needed either of those Bleak Windstorms to miss in addition to the previous one, so need to get a little bit lucky in that end game. But props to Miguel for finding that win in what would have been a pretty tough situation. If Grassy Glide KOs, I think you pretty much always just lose that end game. But thankfully, Miguel Rishi expected it not to be the case.
Yeah, we saw how much damage the Wood Hammer was able to do, and it's 120 base power move. But we also have to consider the fact that the Rillaboom also was still intimidated from the Incineroar before. So, maybe an unintimidated Rillaboom with Grassy Terrain up, I would say probably would be able to pick up the KO onto that Tornadus. It's carrying that Focus Sash. One would have to assume if you're carrying the Focus Sash, it's not going to be invested too heavily in its bulk. It's going to try to go more into its offensive stats. But because it's got intimidated, I think you really did have to bank on a Bleak Wind miss, because like you said, if the Grassy Glide doesn't get the KO onto the Tornadus, you're either banking on another Bleak Wind miss anyway, and you have to go for a double hit KO, or you just go and hope that Bleak Wind misses the first time and you win, I would say 80% of the time. But also you could have, just double miss there. So it was a very risky end game. I think both players are going to try to find a better way to, lock up a game better than, risking it on Bleak Wind hits or misses.
Yeah, I think both players probably looking towards some more consistent options. You're right. I do think, looking back on it, without having tracked the Grassy Terrain turns especially precisely, if there was the option for the Tornadus to go for a Protect after that turn, install at the last turn of Grassy Terrain, then I suppose you should go for the Wood Hammer in that situation. But I think otherwise you can just go for 2 Grassy Glides. If you go for the Wood Hammer, and if you go for the Grassy Glide and they miss, then you just Grassy Glide the next turn with enough turns onto Grassy Terrain to win the game. I think Wood Hammer definitely makes sense if there were insufficient Grassy Terrain turns. But yeah, just a small potential optimization at the end there. But in the heat of the moment, very difficult to make these calculations, especially at the European International Championships. Lots of these players been playing all day, but ultimately, going to this game Miguel was able to clutch that up with the Tornadus. Really interesting choices not to bring any of the other offensive Pokemon outside of the Tornadus and the Fluttermane. We're going to see, once again, leaning into that Incineroar, but a switch up to the Goldango on Rishi's side.
Yeah, I do like this Goldango here. It is going to be threatening the opposing Tornadus, to just knock it down in this game. But you also have to consider that it also is carrying that Focus Sash. So if you want to be able to KO this Tornadus on this turn, at least, you would have to double up with your own Tornadus and Goldango. The Goldango cannot protect this turn to prevent, any sort of damage coming in from either the Incineroar, especially the Incineroar, because it is carrying that choice specs. It does not have protect. It only has trick as its other status move to try to, have a fun little cheeky way to negate your opponent from playing the game, depending on the board situation. But it looks like the Tornadus on Miguel's side just trying to delay an extra turn, going to go for that protect, as Rishi is going to start using that Tailwind, starting the counter now, trying to get as much damage as you can, as the Make It Rain from the Goldango is not going to connect onto the Tornadus, but it's going to get some decent damage into this Incineroar.
Yeah, doing roughly a fourth damage on the Incineroar. Would prefer to maybe hit a Power Gem there, but definitely better than nothing. We see the Goldango is able to survive the knockoff relatively easily. Should be able to switch out and potentially could take a Moonblast later in the game. Otherwise, should still be out of range of a Bleak Wind Storm. But like you said, the Protect coming out that turn as Miguel tries to delay the Tailwind by one turn, so there's at least one turn at the end of Rishi's Tailwind, where Miguel will have an advantage in the speed tiering. The Goldango, now free to switch moves, could go for a Power Gem with a Bleak Wind Storm, which might actually knock out the Incineroar. On Miguel's side, something to be watching out for. And then, the Tornadus on Miguel's side could go for another turn of Bleak Wind instead of going for the Tailwind, but does just opt into that Tailwind to get the speed advantage for later turns.
Let's see what happens. It's going to be that Bleak Wind. It's going to get a double connection onto the Tornadus, the Focus Sash now being broken. And more importantly, now the Tornadus' speed is actually going to be lowered, but it may not end up mattering. Oh, my mistake. It looks like the -1 special attack Goldango is still not able to do enough damage into the Tornadus to be able to pick up the KO. It's just going to live on rate HP, as the Incineroar going to take out this Goldango with that Flare Blitz attack, going to be able to send it back into its Pokeball retreat into the back. And we have 3 Pokemon left for Rishi. Does have that Tailwind up and is now going to be threatening some decent damage with this Urshifu. We know that Miguel in the back does have that Amoonguss. It was very helpful in that game number 1. It's not carrying that Rocky Helmet, so an attack from the Urshifu could be threatening a KO onto both Pokemon here.
Yeah, with the Urshifu entering the field, you should relatively easily be able to Surging Strikes the Incineroar slot. You can go for a Bleak Wind Storm if you want to maximize your damage and you want to catch a Amoonguss or Urshifu switching in. That'll definitely take the knockout with the double up. Or you could go for an Icy Wind, more consistent damage on the opposing Tornadus, and as a result, introduce a bit more consistency to this turn, when otherwise you might be gambling a bit on hitting your Bleak Wind Storms. We also see a bit of coverage, potentially going for the Terra Water, just in case you do miss, to at least survive the attack on the Urshifu, as we see the start of the turn come with that choice, or that Terra Water Urshifu.
Yeah, opting to use Terra here, I'm not entirely sure what the reasoning is here. If you use your Surging Strike, or U-turn, or Close Combat, you're almost certainly going to be able to pick up a KO somewhere. So I guess just using it now, realizing maybe on another Pokemon, you're not going to be able to use it as effectively. Or if there was a potential switch and you're just trying to maximize your damage output onto whatever would be switching in on the back, because Terra Water Surging Strikes is such a strong move to deal with. And looks like the Bleak Wind on Miguel's Tornadus is able to connect once again, taking out another Tornadus here. So it's going to be a 3-2 Pokemon count for Rishi, but we have 2 unrevealed Pokemon in the back for Miguel to try to find a way to win this game.
Yeah, we've lost the Terrestrialization as an option from Rishi. I think the intention there was likely to, if you miss the Bleak Wind Storm on the opposing Tornadus, at least you will survive the follow-up Bleak Wind Storm if that connects onto your own Urshifu to set you up later in the end game. Because the damage wouldn't have been particularly important. It is Amoonguss and Fluttermane in the back. Now that Terra Water Surging Strikes will take a knockout for sure, which is really pressuring that Amoonguss to go for a Rage Powder. You, of course, can't protect the Fluttermane and go for a Spore with the Amoonguss and do a delay of game. Your Fluttermane would, of course, be hit through the Protect by the Unseen Fist of the Urshifu. So as a result, we're going to see that Amoonguss start to go for the Terra Water, potentially to both survive the Surging Strikes and the Bleak Wind Storm from the Tornadus. We'll see what Rishi ultimately locked into here, but it is that Rage Powder from the Amoonguss.
Yep, I feel like you pretty much have to go for the Rage Powder to redirect these Surging Strikes. Otherwise, you gotta be able to keep the Fluttermane, your main attacking piece, alive in this battle. Also has to get rid of that grass weakness, because this Bleak Wind Storms have been hitting constantly on Rishi's Tornadus. So we're gonna see some Surging Strikes going in, doing about maybe 33% to that Amoonguss. Next is going to be that Fluttermane, going for that Dazzling Gleam. Actually not doing over 50% HP to that Urshifu, so that's going to be crucial to know for later on, as the Tailwind now peters out. The Bleak Wind Storm did get that connecting hit. It did pretty good damage to this Fluttermane. So Rishi's in a prime position to start taking this game away, but we have to see what happens now. The Tornadus could go for a Tailwind, let the Fluttermane come back, or no, the Rillaboom in the back that has been unrevealed so far, just to be able to sweep the rest of this game, as the Tornadus just decides to play a little passive here with the Protect.
Yep, Protect comes out. As the Fluttermane does in fact read it, they still had this speed advantage from the offset Tailwind on turn 2, just coming up to bite Rishi a couple turns later. Moonblast knocking out the Urshifu, and nothing gained on that Tornadus. Of course, can stall out this last turn of Tailwind on Miguel's side and get the speed advantage next turn for the last Pokemon in the battle. But yeah, wasn't able to take any progress there outside of get the Rillaboom in, which in its own right does have a Grassy Glide to redirect around any Rage Powders or just Wood Hammers to knock out the Amoonguss. We're starting to see the value of that critical hit on the Fluttermane on the previous turn. Fluttermane, depending on its bulk training, might be in range of Grassy Glide here. Could go for a Protect and, do some funny business with the Amoonguss to get around that. Maybe Protect to heal up out of range of the Grassy Glide. But of course, yeah, we're going to see if Rishi is able to either hit that range or just completely ignore it and attack into the Amoonguss, which is now weak to those Wood Hammers.
Yep, it looks like Rishi's just trying to figure out a way to play this endgame. The Fluttermane going to go for that Protect, trying to make sure that it's not going to take any hits from a potential Grassy Glide as the Tornadus sets that Tailwind. So almost certainly the Rillaboom is going to be moving faster than this Fluttermane. One would have to imagine it was a special attack boosting one, not a speed boosting one, as the Wood Hammer goes into that Amoonguss that is the Terra Water now, and that is going to be going down to that attack. The Fluttermane is going to be the last Pokemon on Miguel's side on the field, and I would say this is locking down to another game number 3 situation for both of these trainers.
Yeah, almost definitely. We're going to see one critical thing. If the Rillaboom can actually outspeed this Fluttermane in Tailwind, that'll be critical for Miguel to figure out. And we do confirm that fact. The Rillaboom in the Tailwind conditions does outspeed and hit the Fluttermane with the Wood Hammer for the knockout. Yeah, I think Rishi actually found a really clever way to get out of that endgame. Rather than having to opt into whether the Fluttermane protects or not, you just go for Tailwind with the bulk of the Rillaboom. You just go for the Tailwind, Wood Hammer into the Amoonguss. If that protects, it's not the end of the world. With the Dazzling Gleam and the Assault Vest, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage, and most likely you should still be able to close the game out with the speed advantage of the Tailwind on subsequent turns, even if you targeted incorrectly into the Amoonguss. Going for, a pretty aggressive protect, let's be honest. So, yeah, I think that was a smart call from Rishi, showing that they still have some fight going into this game 3.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see game 3s, especially in the seniors division. I want to see how great these trainers could be potentially in the future if they wanted to continue playing. I know that for these trainers, they're not going to be guaranteed into that top cut, but they should be playing out for those championship points to get into the world championships. The bar to get into the championships is a little bit smaller for those seniors players. So being able to try to sneak your way into that top cut finish in the championship race for Worlds is going to be huge and crucial later on.
Yeah, definitely. A lot less invites available to the seniors division players, and they don't always have the same level of means to travel to the same amount of events as other masters division players that might have more disposable income to be traveling, a little bit more reliant on parental support and things like that. So any additional finishes, both in championship points and potentially prizing, could actually support them to continue playing in their season. So definitely critical, even though these players are not necessarily or certainly playing for a top cut position. This position could be indicative of whether they're able to continue their season, whether it be at the World Championship or another event. So definitely high stakes game 3 for both of these players. I do think, really interesting that Rishi was able to come back and make that game 3 comeback, or make that game 2 comeback. I think we saw in that game 1 where the offset Tailwind ultimately was Rishi's undoing, but in this one, I think maybe Rishi taking a note from that, preserving the Tornadus sufficiently to where you could get that second Tailwind up with sufficient resources to actually close the game out, instead of things getting a little bit close with Bleak Wind Storm misses being needed and that first endgame.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if there's going to be any adjustments from Rishi. We haven't seen the Regidrago once this entire set, unless I'm mistaken from game number 1. It's been that Golden Go Tornadus pairing. I want to know if it's going to be an adjustment to that, but it looks like we're going to get an adjustment from Miguel. It's going to be that Landorus incarnate form. I don't believe we've seen that in this set so far with the Incineroar as its pairing. It's going to be the Urshifu and Tornadus, so similar to game number 2, going to be leading off with one of the strongest cores in Regulation F. You do have access to that Rain Dance, attack to potentially boost up your damage output. Oh, my mistake. That was Miguel's that has the Rain Dance. Rishi is the one that has the Icy Wind. So but you're still threatening the Landorus with decent damage from a, Terra Water Surging Strikes onto this Landorus, or even in the Incineroar. So this is a pretty good position, I'd say, but you still have to worry about Fake Out from Incineroar.
Yeah, Fake Out's definitely the key here. Given that Fake Out plus Earth Power, it might have a chance to knock out this Urshifu, even if it is a little bit, especially defensively bulky, like we have seen based on the HP stat. That might be a little bit of that tell. We do see Rishi doesn't want to take that risk. We go the Fake Out, or rather, we see the Rillaboom trying to dodge any double target with a ground type attack into that Urshifu. We see Rillaboom come in, should stomach that relatively easily, as the Fake Out does target into the Rillaboom. Let's see the follow-up. It is Tornadus going for the Icy Wind. No Terrestrialization to the Steel, which would have been able to really change that damage from a whole lot to very much a little bit of damage. The Landorus, let's see if it's able to actually get some value out of this turn. It does just go for the Earth Power. It's taken all that damage, and all it's getting is a little bit of HP on the Rillaboom, which is going to continue to be healed up. Really solid turn one for Rishi there.
Yeah, and more importantly, you did drop that speed, so now you have the Rillaboom potentially outspeeding the Landorus. A lot of Landoruses are either running a lot of speed investment or not too much speed investment, more focused on its bulk. We don't know the exact speed stat of this Rillaboom, so we could be seeing the potential to attack without needing to go for that Tailwind. And we also have to consider that this Landorus does have access to Sludge Bomb, but it is not a Terra Poison Sludge Bomb. It is just a normal Sludge Bomb. But, we're not going to go for that Tailwind. We're just going to go all-out offense with this Bleak Wind Storm. It has been helping Rishi out so much in this set, getting a double connection, and more importantly, getting the KO onto this Landorus as the Rillaboom is next act, going for that super powered, powered up wood hammer going into this Incineroar. But it looks like the Incineroar going to be fighting back, going to be picking up this KO onto the Rillaboom. So we got a 1-for-1 trade here, but one would have to imagine that Rishi's still in the driver's seat, still hasn't even used the Tailwind yet, and has an Urshifu in the back to threaten the KOs onto anything else.
Yeah, the Incineroar after the Flare Blitz is at such low HP that whereas the Goldango was pretty ineffective with Make It Rain in Game 2, now if it comes in, whether it goes for Terra Steel or not, the Make It Rain surely will knock out the Incineroar. And if Amoonguss comes in, Flutter Mane, Tornadus, it's not really going to be especially effective for Miguel. He's lost the main answer to the Landorus, or they've lost the main answer to the Landorus in that, that exact turn. So now the Goldango is really primed to be able to uncontested sweep through Miguel's team. The Amoonguss Bring, not the best Pokemon to have against the Goldango. Good as gold, making it immune to Spore, and Sludge Bomb immune to the Steel typing. Yeah, going to be a really difficult spot for Miguel to get past this Goldango.
Yeah, and I don't believe Miguel has gone for a Terrestrialization yet, so you still have access to that Terra Water Amoonguss to try to keep yourself healthy from something like a Make It Rain. It's also important to note that Tornadus still doesn't need to go for Tailwind here. The Goldango is not threatened by this Incineroar all that much. One would have to imagine that a Terra Steel Make It Rain should be able to pick up enough damage on this Incineroar that's holding that safety goggles. It's not going to be holding that Assault Vest, which would increase its special defense stat, as we do see the Goldango trying to supercharge its damage output. Terra Steel Goldango with the Make It Rain is going to be doing significant damage here on this board state, as I would imagine the Tornadus is going to go for that Blue Cone. But first, we're going to see Miguel also matching another Terrestrialization on his side of the board. We're going to see this Terra Water Amoonguss getting that additional resistance on something like a Make It Rain, but more importantly, not taking super effective damage from the Bleak Wind.
Yeah, if you don't go for the Terrestrialization there, surely with the combination of Bleak Wind and Make It Rain, the Amoonguss will go down. Critically, the Bleak Wind Storm is actually going to knock out the Incineroar before the Make It Rain comes out, so we're going to see a single target damage Make It Rain, which with the Terra Steel and the Choice Specs is going to get mighty close even with the resistance to knocking out the Amoonguss. It is actually able to live and heal up with the Citrus Berry, probably out of range, well, certainly out of range of another Make It Rain. Going to be close if it can survive an additional Bleak Wind Storm just alone. But we're going to see the Amoonguss is able to go for the Spore. Not going to be taking any Bleak Wind Storms, at least on the next turn, as Tornadus takes its first turn of sleep. Now we see Miguel's last Pokemon. That's going to be really, really critical in Miguel being able to win this battle. It could be that Urshifu, which would be decent against the Goldango typing-wise, but it is the Tornadus. This Goldango at full HP and such high HP stat, just generally, it's trained so bulkily, it's going to be hard for the not super effective moves of the Tornadus to be able to muscle through that.
Yeah, the only attacking moves on both these Pokemon on Miguel's side are going to be Sludge Bomb and Bleak Wind Storm. Sludge Bomb cannot damage this Goldango whatsoever, and Bleak Wind Storm is a resisted attack. So it's going to come down to how much are you going to be able to do with a Bleak Wind Storm. Tornadus is going to be dodging the attack, so that Focus Sash is still going to be held intact. Goldingo is going to be taking a little bit of damage here, but it's a resisted hit as it starts to fire off with another Make It Rain at -1. Still not able to do enough into the Moongas, but more importantly, breaking that Focus Sash on the Tornadus on Miguel's side of the field. Sludge Bomb going to go into that Tornadus that has fallen asleep, but right now it's going to be tough. The Goldingo isn't even threatened to switch out to try to reset its stat drops. It could just stay on this field, just keep going for Make It Rain to finally end this game. But it looks like the Tornadus is going to go for a Bleak Wind Storm. Going to hit another double connect for a double KO. Rishi is going to be winning this game number 3 and moving on to the tournament.
Yeah, it seemed like the Landorus adjustment didn't prove to be super effective against the Icy Wind Tornadus on Rishi's side, as that Goldingo and Tornadus combination proved to be their undoing after that Incineroar got so low. There was really nothing on the team that could survive the combination of Make It Rain and the Bleak Wind Storms, which were consistently connecting for Rishi. So congratulations to Miguel for a really solid tournament, making it into Phase 2 and really far along in the European International Championships. But Rishi is the one who will move on with a victory in that last of the Swiss round. So congratulations to them as well.
Yeah, it kind of came down to the Goldingo just having no threats to, oppose its standing on the field. The two Pokemon that you really don't want to see if you're a Goldingo are the Incineroar, which took too much damage earlier on in the battle. It wasn't able to use either a knockoff or Flare Blitz to threaten a KO there. And the Landorus was also on the lead with the Incineroar early on in the battle, but it ended up falling too early, so it couldn't, threaten with an Earth Power. So the Goldingo was just poised in a great position where it wasn't threatened at all to just start clicking Make It Rain constantly over and over again. When you're Terra Steel Make It Rain Goldingo and you have no threats, you could just keep clicking the button. It doesn't really matter. You could have switched it out and just reset, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. You could have clicked it 4 times and you were almost certainly going to be winning that game.
Yeah, I think a lesson that's really important to learn as a player at any of the age divisions is resource management, particularly if there's a Pokemon like the Goldingo on your opponent's team, that a few of the Pokemon that you've decided to bring have really no effective ways to damage. You absolutely need to preserve the HP on the few that can to make sure that you're not getting swept by it later in the battle, even if it's not one of the first 2 Pokemon that hit the field. Rishi did a really good job of taking out the threats of the Goldingo earlier in the game, so that when the Goldingo hit the field, it was effectively game over right then and there as soon as you knocked out or brought the Incineroar in range of a Terra Steel Make It Rain. The game was effectively over. There was no real defensive or offensive counterplay that their opponent really had. So really displaying a skill that is going to prove to be effective in any age division, just showing the caliber of the seniors that we've had on display today.
Yep, absolutely. And that's going to do it for the seniors Swiss rounds so far in this tournament. We'll be back soon to watch the rest of the seniors top cut matches before they have to play in the finals tomorrow. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for more amazing seniors action. Oh, no, wait, actually, we have a little bit extra time, so we continue talking about that. We can try to see what other matches had finished in the seniors division. I know that I had the masters division for the VG side of the stream on my other computer. I know that Paul Chua had just beaten Francisco Pio Pero in order to move on to play for another EUIC championship. So that's very cool to see from Paul Chua. The upcoming match is going to be Zachary Weed versus Roberto Parente. That's going to be another amazing match to watch.
Yeah, we might be able to jump into the top 4th for the Masters matches, actually, between one of those really strong players. You'd mentioned that I think we're actually going to take a break. Sorry, a bit of confusion on our end here, but I don't think we're going to be covering the seniors immediately. We may do that later, not entirely sure of that, but we may be able to jump into the Masters top 4 matches shortly after this break, so stay tuned for that. What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the European International Championships for the Pokemon VGC. My name is Cedric Bernier, joined by Andrew Tham on the broadcast for Victory Road, where we're going to be featuring the top 4B match between Roberto Parente and Zachary Weed. Going to be an electric match. I know you have your favorite, Andrew. Are you excited to be casting this today?
Absolutely. When one of your local players auto qualifies for the World Championships at an international championship, it's incredible to see. If you don't know who I'm talking about the Zachary Weed, second placement at Las Vegas Regionals, and now already in the top 4 of the European International Championships. I'm so excited to see if he's going to be able to move on through this match to fight Paul Chua for a US only matchup in the finals tomorrow. But first, Zach Weed has to overcome a somewhat mirror match here. We're going to be seeing 2 different Iron Crowns play out, but both teams have slight differences, and we don't really know how well that's going to, work for both of them.
Yeah, there are a few differences between their teams. I want to highlight that Paul is, I'm not sure how many finals he's been in at international championships, but he has already won an international championship in Scarlet and Violet. So definitely something to be on the lookout for him. He's trying to reclaim that title. I believe has a second place finish at another tournament this year, as well as Zachary Weed with the second place at Las Vegas, his most recent tournament. So definitely, if that is the finals, at least someone's getting first place, so that's going to be exciting. But Roberto, also an excellent player, I believe, has never proceeded past the top 8 in a tournament before of anything above a regional. So probably absolutely ecstatic to be in this top 4. And also to get that automatic qualification for his own own season. He has a top 16 at the World Championship in the past in 2022, but I think probably holding this finish as at a same level of esteem. And if he's able to win and continue on to the finals, probably even more proud of an achievement.
I mean, yeah, look at these achievements you've seen from both these players. Zachary Reed, Las Vegas finalist, New Orleans top 32 last year, Pittsburgh top 16 this year, and you also had the Orlando top 8 championships happening about 2 years ago, also in Regulation F, where he did end up losing to Wolflick, who ultimately won the rest of the tournament. So this player is, very esteemed in the Masters division in only the few years that he's been competing. He is also the Charlotte 2023 Seniors Division champion, I believe. So he's already had a pretty good resume, and he's still a young player. But let's talk about Roberto as well. London World's top 16, that was in Generation 8, a Liverpool top 8, and on top of other events too. This is going to be a high octane match.
Yeah, I think something that Roberto is absolutely extremely familiar with are these psychic terrain abusing teams. We're going to go into his teams shortly, but yeah, Roberto was even using Espathra earlier in the season with Ndidi, so definitely loves the psychic terrain. On Zachary's side, we do have that psychic surge Ndidi setting up the psychic terrain to combo off of the Iron Crown to boost the power of its expanding forces, in addition to also making a spread type attack. In support, we also have the Tornadus, Choice Banded Landorus, which might be key in this matchup as a differentiator between the teams, Ogerpon Heartflame, and Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, the most important about the Urshifu Rapid Strike, I don't think we've seen this on the side stream yet. It is actually going to be a Focus Sash variant, so not trying to use access to that Mystic Water or Scarf. It's going to be holding on to the Sash. And it's not carrying that Aqua Jet. It has the access to Taunt. So instead of being fully blocked by Amoonguss, either going for Rage Powder or Spore, it can just deny Amoonguss or other setup Pokemon like a Trick Room Setter or Calm Mind Pokemon from even playing the game. It's a really neat way to play the game because you already know you have that Ndidi female using that Psychic Surge. So you don't want to already have, usage of Aqua Jet if you can't Aqua Jet because Psychic Terrain is active. And another piece of Pokemon that we don't often see anymore, the Landorus Therian has been putting in a lot of work. Choice Band with Earthquake, Rock Slide, U-Turn has been doing so well for Zachary Weed this entire tournament.
Yeah, I wouldn't be paying the Landorus a whole lot of mind if not for the Terra Steel in this particular matchup, providing it a whole lot of really important weaknesses to the Expanding Force, Tachyon Cutter, and at least a neutrality to the Terra Blast if the Iron Crown does go for that Terra Water. Similarly, Regidrago can't go for those really powerful Dragon type attacks against the Terra Steel Landorus. Bleak Wind not doing so much. Doesn't love the Urshifu and the Ogerpon regardless, but yeah, at least gets the advantage against the spread type attackers on Roberto's team that he has been relying on a whole lot. Aside from that, we do see the different Pokemon between the two teams are the Regidrago and the Urshifu Choice Scarf on Roberto's side, so that Urshifu providing a speed advantage. We're going to have to determine the booster energies between these Iron Crowns. The Calm Minds can be either the, it's been revealed on stream. I'm sure I haven't actually been able to tune in, but the booster energy, typically the special attacking variant on the Iron Crown on these sort of teams, and then on the Calm Mind teams can be the booster speed. That could be a differentiator, is which of these Iron Crowns is faster. With the Iron Crown on Zachary's side having the capability to go for Calm Minds to be able to tank any hits with those special defense moves from the Iron Crown if it's able to move first and block that damage that way.
Yeah, with these Iron Crown teams, especially having Ndidi, it comes down to a style of play that we like to call protect the king, right? We want to protect that Iron Crown. You want to protect your offensive attackers. And how well is it going to work out for both players when their teams are so similar? How are you going to be able to just, burst through your opponent's defenses while also making sure that your Pokemon are healthy on the battlefield? And let's see game number 1 here for this top 4B match. We got Zachary Reed versus Roberto Parente going with Iron Crown and Ndidi on Zachary's side of the field, while Roberto is going to be leading their own Iron Crown, and this time it's going to be with that Ogerpon.
Yep, we do see the boosters come out from both of the players. Speed on the Iron Crown, I think we saw, and then special attack for sure on the Iron Crown on Roberto's side. Both a follow me lead from both of the players. A little bit less offensive on Zachary's side, a whole lot less offensive, where you don't really have a 1-hit KO threatened on the on the Ogerpon on Roberto's side, unless you go for a Helping Hand Expanding Force, and even then it might be tight. You do probably have a knockout with Ivy Cudgel Tachyon Cutter this turn into the Ndidi. So we're going to see a bit more defensive play as a result of that from Zachary, as we see Follow Me from the Ndidi. Ivy Cudgel doing a whole lot of damage to the Ndidi, as we see the Calm Mind coming out from Iron Crown. Not a very typical move that we've seen in the metagame before. Roberto's Terra Water Terra Bless said, a bit more common as we do see the Expanding Force come out. Is it going to take the knockout, though? It's just falling short. That's really important in allowing an additional turn that the Ogre Pawn has to target into the Indeedee if it wants to take it out.
Yeah, the Indeedee holding on from a double up attack of an Expanding Force in Ivy Cudgel. Ivy Cudgel not getting that crit there means that it's going to hold on for this turn. And more importantly, the Iron Crown on Zach's side of the field did set up that Calm Mind, so it's now +1 in its special attack and special defense. Indeedee not going to try to go for a helping hand, just deciding to go for Follow Me, trying to respect that Ogre Pawn from going for another Ivy Cudgel into the Iron Crown. As the Iron Crown is going to go for that Expanding Force at +1, not really going to be doing that much damage into Roberto's Iron Crown because it is quad resisted from a Psychic type attack in its own Psychic and Steel typing, as an Expanding Force in retaliation is going to pick up that low HP Indeedee, as the Tornadus is going to be the switch in. So now we have a potential usage of Tailwind to set up onto this field if you're Zach.
Yeah, it looks like Zach's locking in pretty quickly to that Expanding Force and the Tailwind. Seems to, doesn't have any additional offensive modifiers outside of that Calm line, so needs to be confident that the Expanding Force is going to knock out this Ogre Pawn. Otherwise, an Ivy Cudgel will follow up and knock out your Steel type, your Steel type Iron Crown. We did see the benefit of the Calm Mind on that previous turn, where both of the Iron Crowns exchanged the boosted up special attack Expanding Forces, but because of the special defense boost that Zachary's Iron Crown is able to wield, he took very negligible damage, whereas the Expanding Forces on the Iron Crown of Roberto is really going to start to add up over time, as we do see a defensive switch out to the Tornadus on Roberto's side, really showing us the what a mirror looks like as the Tornadus on Zachary's side goes for Tailwind.
Yep, and this is going to stagger the Tailwind if Roberto was able to set up a Tailwind of their own. Iron Crown going to go for that Expanding Force on Zach's side, crucially bringing the Focus Sash into effect, going to be consuming it. Tornadus is going to be surviving on 1 HP as the Iron Crown does take additional damage. And now Zachary Weed's Expanding Force, the Tornadus is actually going to be surviving that Expanding Force. So this, training from both of the Indeedee and the Tornadus have been so crucial here. Zach has not been, going down on all his Pokemon. They're surviving each turn now, and it's been helping Zach just play this game a little bit further.
Yeah, we're in a really solid spot here for Zachary if he's able to connect his Bleak Windstorms. With the you have to set up the Tailwind on Roberto's side to at least get speed parity, or go for a Protect defensively. That opens Zachary to be able to go for a Tachyon Cutter. Really, if you hit the Bleak Windstorm into the Tornadus on the other side, you maybe Expanding Force would have been stronger, but to cover for potentially missing that, you're trying to maximize your damage with the Tachyon Cutter. We'll see if it's able to knock out. Actually, would have done more regardless. Yeah, 2 hits, it's going to be able to knock out. Yeah, it's able to take that knockout really huge. Of course, I was forgetting, I believe, about the 4 times resistance for the Psychic type relative to the only 2 times resistance of the Steel type. So really smart call from Zachary there, able to knock out one of the biggest offensive special attacking threats on Roberto's side, and now has his Iron Crown kind of uncontested against the rest of Roberto's team, unless he can quickly take a knockout against it.
Okay, we did see there's 2 more turns left of Tailwind on Zach's side of the field. Roberto still has not gone for a Tailwind of his own quite yet, so that means that if Iron Crown on Zach's side of the field could just go for an attack, KO the Tornadus, Roberto could try to set up the Tailwind in response, and if you're Roberto, you probably got to be careful with this Ogre Pawn if you want to be able to KO this Iron Crown. But more importantly, the difference that Zach's team building made for this Iron Crown, it's Terra Dragon. It's not Terra Water as other Iron Crowns are going to be. So it's going to get that resistance on both of the Ogre Pawn's primary attacks.
Yeah, we saw a lot of options that Zachary was considering there. Went for the Rain Dance and I believe the Expanding Force. Smart Rain Dance, now the Ivy Cudgels into his Steel-type Iron Crown are not going to be taking so much damage, definitely won't knock out, and doesn't necessitate the Terra Dragon to survive that attack. But we're going to see the Iron Crown is at least going to follow up and knock out the Tornadus, although it was able to get a Tailwind on its way out. Because of the passive play of Roberto thus far, I believe the next turn will be the last turn of Tailwind on Zachary's side, so with Protect available on both Pokemon, you may just be able to go for a double Protect. But because of the slow-paced double-edged sword, because of the slow-paced play for both of these players, the Psychic Terrain finally ends, and Expanding Force is no longer boosted by the Psychic Terrain, and is no longer double targeted.
Yeah, and now because the Tornadus on Zach's side is still up, it did not get KO'd from that earlier Expanding Force, it does have access to that Protect move. So now you can go for double Protect on your Iron Crown and Tornadus, reactivate Tailwind in the next turn, and start sweeping through the rest of this team. You already have +1 from your Calm Mind earlier, and you're also at +1, or not +1, but you're getting that extra special attack increase from your booster energy, meaning that if you go for Tachyon Cutter or a single target Expanding Force into either the Heartflame Ogerpon or the Regidrago, you might be able to pick up a KO on either hit here. Ogerpon gonna go for that Terrestrialization, gonna go for its Embodied Aspect boosted +1. We do see the Iron Crown gonna go for that Protect, trying to make sure it survives through the turn, as the Ogerpon not gonna be able to get hit into that protecting Iron Crown here. Let's see who is going to be acting next. It's going to be that Tornadus. Going to go for the Bleak Wind hit, just trying to get the guaranteed damage into both Pokemon. Or is there going to be a speed drop? It's going to be a speed drop into the Regidrago. We see the pop off from Zachary Weed. He understands that now this Regidrago is going to be moving slower on this next upcoming turn. And because of the rain, any Ivy Cudgels into this Iron Crown are not going to be doing as much damage. So which means that Iron Crown can almost safely go for a Terrestrialization to Terra Dragon to survive any upcoming attack.
Yeah, we see that Tornadus going down and just a little bit more chip damage going on the Regidrago with the Life Orb. It is Ogerpon in the last, and although it's not doing especially well on the typing chart, not able to hit super effective on either, or even neutral into both of these targets with its same type of attack bonus moves. With the Follow Me, it hardly matters. It's really there just to follow me away any pressure, while the Iron Crown, which is boosted by Calm Mind and I believe has a speed booster, I'm not certain of that, but with the speed drops on both of these Pokemon, even in the Tailwind, with the speed booster, you should be the fastest Pokemon in the field, and you can start taking KOs.
Oh, this is such a tense game. Number 1, Cedric. It's so tough to see what the outcome is still going to be. Zach trying to find the move that's going to work the best. It's going to be the Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon, trying to just delay another turn of Tailwind and also another turn of Rain. You want to be able to use your fully powered up fire type attacks like the Ivy Cudgel here. Draco Meteor going to be used into the Ogerpon, and it's going to be a clean one-hit KO into the Heartflame Ogerpon on Zachary's side of the field, as the Regidrago is going to be losing a little bit of HP due to that Life Orb. But more importantly, the special attack from the Regidrago are going to be going down, but it's not going to matter, as Zachary decided to target into the Regidrago spot. Going to be picking up another KO here. So now we're in an endgame situation where you do have the Ogerpon still up and healthy for now, but it could just take an Expanding Force, you know, for fine. It might honestly not survive. But the more importantly, again, Zachary's Iron Crown is holding on to that Terra Dragon. It could just stall out this game with that Terra Dragon. Hopefully there's no crit, and then Zachary would be able to win this game.
Yeah, I think you could make an argument to try, and it should particularly matter, but by going for Protect this turn, you are stalling out the Tailwind. And now at this point, you just have you have speed advantage given that the Ogerpon had the speed drop on the turn before, and you can go for the Terra Dragon. Really, you're probably forcing a Spiky Shield to stall at the last turn of Rain from Roberto's side, but that won't offset the speed advantage that Zachary should have subsequently. We are going to see that Terra Dragon finally coming out. We saw Zachary considering it a few turns ago, but that's going to prove monumentally important against this the fire type and grass type moves from this Ogerpon. If for some reason the Ogerpon is able to live the +1 after the Calm Mind Expanding Force, then this should more or less guarantee you survive an attack. Shy of a crit, I think after the Rain ends, the Ivy Cudgel maybe will get there, even in spite of the defensive Terrestrialization with Rain ending. It's going to come down to that, I think, whether this Expanding Force can outspeed this -1 speed Ogerpon and take the game for Zachary.
Yeah, we know that Zachary's Iron Crown is not the fastest. In an earlier match that we saw in the mainstream, his Iron Crown was actually moving slower than another one that was playing against it. We have to see what's going to happen here. The Bleak Wind Storm drop is going to be so impactful. Does the Iron Crown move first, or are we going to have to rely on a potential attack? It's going to be the Iron Crown moving first, going for that Expanding Force into the Ogerpon at the +1 from the Calm Mind and booster special attack. It is going to be enough to bring Zachary Weed 1-0 in this set. Only needs one more win to make it to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Just slap the Iron Crown on the field from turn 1 on, got the Calm Mind up as fast as he could and leveraged it to its full advantage, ultimately taking the last KO on the battle. Without the Calm Mind, you probably, depending on the Bolt training on the Ogre Pawn from Roberto's side, it's probably getting pretty close to, not knocking out. But with the Calm Mind, just proved to be monumental in actually closing that endgame. Also in the replay, really smart targeting from Zachary there, acknowledging that the Tachyon Cutter, you don't, as long as you hit your Bleak Wind Storms into the Iron Crown, that should be a knockout, even though you are hitting with 2 resistant attacks. So excellent mastery of his team, and knew exactly what needed to happen to progress to a win.
Oh, this is such a close match, and it just kind of came down to some lucky speed drops on that turn. And hopefully, Zach is thinking, I don't want to have to rely on those speed drops. I want to find a way in order to win this more cleanly. And if you're Roberto, you have to think you were doing pretty well in that game. The Iron Crown was helping you just deal out so much damage, but ultimately, some of the training on Zach Weed's Pokemon were just making it so that they survived the turn. The Indeedee lived an Ivy Cudgel and Iron Crown boosted, special attack boosted Expanding Force, and then the Tornadus also lived another Expanding Force. Zach's Pokemon were not going down, which let him stay in the game even longer.
Yeah, it was definitely really well trained. Like you said, both the Indeedee and the Tornadus able to survive those attacks meant that Zach had the defensive resources necessary to actually weather the offensive storm that Roberto was trying to offer without the setup. Just the delay of the damage that Zachary's been able to do, and just the fact that the Pokemon are living that are actually letting him accomplish that, so huge in this matchup. And Zachary, expecting those, his Pokemon to be able to take those hits once again, goes into the Indeedee and the Iron Crown. Once again, Roberto maybe just doesn't want to get those speed drops, is fine defaulting to the same or a similar game plan, as we see the Iron Crown and Indeedee led against the Ogre Pawn and Iron Crown once again.
Yep, it's going to be an exact mirror of game number 1. If you're Zach, you do know that you can live an attack from the Ivy Cudgel or Expanding Force. We don't know if it was a roll, and there was no critical hits to be seen. So we're going to see the Follow Me come out into this match, trying to protect the King, protect the Iron Crown. Ivy Cudgel going to be attacking into that Indeedee, and it's going to be a critical hit, so it's going to change the momentum of this game. We're not going to see a repeat of game number 1, as the Iron Crown going to go for that Calm Mind, boosting up its special attack and special defenses in this game. We do see the Tachyon Cutter. Looks like Roberto also changing it up, not opting to just try to get additional damage onto this Iron Crown, knowing that it's going to get the Calm Mind first. Just realizing that you need to get rid of this Indeedee off the board, and that's what exactly he's going to do, forcing the Tornadus to switch in here.
Yeah, mitigates the damage roll that potentially could have been happening in that turn, both by getting the critical hit, meaning you could have gone for Expanding Force, but wasn't counting on that, just wanted the Tachyon Cutter to make sure you secure that knockout. However, no damage in the Iron Crown this time means that you are pretty free. You're very safe on the Iron Crown. You could relatively safely go for a Tailwind and Expanding Force with the special attack booster and the Calm Mind. I'd suspect that it's able to knock out the Ogre Pawn, which is why we once again see on this next turn a switch out the Ogre Pawn. I think a similar play Roberto played earlier in the set. We do see the Tailwind does come out. So whether Zachary went for that Calm Mind or the Expanding Force, going to decide a lot about this battle. It was the Expanding Force bringing that Tornadus down to its Focus Sash. Let's see whether the Expanding Force is able to KO Zachary's Tornadus in return this time. Definitely could swing the match pretty substantially if we see a uncontested later Tailwind from Roberto. And yeah, it is able to survive that once again. Really well trained on Tornadus.
I believe it was similar HP stats that the Tornadus was able to survive, so one would have to imagine that it's not going to be a full hit KO. Maybe there's a roll chance here, especially if there's a crit, but it's not going to work out that time. The Tornadus is going to stay on the field at least one more turn. We know that the Iron Crown from Zachary's side of the field is just naturally faster than Roberto's, as the Tailwind is also set up. So we're going to potentially see the Tornadus on this side of the field go for an attack, but it's just going to be a protect, trying to make sure that it stays on the field at least for another turn. Roberto actually not going to go for Tailwind here, just trying to stall another Tailwind turn out from Zach's side of the field. Just going to go for a double protect on both Pokemon, trying to keep them healthy. But what did Zach go for? It looks like it's going to be the Tachyon Cutter into that Iron Crown spot, recognizing you need to get as much damage as possible into the other Iron Crown in order to, sweep this game.
Yeah, I guess the main difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is that Indeedee going down immediately meant that there was an additional turn of Expanding Force damage into the Iron Crown on Roberto's side. Zach trying to edge that out by trying to go mix in Tachyon Cutters. Unfortunately, doesn't hit there, as Roberto just wisely double protects to stall out the Tailwind turns. Now you're able to go for a Tailwind on this turn, Expanding Force to knock out the Torrents on Zachary's side. having expertly baited out the Protect, and you're guaranteed for at least 2 turns to have the advantage with the Tailwind. As we see, the Bleak Windstorm does miss on the Iron Crown on Roberto's side. It is resisted damage, but with all the hits it's taking, every little bit counts. The Iron Crown on Zachary's side going to be following up with that Tachyon Cutter. +1 plus the booster energy, doing a lot of damage per hit. Able to bring it down in range of another Tachyon Cutter, it looks like. And we're going to see whether Iron Crown follows up with a big attack of its own. It is going to be that Expanding Force once again, not doing a whole lot of damage, 4 times resisted, and the Calm Mind boost on Zachary's Iron Crown, but critically knocks out the Tornadus. No more speed control will be available to Zachary for the rest of this game too.
Yep, Urshifu is going to be switching in on Zach's side as the Ogerpon is going to be re-entering the battle. We know for certain that this Ogerpon is the big threat to the Iron Crown in this match, and the Tailwinds are staggered by 2 turns, 3 turns left for Roberto's Tailwind, and only 1 turn left for Zach's, turn. It's going to come down to the fact that Roberto is going to be able to protect both of the Iron Crown and the Ogerpon in this turn, try to stall out the Tailwind on Zach's side. Then you have complete speed advantage, could go for an Ivy Cudgel and Expanding Force into any of Zach's Pokemon, and it's just going to be a tough situation. I'm hoping that Zach can find a way to get back out of this, but with only 2 Pokemon remaining, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think the challenge in going for a double Protect, it's definitely available to Roberto, but you are letting the Urshifu attack through those Protects, so you have to be really confident that the Pokemon in the back will allow you to win that end game. Looks like there was no double Protect. Happy to let the Iron Crown on Roberto's side go down as long as the Ogerpon is able to survive through the turn. Should survive a Surging Strikes through the Protect. Maybe a close combat with the Terra Stellar might have gotten close. Hard to say, but yeah, not going to see that as the Iron Crown does go for the Expanding Force into Protect. We're starting to wind down on available Psychic Terrain turns, as I think this might actually be the last one, as the Psychic Terrain does disappear from the battlefield, meaning the Expanding Forces are both no longer boosted and no longer double target, meaning you can follow me them away. This Regidrago is starting to be poised really well with the speed, both the speed advantage and whether the Iron Crown goes for the Terastallization, it will be weak to the Dragon. It'll be weak to an Ivy Cudgel or a Dragon Energy, so solid pin there. But of course, the Focus Sash on the Urshifu could prove to be a really effective resource for Zachary still.
Yeah, it's going to come down to maybe Zach has to get a double Protect, but let's see what happens in this turn. Terastallization going to be used for Roberto, going to go for that Terra Steel, so it does give it that additional resistances to both of Zach's attacking moves, or actually just the Tachyon Cutter, not going to be the Expanding Force. And it's just going to be double Protect from Zach, trying to keep both Pokemon healthy in this turn, and also just trying to deny another turn of Tailwind. But because Roberto played that middle game so well, there's 2 turns of staggered Tailwind, meaning that Roberto still has the advantage coming up on this next turn. I'm curious to see if Zach recognizes that he almost has to go for a double Protect, or maybe he just has to risk it all here. Gonna use the Urshifu as a last chance option to win this game. It does carry that Focus Sash, so you can't actually win this game yet for Roberto, I believe.
Yeah, regardless of basically Roberto can target into either of these slots with Dragon Energy and Ivy Cudgel, and it will result in a knockout, I believe. However, which one he targets into is on Zach to both read and actually get a double Protect with to actually survive the turn. It is the Urshifu that does go for the Protect, but no double Protect, which means that Roberto's attacks should strike it. Yeah, Zachary did make the call correctly, but does not get the 1 in 3rd chance to get a double Protect as the Dragon Energy does come out. It's going to knock out the Urshifu and bring the Iron Crown pretty low, but unless a Calm Mind boosted Booster Energy Expanding Force is able to knock out the Hearth Flame Ogerpon in 1 hit, it's going to be able to get an Ivy Cudgel on the next turn. It's so close, but not able to take the knockout. We saw it's a slower Iron Crown. Regardless of the speed, we should see the Ogerpon on Roberto's side outspeed and be able to hit an Ivy Cudgel. With only single target attacks available on that, even Terra Dragon Iron Crown, you probably need this Earth Power to there's no Earth Power available. You really don't have a super effective move into this Regidrago to be able to take a knockout. Tachyon Cutter and the Expanding Force both resisted by the Steel typing. Really solid position by Roberto.
Yeah, Roberto was able to clean up game number 1 pretty well, recognizing that there was just some key moments, especially in the early game, knowing that you can just target a little bit better, knowing you can get some guaranteed KOs, and was able to clean out this game. It's going to be that Ivy Cudgel into that Iron Crown. to drop it a little bit lower, and it should be that Regidrago acting next, going to be cleaning up the game, taking out the Iron Crown on Zachary Weed's side that's been sitting on the field since turn 1, and it's going to be another game win for Roberto Parente. We're going to go to an exciting game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. He lives and dies with Ndidi. The Ndidi plush, even on his left side, coming into this top 4, his most, his strongest accomplishment to date outside of a top 16 many years ago, or not many, I guess 2022, a couple years back at the World Championship, but definitely his most proud accomplishment since then. We saw some great adjustments in that game. After learning the damage rolls on the Ndidi, was able to adjust and target it down on, in this game too, make sure that the Tornadoes hit the field a little bit earlier so you could gain a Tailwind advantage later in the battle, which ultimately proved to be Zachary's undoing. So looking into this game 3, Zach's got to make some adjustments potentially. Doesn't have any defensive options available on the Ndidi to actually make it so that you can survive that turn if Roberto is consistently going for Ivy Cudgel and the Tachyon Cutter. So maybe he has to redevise the game plan to where you can actually get that Tailwind advantage in the late game, because that combination of the fire type Ivy Cudgels and the Dragon Energies with no available, basically no defensive backbone for the rest of the team was really challenging to deal with in that game too.
Ultimately, I think it came down to that second turn where the Tornadoes ended up coming into the match. Zachary decided to go for the Tailwind one turn a little earlier than I would have anticipated, because if you just stall using that Tailwind, it means that you're forcing your opponent to also go for Tailwind on the turn after. Instead, Roberto was able to just play defensively, knowing that he had that Focus Sash available to, whittle down on its HP, go for Protect, and then set up that Tailwind. But it looks like we're heading into game number 3. It's going to be a switch up on the leads. I actually really like this play from Zach, deciding to go with the Landorus on the lead to threaten immediate damage to both the Ogre Pawn and now the Regidrago on Roberto's side. You can start setting up and just going for Earthquake or Stopping Tantrum into either Pokemon with Tailwind active.
Yeah, I really like this switch up on Zach's side. With the Choice Banded Earthquake, you're threatening everything on Roberto's team except for the Tornadus. So yeah, just tons of undisputed Earthquake damage. You probably don't want to KO everything, but you should be chipping everything in range for Expanding Forces from your own Iron Crown, so that's definitely a plus. The speeds are going to be would be a little bit tricky here if the Regidrago and the Landorus both end up in Tailwind, but by leading it and seeing that Roberto hasn't led Tailwind a couple of games in a row, probably an educated guess that wouldn't happen. We see the Double Protect coming out from Regidrago, which, just trying to scout out whether there's a Steel Terrestrialization, a likely candidate for the Landorus in the face of the Dragon-type moves from the Regidrago, but nothing there, as it is just an Earthquake that turn.
Yep, this is going to be a null turn here for Zachary, trying to go for that Bleak Wind Storm and Earthquake combination into both Pokemon. But more importantly, Zachary not recognizing that he doesn't need to go for Tailwind here, or maybe he's hedging his bets, knowing that he can live an attack from an Ogre Pawn because it is intimidated, and potentially being faster than the Regidrago on Roberto's side of the field. So if you're able to outspeed both, like we said earlier, you're able to get some decent chip damage onto this board state. If you have Iron Crown in the back, you can use them as a setup sweeper later on. If you try to set up that, the Calm Mind boosted, special attack boost your energy boosted, Expanding Forces, that could be useful later on. But it's all going to come down to how well this Landorus can help Zachary Weed destroy this front line on Roberto's side of the field. There's going to be a switch out here for the Ogre Pawn.
Ogre Pawn will be switching out into the only ground type immunity on Roberto's team, that Tornadus. Is there a Tailwind? There is not. The Landorus is naturally outspeeding the Regidrago on Roberto's side. Let's see how much this Choice Banded Landorus Therian Earthquake does. Not a knockout. Bleak Wind going to follow up, and it is a knockout. That's huge. It not only knocks out the Regidrago, stopping a follow-up Draco Meteor, which was sure to knock out either Pokemon in the field had it connected, but also hits into the Tornadus. And yeah, over 50% HP on that attack means the next Bleak Wind Storm will be a knockout. However, Roberto does get the Tornadus on the field, able to set up Tailwind next to the Ogre Pawn, which is now not intimidated.
It's going to be crucial here to see what Roberto is able to do. The Tornadus has already taken 50% of its HP, and I don't know if you caught this, but it did get dropped in its speed due to the Bleak Wind secondary effect. So now this Tornadus that's sitting on the field is actually going to be almost guaranteed slower than the Tornadus on Zach's side of the field. Zach's Choice Band Landorus is still locked into that Earthquake, so the Earthquake cannot hit into either Landorus, obviously. It can still hit into this Ogre Pawn, But I'm curious to see if the Ogerpon does not go for a Terastallization, is it even able to pick up a KO onto this Landorus? Zach's not going to try to find out. It's not going to risk a critical hit to lose that Pokemon. It still can use that Intimidate for later. Just going to be bringing in this Indeedee to start setting up the Psychic Surge. I'm imagining that Zach probably wants to go for a Bleak Wind Storm here. If you're able to pick up a KO onto this Ogerpon and this opposing Tornadus, you're getting maximum value, but it's risky. You got to be able to set up this Tailwind in the right time.
Yeah, we're going to see the Ogerpon going for that Terrifier to both shed its Grass typing and remove the weakness to the Bleak Wind Storm, as well as give it the oomph it needs to either KO the Tornadus on Zach's side or the Landorus that was in before. Let's see who it targets into. We do see a matched Tailwind. As you said, the Bleak Wind Storm lowering the speed on Roberto's. Tornadus that turn. We see a Woodhammer did come out, unsure of the damage, or maybe just wanted to tag the Urshifu on switch in. But yeah, we're taking a lot more recoil damage than we otherwise would have done. And also just straight up a weaker attack doesn't knock out the Indeedee, giving the opportunity for the Indeedee to follow me if it wants to, or even go for a helping hand should it choose to go for that. But looks like Zach may be going on the defensive this turn, as Roberto also trying to reposition, get that speed drop away on the Tornadus, get into the Iron Crown where the Landorus is not threatening Earthquake on the field, which it has otherwise been doing on previous turns in the battle, to activate that Quark Drive and get it on the field while actually Zachary has set up the Psychic Terrain for him. As the Spiky Shield comes out, once again, just trying to stall this Tailwind. Really passive turn from both of the players overall.
And the Follow Me is going to be activated from the Indeedee. Going to also go for the Rain Dance. So it looks like Zach, recognizing that the Indeedee is more of a hindrance here, just trying to force Roberto to target into it. But Roberto's not going to be taking the bait. Opts to go for a Protect on the Ogerpon and switching out the Tornadus into that Iron Crown. So a nice defensive switch, a nice defensive gameplay from both players, recognizing they need to find the correct board position here. Both players have Tailwind activated on the same turn, so there's no more staggering Tailwind here. We're going to go for a helping hand. Let's see who is going to be next to move. It's going to be the Ogerpon attacking first in the rain into this Tornadus. How well is it going to be able to hold on? No critical hit. Going to be able to hold on. Going to go for a guaranteed Bleak Wind Storm hit into the Ogerpon. The Ogerpon is going to go down. It's not able to survive. And more importantly, the Iron Crown is also going to take another speed drop here. So that is going to be super important. The Landorus now in the back is going to be threatening a KO onto this Iron Crown.
Yeah, we see the Expanding Force at least coming out to net a double KO on the Indeedee and the Tornadus, but we still need to see Zachary's last remaining Pokemon. I believe that, I'm not entirely sure if Tailwind ever got set up on Roberto's side. I believe it did actually, given that, yeah, we saw the Ogerpon at least outspeeding the Tornadus this turn, but it is that Iron Crown in the back and the Landorus. The Iron Crown specifically might spell doom for Zachary here with such limited ways to hit it offensively with the, the Tachyon Cutters, Expanding Forces, and Bleak Wind Storms. All resisted, Terastallization already expended, so you can't go for those Terra Waters at neutral against the Iron Crown. And even in spite of all that, you still have the Terra Steel on the Landorus to really give it pretty similar resistance profile to the Iron Crown. It's going to be looking very, very difficult for Zachary, for Roberto to actually get the damage he needs to close out this game 3. Zachary seems to be in the driver's seat here.
And remember that Zachary still has access to that Calm Mind. So if you're trying to stall out a Tailwind turn to potentially make it so that, your Pokemon are, back on equal footing, you have to be careful. It's going to be tough for Roberto to be able to close out this game unless maybe he goes for a... Actually, there's no Terastallization anymore. It's been used on the Ogerpon, so a Terra Water Terastallization is not active to hit an Iron Crown for at least neutral damage. It's not going to be on the board. Looks like Zach not going to Terastallize the Iron Crown for this match. It's going to be the Terra Steel Landorus for the first time in the set, trying to give it that extra resistances to that Expanding Force, as well as the Tachyon Cutter, and also giving you that resistance to the flying Bleak Wind Storm attack. So it's going to be able to hang on pretty well. And more, wow, another speed drop from the Bleak Wind Storm. It's going to connect into the Iron Crown. We already know that Zach's Iron Crown was faster in a similar status position, both at -1, Roberto and Zach's Iron Crown respectively. The Expanding Force is going to connect into both Pokemon. It's going to get a critical hit, probably not going to matter there because of the special attack boost on the Iron Crown. Going to KO that Tornadus. Tailwind is going to peter out for both players, and we should be seeing a checkmate situation here. One would have to imagine both are a Steel-type Pokemon right now. Stopping Tantrum should be able to pick up the final KO it needs for Zachary Weed to win this match.
You see the stomping tantrum is coming out. Roberto's already taken the headset off. Zachary Weed popping off, making his first finals at an international championship. You can see his friends sharing in that joy. Excellent finish, perfectly played game 3. Really left no room for doubt with that Terra Steel Landorus and the Iron Crown completely walling out Roberto's last remaining Pokemon, punching his ticket into the finals of his first international finals. Just an incredible finish overall for Zachary, as well to Roberto. Just such a high peak. I don't believe he's ever made it past the top 8 at a regional or above tournament. So to do so at the top 4 at the European International Championships in front of, I'm sure, all of his friends and countrymen, got to mean a whole lot to, just his legacy in the game. And then Zachary, just coming off of a second place at the Las Vegas Regional Championship in a final that was extremely heartbreaking for him, I know, losing ultimately on a bit of poor RNG at the end of the battle. But now here gets another chance in the finals against the US player, Paul Chua. So it is an all US finals overall. And I believe Paul actually got second at his last tournament as well. So at least one of these players is coming home with gold, and US is certainly coming home with gold.
Yep, I could shed a tear right now, but I'm not going to. Just seeing Zach Weed come back from that second place loss, I should honestly say second place finalist position in Las Vegas, and still able to compete, going into EUIC confident. He doesn't like Greg F all too much, but he is in a prime position to become a European international champion, and that's so incredible to see. He will be fighting Paul Chua for the title to win it all, and also just, lock up a little bit more championship position, potentially get that stipend later. But we all know Paul Chua, multi-time regional championship player, EUIC champion player. He wants to stamp a multi-time European international championship player, which is not happened too often. It's very hard to see players in either VG, TCG, or Go, or Unite to win multiple international championships in a row.
Absolutely. We just have a treat of a finals ahead of us on Sunday. Join us on the Victory Road broadcast, where I believe we'll be featuring the junior, senior, and masters finals back to back as well. So check that out for sure. Going to be an exciting set of matches across all divisions, but I think the Paul versus Zachary match, at least for the US players, something we're all very excited to see who comes out on top there. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast today in the day 2 of the VGC European International Championships broadcast on the Victory Road stream. My name is Cedric, and this has also been Andrew, and we will see you tomorrow.